Section 11 of Incidents of Travel in Central America, Chiapas, and Yucatan, by John Lloyd Stephens. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Sue Anderson. I left the bereaved family and withdrew. The man who had asked me to enter met me at the door and gave me a seat among the friends. He inquired about my country, where it was, and whether the customs were like theirs. And very soon, but for the lamentations of the widow, many would have forgotten that a few yards from them lay a dead friend. I remained with them an hour, and then returned to my hut. The piazza was full of hogs. The interior was a perfect piggery, full of fleas and children, and the woman, with a cigar in her mouth and the harshest voice I ever heard, still brought in child after child and piled them up on the floor. My men were already asleep outside, and borrowing an undressed ox hide, I spread it on the floor at the end of the house. Upon this I laid my pillion, and upon that I laid myself. The night before I had slept under a mosquito netting. Oh, Padre of San Jacinto, that a man of my rank and character should come to this! The woman was sleepless. A dozen times she came out to smoke a cigar or to drive away the hogs, and her harsh voice and the screams from the house of mourning made me rejoice when the cocks crew for morning. Chapter 9. Chimalapa, the Cabildo, a scene of revelry, Gustatoya, a hunt for robbers, approach to Guatemala, beautiful scenery, volcanoes of agua and fuego, first view of the city, entry into the city, first impressions, the diplomatic residence, parties in Central America, murder of Vice President Flores, political state of Guatemala, an embarrassing situation, the Constituent Assembly, military police. At the peep of day I bathed in the Montagua. In the meantime the deaf and dumb boy prepared chocolate, and the corpse of the young man was borne to its final resting place. I went over to the desolate house, bade farewell to the mourners, and resumed my journey. Again we had on our right the Montagua River and the mountains of Vera Paz. The road was level. It was excessively hot, and we suffered from thirst. At noon we stopped 2 hours at the village of Ficioli. Late in the afternoon we came upon a table of land covered with trees bearing a flower looking like apple trees in blossom, and cactus or tunas with branches from 3 to 15 feet long. I was in advance, and having been in the saddle all day, and wishing to relieve my mule, I dismounted and walked. A man overtook me on horseback, who touched me by telling me that my mule was tired. The mule, unused to being led, pulled back, and my new acquaintance followed, whipping her, and remembering the fable that I could not please everybody, I mounted, and we rode into Chimalapa together. It was a long, straggling village, with a large church, but there was no cura, and I rode to the Cabildo. This, besides being the town house, is a sort of caravansary or stopping place for travellers, being a remnant of Oriental usages still existing in Spain and introduced into her former American possessions. It was a large building, situated on the plaza, plastered and whitewashed. At one end the alcalde was holding a sort of court, and at the other were the gratings of a prison. Between them was a room about 30 feet by 20, with naked walls and destitute of chair, bench, or table. The luggage was brought in, the hammock hung up, and the alcalde sent me my supper. Hearing the sound of a drum and violin, I walked to the house whence it issued, which was crowded with men and women smoking, lounging in hammocks, dancing, and drinking agua ardiente in celebration of a marriage. The night before I had been present at a death scene. This was an exhibition of disgusting revelry, and the prominent vagabond was disposed to pick a quarrel with me, seeing which I quietly walked back to the cabildo, shut the door, and betook myself to my hammock. We started early. Leaving the town, for some distance on each side was a fence made of a rail upon crotches 4 feet high, and filled with long pieces of tunas. The road was the same as we had found it on the preceding day, level and abounding with the cactus. Again it was desperately hot, and in the afternoon we saw, at the foot of a high mountain, a cluster of cocoanut trees, glittering in the sunbeams like plates of silver, and concealing the town of Gustatoya. At 4 o'clock we entered the town, beautifully situated, overlooking a valley in the rear of the square waving with Indian corn, and rode up to the house of the brother of Dona Bartola, our hostess of Gualan, to whom I was recommended by her. I had a good supper of eggs, frijoles, chocolate, tortillas, and was lying in a hammock with my boots off, when the alcalde entered with a sword under his arm, followed by my host and several other persons, and told me that a party of robbers was out after me, that he had men on their traces, and wished to borrow my arms and servants. The latter I was willing enough to lend, for I knew they would find their way back, but the former I thought were more secure under my own eye. Being on the main road, I considered it so safe that I had that day taken off the caps of my pistols and gun, but drawing on my boots, recapping, and distributing my surplus arms, we sallied forth. The muleteer would not go, but the deaf and dumb lad, with a face of fire, drew his machete and followed. It was pitchy dark, and on first going out from the light I could not see at all, but stumbled along after my companions, who moved swiftly and without noise through the plaza and along the whole length of the town. In the suburbs we approached a hut which stood alone, with the side toward us, closed, but the light of a fire issued from both ends, and here it was supposed the robbers were, unconscious of pursuit or suspicion. After a brief consultation, it was agreed that the party should separate, and one half enter at each end, and the alcalde's charge was to shoot the villains rather than let them escape. Stealing toward the hut, we rushed in at the same time from opposite sides, and captured an old woman, who sat on the ground replenishing the fire. She was not surprised at our visit, and with a bitter laugh said the birds had flown. At that moment we heard the report of a musket, which was recognized as the signal of the men who had been stationed to watch them. All rushed out. Another report hurried us on faster, and very soon we reached the foot of a mountain. As we ascended, the alcalde said that he saw a man crawling on his hands and feet up the side of the mountain, and, snatching my double-barreled gun, fired at him as coolly as he would have done at a woodcock. All scattered in pursuit, and I was left with Augustin and the deaf and dumb boy. Moving on, but not very fast, and looking back occasionally to the distant lights in the village, with an unknown mountain before me and a dark night, I began to think that it was about enough for me to defend myself when attacked. Although the affair was got up on my account, it was straining a point for me to pass the night in helping to rid the town of its robbers. Next, I reflected that if the gentlemen we were in pursuit of should take it into their heads to double, my cap and white dress made me conspicuous, and it might be awkward to meet them at this place, and in order to gain time for consideration what it was best to do, I walked back toward the town, and had not fully made up my mind when I reached the plaza. Here I stopped, and in a few minutes a man passed, who said that he had met two of the robbers on the main road, and that they had told him they would catch me in the morning. They had got it into their heads that I was an aide de camp of Carrera, returning from Belize with a large amount of money to pay the troops. In about an hour the alcalde and his posse comitatus returned. I had no idea of being robbed by mistake, and knowing the facility with which the robbers might go ahead and take a long shot at me, I asked the alcalde to furnish me with 2 men to go in advance and keep a lookout. But I was heartily sick of the country and the excitement of its petty alarms. Daylight dispelled the gloom which night had cast over my spirits. Leaving Gustatoya, for some distance I rode through a cultivated country, and the fields were divided by fences. Very soon I forgot all apprehensions of robbers, and, tired of the slow pace of the cargo mules, rode on, leaving them far behind. At 11 o'clock I entered a ravine so wild that I thought it could not be the main road to Guatimala. There were no mule tracks visible, and returning I took another road, the result of which was that I lost my way and rode the whole day alone. I could gain no certain intelligence of Augustin and the muleteer, but continued on in the belief that they were before me. Pushing on rapidly, at dark I rode up to a hacienda on one side of the road, at which I was very kindly received by the proprietor, who was a mulatto, and to my great surprise I learned that I had advanced to within 1 long day's journey of Guatimala. He made me anxious, however, about the safety of my luggage, but for that night I could do nothing. I lay down opposite a large household altar, over which was a figure of the Virgin. At about 10 o'clock I was roused by the arrival of Augustin and the muleteer. Besides their apprehensions about me, they had had their own difficulties. 2 of the mules broke down, and they were obliged to stop and let them rest and feed them. Early the next morning, leaving the luggage with the muleteer, which, by the way, was at that time a very imprudent proceeding, and taking merely a change of apparel, I set out with Augustin. Almost immediately we commenced ascending a rugged mountain, very steep, and commanding at every step a wild and magnificent view, and from the top saw, at a great distance below us, in the hollow of an amphitheatre of mountains, the village of El Puente, the ground around which was white and trodden hard by caravans of mules. We descended to the village and crossed the bridge, which was laid on a stone arch thrown across a ravine with a cataract foaming through it. At this point we were completely encircled by mountains, wild to sublimity, and reminding me of some of the finest parts of Switzerland. On the other side of the bridge we commenced ascending another mountain. The road was winding, and when very high up, the view of the village and bridge in the immense distance below was surpassingly fine. Descending a short distance, we passed a village of huts, situated on the ridge of the mountain, commanding on both sides a view of an extensive valley 4,000 or 5,000 feet below us. Continuing on this magnificent ridge, we descended upon a table of rich land, and saw a gate opening into grounds which reminded me of park scenery in England, undulating and ornamented with trees. In the midst of this stood the hacienda of San Jose, a long, low stone building with a corridor in front. It was one of those situations which, when least expected, touch a tender chord, call up cherished associations, make a traveller feel as though he could linger around it forever, and particularly welcome to us, as we had not breakfasted. It was a hacienda de ganados, or cattle hacienda, and had hundreds of cattle roaming over it. but all that it could give us to eat was eggs, tortillas, and beans softened in hot water, the last being about equal to a basket of fresh chips. This over, we made a last push for Guatimala. The road lay over a table of land, green and rich as a European lawn, ornamented with trees, and with features of scenery peculiarly English. Muleteers who had left the city at midnight and had already finished their day's work were lying under the shade of the trees, with their saddles and cargoes piled up like walls, and their mules pasturing near. Along the table was a line of huts, and if adorned instead of being deformed by the hand of man, this would be a region of poetic beauty. Indians, men, and women, with loads on their backs, every party with a bundle of rockets, were returning from the capital, as they proudly called it, to their villages among the mountains. All told us that 2 days before Carrera had re-entered the city with his soldiers. When we were yet 2 leagues from the city, Augustin's horse gave out. I was anxious to have a view of the city before dark, and rode on. Late in the afternoon, as I was ascending a small eminence, 2 immense volcanoes stood up before me, seeming to scorn the earth, and towering to the heavens. They were the great volcanoes of Agua and Fuego, 40 miles distant, and nearly 15,000 feet high, wonderfully grand and beautiful. In a few moments the great plain of Guatimala appeared in view, surrounded by mountains, and in the centre of it the city, a mere speck on the vast expanse, with churches and convents and numerous turrets, cupolas, and steeples, and still, as if the spirit of peace rested upon it, with no storied associations, but by its own beauty creating an impression on the mind of a traveller which can never be effaced. I dismounted and tied my mule. As yet the sun lighted up the roofs and domes of the city, giving a reflection so dazzling that I could only look at them by stealth. By degrees its disk touched the top of the Volcano del Agua. Slowly the whole orb sank behind it, illuminating the background with an atmosphere fiery red. A rich golden cloud rolled up its side and rested on the top, and while I gazed, the golden hues disappeared, and the glory of the scene was gone. Augustin came along with his poor horse hobbling after him, and a pistol in his hand. He had been told on the way that Carrera's soldiers were riotous, and that there were many ladrones about the suburbs of the city, and he was in the humour to fire upon anyone who asked a question. I made him put up his pistols, and we both mounted. An immense ravine was still between us and the city. It was very dark when we reached the bottom of this ravine, and we were almost trodden down by a caravan of loaded mules coming out. Rising on the other side to the top, we entered the outer gate, still 1.5 miles from Guatimala. Inside were miserable huts, with large fires before them, surrounded by groups of drunken Indians and vagabond soldiers, firing their muskets at random in the air. Augustin told me to spur, but his poor horse could not keep up, and we were obliged to move on at a walk. As yet I did not know where to stop. There was no hotel in Guatimala. What's the use of a hotel in Guatimala? Who ever goes to Guatimala? Was the answer of a gentleman of that place to my inquiries on this subject. I had several letters of introduction, and one was to Mr. Hall, the English vice-consul, and fortunately resolved to throw myself upon his hospitality. We picked up a ragged Indian, who undertook to conduct us to his house, and under his guidance entered the city at the foot of a long straight street. My country-bred mule seemed astonished at the sight of so many houses, and would not cross the gutters, which were wide and in the middle of the street. In spurring her over, she gave a leap that, after her hard journey, made me proud of her, but she broke her bridle, and I was obliged to dismount and lead her. Augustine's poor beast was really past carrying him, and he followed on foot, whipping mine, the guide lending a hand before and behind. In this way we traversed the streets of Guatimala. Perhaps no diplomatist ever made a more unpretending entry into a capital. Our stupid Indian did not know where Mr. Hall lived. There were hardly any people in the streets to inquire of, and I was an hour hauling my mule over the gutters and grumbling at the guide before I found the house. I knocked some time without receiving any answer. At length a young man opened the shutter of a balcony window and told me that Mr. Hall was not at home. This would not serve my turn. I gave my name, and he retired, and in a few minutes the large door was unlocked, and Mr. Hall himself received me. He gave me as a reason for not opening sooner that the soldiers had mutinied that day for want of pay, and threatened to sack the city. Carrera had exerted himself in trying to pacify them, and had borrowed $50 from his, Mr. Hall's, neighbor, a French merchant. But the inhabitants were greatly alarmed, and when I knocked on his door, he was afraid that the soldiers were beginning to put their threat in execution. Mr. H. had taken down his staff, because on their last entry, when he had his flag flying, the soldiers had fired upon it, calling it a bandera de guerra. They were mostly Indians from the villages, ignorant and insolent, and a few days before he had had his hat knocked off by a sentinel because he did not raise it in passing, for which his complaint was then before the government. Note: it is due to Carrera to say that by his orders the soldier received 200 lashes. The whole city was kept in a state of awe. No one ventured out at night, and Mr. Hall wondered how I had been able to wander through the streets without being molested. All this was not very agreeable, but it could not destroy my satisfaction in reaching Guatimala. For the first time since I entered the country, I had a good bed and a pair of clean sheets. It was 2 months that day since I embarked from New York, and only one since I entered the country, but it seemed at least a year. The luxury of my rest that night still lingers in my recollections, and the morning air was the most pure and invigorating I ever breathed. Situated on the tierras templadas, or temperate regions, on a tableland 5,000 feet above the sea, the climate of Guatimala is that of perpetual spring, and the general aspect reminded me of the best class of Italian cities. It is laid out in blocks of from 300 to 400 feet square, the streets parallel and crossing each other at right angles. The houses, made to resist the action of earthquakes, are of only 1 story, but very spacious, with large doors and windows protected by iron balconies. In the centre of the city stands the plaza, a square of 150 yards on each side, paved with stone, with a colonnade on 3 sides. On one of these stands the old viceregal palace and hall of the Audiencia. On another are the cabildo and other city buildings. On the third, the custom house and palace of the ci devant Marquisate of Aycinena, and on the 4th side is the cathedral, a beautiful edifice, in the best style of modern architecture, with the archiepiscopal palace on one side and the College de Infantes on the other. In the centre is a large stone fountain, of imposing workmanship, supplied with pipes from the mountains about 2 leagues distant. and the area is used as a marketplace. The churches and convents correspond with the beauty of the plaza, and their costliness and grandeur would attract the attention of tourists in Italy or Old Spain. The foundation of the city was laid in 1776, a year memorable in our own annals, and when our ancestors thought but little of the troubles of their neighbors. At that time the old capital, 25 miles distant, shattered and destroyed by earthquakes, was abandoned by its inhabitants, and the present was built in the rich valley of Las Vacas, in a style commensurate with the dignity of a captain generalship of Spain. I have seldom been more favorably impressed with the first appearance of any city, and the only thing that pained me in a 2 hours' stroll through the streets was the sight of Carrera's ragged and insolent looking soldiers. And my first idea was, that in any city in Europe or the United States, the citizens, instead of submitting to be lorded over by such barbarians, would rise en masse and pitch them out of the gates. In the course of the morning I took possession of the house that had been occupied by Mr. DeWitt, our late charge d'affaires. If I had been favorably impressed with the external appearance of the houses, I was charmed with the interior. The entrance was by a large double door, through a passage paved with small black and white stones, into a handsome patio or courtyard paved in like manner. On the sides were broad corridors paved with square red bricks, and along the foot of the corridors were borders of flowers. In front, on the street, and adjoining the entrance, was an anteroom with one large balconied window, and next to it a sala or parlor with 2 windows. At the further end a door opened from the side into the comedor or dining room, which had a door and 2 windows opening upon the corridor. At the end of the dining room was a door leading to a sleeping room, with door and 1 window, and then another room of the same size, all with doors and windows opening upon the corridor. The building and corridor were continued across the foot of the lot. In the center were rooms for servants, and in the corners were a kitchen and stable, completely hidden from sight, and each furnished with a separate fountain. This is the plan of all the houses in Guatimala. Others are much larger. That of the Aycinena family, for instance, covered a square of 200 feet, but mine combined more beauty and comfort than any habitation I ever saw. At 2 o'clock my luggage arrived, and I was most comfortably installed in my new domicile. The sala or reception room was furnished with a large bookcase, containing rows of books with yellow bindings, which gave me twinging recollections of a law office at home. The archives of the legation had quite an imposing aspect, and over Mr. DeWitt's writing table hung another memorial of home, a facsimile of the Declaration of Independence. My first business was to make arrangements for sending a trusty escort for Mr. Catherwood, and this over, it was incumbent for me to look around for the government to which I was accredited. From the time of the conquest, Guatimala had remained in a state of profound tranquillity as a colony of Spain. The Indians submitted quietly to the authority of the whites, and all bowed to the divine right of the Romish Church. In the beginning of the present century, a few scattering rays of light penetrated to the heart of the American continent, and in 1823 the Kingdom of Guatimala, as it was then called, declared its independence of Spain, and after a short union with Mexico, constituted itself a republic under the name of the United States of Central America. By the Articles of Agreement, the Confederacy was composed of 5 states, viz., Guatimala, San Salvador, Honduras, Nicaragua, and Costa Rica. Chiapas had the privilege of entering if it should think proper, but it never did. Quetzaltenango, a district of Guatemala, was afterward erected into a separate state and added. The monster party spirit was rocked in the very cradle of their independence, and a line of demarcation was at once drawn between the aristocratic and democratic parties. The local names of these at first confused me, the former being called the Central or Servile, and the latter the Federal or Liberal or Democratic party. Substantially they were the same with our own Federal and Democratic parties. The reader will perhaps find it difficult to understand that in any country in a political sense Federal and Democratic can mean the same thing, or that when I speak of a Federalist I mean a Democrat, and to prevent confusion in referring to them hereafter, I shall call the aristocratic the Central and the Democratic the Liberal party. The former, like our own Federal party, was for consolidating and centralizing the powers of the general government, and the latter contended for the sovereignty of the states. The Central party consisted of a few leading families, which, by reason of certain privileges of monopoly for importations under the old Spanish government, assumed the tone of nobles sustained by the priests and friars and the religious feeling of the country. The latter was composed of men of intellect and energy, who threw off the yoke of the Romish Church, and in the first enthusiasm of emancipated minds tore away at once the black mantle of superstition, thrown like a funeral pall over the genius of the people. The Centralists wished to preserve the usages of the colonial system, and resisted every innovation and every attack, direct or indirect, upon the privileges of the Church and their own prejudices or interests. The Liberals, ardent and cherishing brilliant schemes of reform, aimed at an instantaneous change in popular feelings and customs, and considered every moment lost that did not establish some new theory or sweep away some old abuse. The Centralists forgot that civilization is a jealous divinity, which does not admit of partition and cannot remain stationary. The Liberals forgot that civilization requires a harmony of intelligence, of customs, and of laws. The example of the United States and of their free institutions was held up by the Liberals, and the Centralists contended that, with their ignorant and heterogeneous population, scattered over a vast territory, without facilities of communication, it was a hallucination to take our country as a model. At the third session of Congress, the parties came to an open rupture, and the deputies of San Salvador, always the most liberal state in the Confederation, withdrew. Flores, the vice-chief of the state of Guatemala, a liberal, had made himself odious to the priests and friars by laying a contribution upon the convent at Quetzaltenango, and while on a visit to that place, the friars of the convent excited the populace against him as an enemy to religion. A mob gathered before his house, with cries of "Death to the heretic." Flores fled to the church, but as he was entering the door, a mob of women seized him, wrested a stick from his hands, beat him with it, tore off his cap, and dragged him by the hair. He escaped from these furies and ran up into the pulpit. The alarm bell was sounded, and all the rabble of the town poured into the plaza. A few soldiers endeavoured to cover the entrance to the church, but were assailed with stones and clubs, and the mob, bearing down all opposition, forced its way into the church, making the roof ring with cries of "Death to the heretic." Rushing toward the pulpit, some tried to unhinge it, others to scale it, others struck at the unhappy vice chief with knives, tied to the ends of long poles, while a young fiend, with one foot on the mouldings of the pulpit and the other elevated in the air, leaned over and seized him by the hair. The curate, who was in the pulpit with him, frightened at the tempest he had assisted to raise, held up the Holy of Holies and begged the mob to spare him, promising that he should leave the city immediately. The unhappy Flores on his knees confirmed these promises, but the friars urged on the mob, who became so excited with religious frenzy that, after kneeling before the figure of the Saviour, exclaiming, "We adore thee, O Lord, we venerate thee," they rose up with the ferocious cry, "But for thy honour and glory this blasphemer, this heretic must die." They dragged him from the pulpit across the floor of the church, and in the cloisters threw him into the hands of the fanatic and furious horde, when the women, like unchained furies, with their fists, sticks, and stones, beat him to death. His murderers stripped his body, leaving it disfigured and an object of horror, exposed to the insults of the populace, and then dispersed throughout the city, demanding the heads of liberals, and crying "Viva la religion" y mueran los heregos del Congreso. About the same time religious fanaticism swept the state, and the Liberal party was crushed in Guatemala. But the state of San Salvador, from the beginning the leader in liberal principles, was prompt in its efforts of vengeance, and on the 16th of March, 1827, its army appeared within the outer gates of Guatemala, threatening the destruction of the capital. But religious fanaticism was too strong. The priests ran through the streets exhorting the people to take up arms. The friars headed mobs of women, who with drawn knives swore destruction to all who attempted to overturn their religion. And the San Salvadorians were defeated and driven back. For 2 years the parties were at open war. In 1829 the troops of San Salvador, under General Morazan, who had now become the head of the Liberal party, again marched upon Guatemala, and after 3 days' fighting entered it in triumph. All the leaders of the Central party, the Aycinenas, the Pavons, and the Peñoles, were banished or fled. The convents were broken up, the institution of friars abolished, the friars themselves put on board vessels and shipped out of the country, and the archbishop, anticipating banishment, or perhaps fearing a worse fate, sought safety in flight. In 1831 General Morazan was elected president of the Republic. At the expiration of the term he was re-elected, and for 8 years the Liberal party had the complete ascendancy. During the latter part of his term, however, there was great discontent, particularly on account of forced loans and exactions for the support of government, or, as the Centralists said, to gratify the rapacity of unscrupulous and profligate office-holders. The Church party was always on the alert. The exiles in the United States and Mexico, and on the frontier, with their eyes always fixed upon home, kept up constant communications, and fostered the growing discontents. Some of them, in a state of penury abroad, ventured to return, and these not being molested, others soon followed. At this time came on the rising of Carrera, which was at first more dreaded by the Centralists than the Liberals, but suddenly, and to their own astonishment, placed the former nominally at the head of government. In May preceding my arrival, the term of the president, senators, and deputies had expired, and no elections had been held to supply their places. The vice president, who had been elected during an unexpired term, was the only existing officer of the federal government. The states of Guatemala, Honduras, Nicaragua, and Costa Rica had declared themselves independent of the federal government. The states of San Salvador and Quetzaltenango sustained the federal government, and Morazan, as commander-in-chief of the federal forces, had defeated Ferrera and established troops in Honduras, which gave the Liberal party the actual control of 3 states. Virtually, then, the states stood 3 and 3. Where was my government? End of section 11. Section 12 of Incidents of Travel in Central America, Chiapas, and Yucatan, Volume 1, by John Lloyd Stephens. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Sue Anderson. The last Congress, before its dissolution, had recommended that panacea for political ills, a convention to amend the Constitution. The governments of England and France were represented near that of Central America by consuls general. Neither had any treaty. England could not procure one except under a surrender of all claim to the island of Roatan in the Bay of Honduras and to Belize. One had been drawn up with France, but though pressed with great earnestness by the consul general of that country, the Senate refused to ratify it. Ours was the only government that had any treaty with Central America, and up to the time of Mr. DeWitt's departure from the country, we were represented by a chargé d'affaires. The British consul general had published a circular denying the existence of the general government. The French consul was not on good terms with either party, and my arrival and the course I might take were a subject of some interest to politicians. There was but one side to politics in Guatemala. Both parties have a beautiful way of producing unanimity of opinion by driving out of the country all who do not agree with them. If there were any liberals, I did not meet them, or they did not dare to open their lips. The Central Party, only 6 months in power, and still surprised at being there, was fluttering between arrogance and fear. The old families, whose principal members had been banished or politically ostracized, and the clergy, were elated at the expulsion of the Liberal party, and their return to what they considered their natural right to rule the state. They talked of recalling the banished archbishop and friars, restoring the privileges of the church, repairing the convents, reviving the monastic institutions, and making Guatemala what it had once been, the jewel of Spanish America. One of my first visits of ceremony was to Senor Rivera Paz, the chief of the state. I was presented by Mr. Henry Savage, who had formerly acted as United States consul at Guatemala, and was the only American resident, to whom I am under many obligations for his constant attentions. The state of Guatemala, having declared its independence of the federal government, was at that time governed by a temporary body called a Constituent Assembly. On the last entry of Carrera into the city in March preceding my arrival, Salazar, the chief of state, fled, and Carrera, on horseback, knocked at the door of Senor Rivera Paz before daylight, and by his individual pleasure installed him as chief. It was a fortunate choice for the people of Guatemala. He was about 38, gentlemanly in his appearance and manners, and in all the trying positions in which he was afterward placed, exhibited more than ordinary prudence and judgment. I had been advised that it would be agreeable to the government of Guatemala for me to present my credentials to the chief of that state, and afterward to the chiefs of the other states, and that the states separately would treat of the matters for which I was accredited to the general government. The object of this was to preclude a recognition on my part of the power which was, or claimed to be, the general government. The suggestion was, of course, preposterous, but it showed the dominion of party spirit with men who knew better. Senor Rivera Paz expressed his regret at my happening to visit the country at such an unfortunate period, and assured me of the friendly disposition of that state, and that it would do all in its power to serve me. During my visit I was introduced to several of the leading members of the administration, and I left with a favourable opinion of Rivera Paz, which was never shaken in regard to him personally. In the evening, in company with Mr. Hall, I attended the last meeting of the Constituent Assembly. It was held in the old Hall of Congress. The room was large, hung with portraits of old Spaniards distinguished in the history of the country, and dimly lighted. The deputies sat on a platform at one end, elevated about 6 feet, and the president on an elevation in a large chair. 2 secretaries at a table beneath, and on the wall were the arms of the republic, the groundwork of which was 3 volcanoes, emblematic, I suppose, of the combustible state of the country. The deputies sat on each side. About 30 were present, nearly half of whom were priests, with black gowns and caps, and by the dull light the scene carried me back to the dark ages and seemed a meeting of inquisitors. The subject under discussion was a motion to revive the old law of tithes, which had been abolished by the Liberal party. The law was passed unanimously, but there was a discussion upon a motion to appropriate a small part of the proceeds for the support of hospitals for the poor. The priests took part in the discussion, and with liberal sentiments. A lay member with big black whiskers opposed it, saying that the church stood like a light in darkness, and the Marquis Aycinena, a priest and the leading member of the party, said that what was raised for God should be given to God alone. There was another discussion upon the point whether the law should operate upon cattle then in being or to be born thereafter, and finally as to the means of enforcing it. One gentleman contended that coercive measures should not be used, and with a fine burst of eloquence said that reliance might be placed upon the religious feelings of the people, and that the poorest Indian would come forward and contribute his mite. But the Assembly decided that the law should be enforced by las leyes antiguas de los Españoles, the old laws of the Spaniards, the severities of which had been one of the greatest causes of revolution in all Spanish countries. There was something horrible in this retrograde legislation. I could hardly realize that in the 19th century men of sense, and in a country through the length and breadth of which free principles were struggling for the ascendancy, would dare fasten on the people a yoke which, even in the dark ages, was too galling to be borne. The tone of debate was respectable, but calm and unimpassioned, from the entire absence of any opposition party. The Assembly purported to be a popular body, representing the voice of the people. It was a time of great excitement, and the last night of its session, and Mr. Hall and I, 4 men and 3 boys, were the only listeners. As it was not safe to be in the streets after 8 o'clock, the Assembly was adjourned, and after a short session the next morning, assembled at a state breakfast. The place of meeting was in the old library, a venerable room containing a valuable collection of rare old Spanish books and manuscripts, among which had lately been discovered the 2 missing volumes of Fuentes, and where I promised myself much satisfaction. The only guests were Mr. Hall, the French consul general, Colonel Monte Rosa, an aide of Carrera, and myself. Carrera was invited, but did not come. The table was profusely ornamented with flowers and fruits. There was very little wine drunk, no toasts, and no gaiety. There was not a gray-haired man at table. All were young, and so connected that it seemed a large family party. More than half had been in exile, and if Morazan returned to power, they would all be scattered again. I had been but 3 days in Guatimala, and already the place was dull. The clouds which hung over the political horizon weighed upon the spirits of the inhabitants, and in the evening I was obliged to shut myself up in my house alone. In the uncertainty which hung over my movements, and to avoid the trouble of housekeeping for perhaps but a few weeks, I dined and supped at the house of the senora, an interesting young widow who owned mine. Her husband had been shot in a private revolution of his own getting up, and lived nearly opposite. The first evening I remained there till 9 o'clock, but as I was crossing on my return home, a fierce "Quien vive?" (Who goes?) came booming up the street. In the dark I could not see the sentinel, and did not know the password. Fortunately, and what was very unusual, he repeated the challenge 2 or 3 times, but so fiercely that the tones of his voice went through me like a musket ball, and probably in a moment more the ball itself would have followed. But an old lady rushed out of the house I had left, and with a lantern in her hand screamed, "Patria libre!" Though silent, I was not idle, and when in a safe place thanked her from across the street, hugging close the inside of my doorway. Since Carrera's entry he had placed sentinels to preserve the peace of the city, which was very quiet before he came, and his peace officers kept it in a constant state of alarm. These sentinels were Indians, ignorant, undisciplined, and insolent, and fond of firing their muskets. They were ordered to challenge "Quien vive?" (Who goes?), "Que gente?" (What people?), "Quel regimento?" (What regiment?), and then fire. One fellow had already obeyed his orders literally, and, hurrying through the 3 questions, without waiting for answers, fired and shot a woman. The answers were "Patria libre," country free; "Paisano," countryman; and "Paz," peace. This was a subject of annoyance all the time I was in Guatimala. The streets were not lighted, and hearing the challenge, sometimes at a distance of a square, in a ferocious voice, without being able to see the sentinel, I always imagined him with his musket at his shoulder, peering through the darkness to take aim. I felt less safe by reason of my foreign pronunciation, but I never met anyone, native or stranger, who was not nervous when within reach of the sentinel's challenge, or who would not go 2 squares out of the way to avoid it. Chapter 10. Hacienda of Narengo. Lassoing. Diplomatic correspondence. Formulas. Feet of La Concepcion. Taking the black veil. A countrywoman. Renouncing the world. Fireworks, etc. Procession in honor of the Virgin. Another exhibition of fireworks. A fiery bull. Insolent soldiery. The next day, in company with Mr. Savage, I rode to Narengo, a small hacienda of the Aycinena family, about 7 miles from the city. Beyond the walls all was beautiful, and in the palmy days of Guatimala the Aycinenas rolled to the Narengo in an enormous carriage, full of carving and gilding, in the style of the grandees of Spain, which now stands in the courtyard of the family house as a memorial of better days. We entered by a large gate into a road upon their land, undulating and ornamented with trees, and by a large artificial lake made by damming up several streams. We rode around the borders of the lake and entered a large cattle yard, in the centre of which, on the side of a declivity, stood the house, a strong stone structure, with a broad piazza in front, and commanding a beautiful view of the volcanoes of the Antigua. The hacienda was only valuable from its vicinity to Guatimala, being what would be called at home a country seat, and contained only 7,000 acres of land, about 70 mules, and 700 head of cattle. It was the season for marking and numbering the cattle, and two of the senores Aycinena were at the hacienda to superintend the operations. The cattle had been caught and brought in, but as I had never seen the process of lassoing, after dinner 100 head, which had been kept up 2 days without food, were let loose into a field 2 or 3 miles in circumference. 8 men were mounted, with iron spurs an inch long on their naked heels, and each with a lasso in hand, which consisted of an entire cow's hide cut into a single cord about 20 yards long. One end was fastened to the horse's tail, which was first wrapped in leaves to prevent its being lacerated, and the rest was wound into a coil and held by the rider in his right hand, resting on the pommel of the saddle. The cattle had all dispersed. We placed ourselves on an elevation commanding a partial view of the field, and the riders scattered in search of them. In a little while 30 or 40 rushed past, followed by the riders at full speed, and very soon were out of sight. We must either lose the sport or follow, and in one of the doublings, taking particularly good care to avoid the throng of furious cattle and headlong riders, I drew up to the side of 2 men who were chasing a single ox, and followed over hill, through bush, brush, and underwood. One rider threw his lasso beautifully over the horns of the ox, and then turned his horse, while the ox bounded to the length of the lasso, and without shaking horse or rider pitched headlong to the ground. At this moment a herd swept by, with the whole company in full pursuit. A large yellow ox separated from the rest, and all followed him. For a mile he kept ahead, doubled and dodged, but the horsemen crowded him down toward the lake, and after an ineffectual attempt to bolt, he rushed into the water. 2 horsemen followed and drove him out, and gave him a start, but in a few moments the lasso whizzed over his head, and while horse and rider stood like marble, the ox again came with a plunge to the ground. The riders scattered, and one horse and rider rolled over in such a way that I thought every bone in his body was broken. But the sport was so exciting that I, who at the beginning was particularly careful to keep out of harm's way, felt very much disposed to have my own horse's tail tied up and take a lasso in my hand. The effect of the sport was heightened by the beauty of the scene, with the great volcanoes of Agua and Fuego towering above us, and, toward evening, throwing a deep shade over the plain. It was nearly dark when we returned to the house. With that refinement of politeness which I believe is exclusively Spanish, the gentleman escorted us some distance on our road. At dark we reached Guatimala, and to our great satisfaction learned at the gate that the soldiers were confined to the barracks. The news of my arrest and imprisonment, with great exaggeration of circumstance, had reached Guatimala before me, and I was advised that the state government intended making me a communication on the subject. I waited several days, and not receiving any, made a formal complaint, setting forth the facts, and concluding that I did not attempt to suggest what ought to be done, but felt satisfied that the government would do what was consistent with its own honour and the rights of a friendly nation. In a few days I received an answer from the Secretary of State, conveying the regrets of the President for the occurrence, and stating that, before receiving my note, the government had taken the measures which it deemed proper in the premises. As this was very indefinite, and as I bore considerable anger against the parties, and moreover, as I had heard out of doors something about these measures, and considered it necessary, for the protection of Americans who were or might be in that country, not to suffer an outrage that had become notorious to be treated lightly, I addressed a further note to the Secretary, asking specifically whether the officer and alcalde referred to had been punished, and if so, in what way. To this I received for answer that, in the circumstances in which the country was placed, by means of an extraordinary popular revolution, and the distrust prevailing in the frontier villages, the local authorities were more suspicious than usual in the matter of passports, and that the outrage, el atropellamento, which I had suffered, had its origin in the orders of a military officer, un oficial militar, who suspected that I and my companions were "enemies," and that General Cascara, as soon as he was informed of the circumstances, had removed him from his command. The reply went on to say that the government, much to its regret, from the difficult circumstances in which the country was placed, had not the power to give that security to travellers which it desired, but would issue preventive orders to the local authorities to secure me in my further travels. I had understood that General Cascara had removed the officer, but the intelligence was hardly received in Guatimala before Carrera ordered him to be restored, and I afterwards saw in a San Salvador paper that he had threatened to shoot General Cascara if his degradation was not revoked. In further communications with the Secretary and the Chief of the State, they confessed their inability to do anything, and being satisfied that they desired it even more than myself, I did not consider it worth while to press the subject, as indeed, in strictness, I had no right to call upon the state government. The general government had not the least particle of power in the state, and I mention the circumstance to show the utter feebleness of the administration and the wretched condition of the country generally. It troubled me on one account, as it showed the difficulty and danger of prosecuting the travels I had contemplated. From the moment of my arrival I was struck with the devout character of the city of Guatimala. At matins and vespers the churches were all open, and the people, particularly the women, went regularly to prayers. Every house had its figure of the Virgin, the Saviour, or some tutelary saint, and on the doors were billets of paper with prayers, La verdadera sangre de Cristo, nuestro Redentor, que solo representada en Egipto libró a los israelitas de un brazo fuerte y poderoso. Líbrenos de la peste, guerra y muerte repentina. Amen. The true blood of Christ our Redeemer, which alone, exhibited in Egypt, freed the Israelites from a strong and powerful arm, deliver us from pestilence, war, and sudden death. Amen. O Maria, concebida sin pecado, rogad por nosotros que recurrimos a vos. O Virgin, conceived without sin, pray for us that we may have recourse to thee. Ave Maria, gracia plena, y la Santísima Trinidad nos favorezca. Hail Mary, full of grace, and may the Holy Spirit favor us. El dulce nombre de Jesús sea con nosotros. Amen. On the first Sunday after my arrival was celebrated the fete of La Concepcion, a feat always honored in the observances of the Catholic Church, and this day more important from the circumstance that a probationer in the convent of La Concepcion intended to take the black veil. At break of day the church bells rang throughout the city, cannon were fired in the plaza, and rockets and fireworks set off at the corners of the streets. At 9 o'clock crowds of people were hurrying to the church of La Concepcion. Before the door, and extending across the streets, were arches decorated with evergreens and flowers. The broad steps of the church were strewed with pine leaves, and on platforms were men firing rockets. The church was one of the handsomest in Guatimala, rich with gold and silver ornaments, pictures and figures of saints, and adorned with arches and flowers. The Padre Aycinena, the vice president of the state and the leading member of the Constituent Assembly, was the preacher of the day, and his high reputation attracted a large concourse of people. The pulpit was at one end of the church, and the great mass of the people were anxious to hear the sermon. This left the other end comparatively vacant, and I placed myself on a step of the nearest altar, directly in front of the grating of the convent. At the close of the sermon there was a discharge of rockets and crackers from the steps of the church, the smoke of which clouded the interior, and the smell of powder was stronger than that of the burning incense. The floor was strewed with pine leaves and covered with kneeling women, with black mantas drawn close over the top of the head and held together under the chin. I never saw a more beautiful spectacle than these rows of kneeling women, with faces pure and lofty in expression, lighted up by the enthusiasm of religion, and among them, fairer than most and lovely as any, was one from my own land, not more than 22, married to a gentleman belonging to one of the first families of Guatimala, once an exile in the United States. In a new land and among a new people, she had embraced a new faith, and with the enthusiasm of a youthful convert, no lady in Guatimala was more devout, more regular at mass, or more strict in all the discipline of the Catholic Church than the Sister Susanna. After the fireworks there was a long ceremony at the altar, and then a general rush toward the other extremity of the church. The convent was directly adjoining, and in the partition wall, about 6 feet from the floor, was a high iron grating, and about 4 feet beyond it another, at which the nuns attended the services of the church. Above the iron grating was a wooden one, and from this, in a few minutes, issued a low strain of wild Indian music, and presently a figure in white, with a long white veil and a candle in her right hand, and both arms extended, walked slowly to within a few feet of the grating, and then as slowly retired. Presently the same low note issued from the grating below, and we saw advancing a procession of white nuns with long white veils, each holding in her hand a long lighted candle. The music ceased, and a chant arose, so low that it required intent listening to catch the sound. Advancing two and two with this low chant to within a few feet of the grating, the sisters turned off different ways. At the end of the procession were two black nuns, leading between them the probationer, dressed in white, with a white veil and a wreath of roses round her head. The white nuns arranged themselves on each side, their chant ceased, and the voice of the probationer was heard alone, but so faint that it seemed the breathing of a spirit of air. The white nuns strewed flowers before her, and she advanced between the two black ones. 3 times she stopped and kneeled, continuing the same low chant, and the last time the white nuns gathered around her, strewing flowers upon her head and in her path. Slowly they led her to the back part of the chapel, and all kneeled before the altar. At this time a strain of music was heard at the other end of the church, a way was cleared through the crowd, and a procession advanced, consisting of the principal priests, clothed in their richest robes, and headed by the venerable provesor, an octogenarian with white hair and tottering on the verge of the grave, as remarkable for the piety of his life as for his venerable appearance. A layman bore on a rich frame a gold crown and sceptre studded with jewels. The procession advanced to a small door on the right of the grating, and the two black nuns and the probationer appeared in the doorway. Some words passed between her and the provesor, which I understood to be an examination by him whether her proposed abandonment of the world was voluntary or not. This over, the provesor removed the wreath of roses and the white veil, and put on her head the crown, and in her hand the sceptre. The music sounded loud notes of triumph, and in a few moments she reappeared at the grating with the crown and sceptre, and a dress sparkling with jewels. The sisters embraced her, and again threw roses upon her. It seemed horrible to heap upon her the pomp and pleasures of the world at the moment when she was about to bid farewell to them forever. Again she kneeled before the altar, and when she rose the jewels and precious stones, the rich ornaments with which she was decorated, were taken from her, and she returned to the bishop, who took away the crown and the sceptre, and put on her head the black veil. Again she appeared before the grating. The last, the fatal step was not yet taken. The black veil was not drawn. Again the nuns pressed round, and this time they almost devoured her with kisses. I knew nothing of her story. I had not heard that the ceremony was to take place till late in the evening before, and I had made up my mind that she was old and ugly. But she was not, nor was she faded and worn with sorrow, the picture of a broken heart, nor yet a young and beautiful enthusiast. She was not more than 23, and had one of those good faces which, without setting men wild by their beauty, bear the impress of a nature well qualified for the performance of all duties belonging to daughter and wife and mother, speaking the kindliness and warmth of a woman's heart. It was pale, and she seemed conscious of the important step and the solemn vows she was taking, and to have no pangs. And yet, who can read what is passing in the human breast? She returned to the provesor, who drew over her face a black veil, and music rose in bursts of rejoicing that one who was given to the world to take a share in its burdens had withdrawn herself from it. Immediately commenced the hum of restrained voices, and working my way through the crowd, I joined a party of ladies, one of whom was my fair countrywoman. She was from a small country town in Pennsylvania, and the romance of her feelings toward convents and nuns had not yet worn off. On Carrera's first invasion she had taken refuge in the convent of La Concepcion, and spoke with enthusiasm of the purity and piety of the nuns, describing some as surpassing in all the attributes of woman. She knew particularly the one who had just taken the veil, and told me that in a few days she would appear at the grating of the convent to embrace her friends and bid them farewell, and promised to take me and procure me a share in the distribution. During this time rockets were fired from the steps, and in the street immediately in front was a frame of fireworks 30 feet high, which the whole crowd waited on the steps and in the street to see set off. Everybody spoke of the absurdity of such an exhibition by daylight, but they said it was the custom. The piece was complicated in its structure, and in the center was a large box. There was a whizzing of wheels, a great smoke, and occasionally a red flash, and as the extremities burned out, for the finale with a smart cracking, the box flew open, and when the smoke cleared away, discovered the figure of a little black nun, at which all laughed and went away. End of section 12. Section 13 of Incidents of Travel in Central America, Chiapas, and Yucatan by John Lloyd Stephens. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Sue Anderson. In the afternoon was the procession in honor of the Virgin. Although Guatemala was dull, and by the convulsions of the times debarred all kinds of gaiety, religious processions went on as usual, and it would have been an evidence of an expiring state to neglect them. All the streets through which the procession was to pass were strewed with pine leaves, and crossing them were arches decorated with evergreens and flowers. The long balconied windows were ornamented with curtains of crimson silk and flags with fanciful devices. At the corners of the streets were altars under arbors of evergreens as high as the tops of the houses, adorned with pictures and silver ornaments from the churches, and the whole covered with flowers. Rich as the whole of Central America is in natural productions, the valley of Guatemala is distinguished for the beauty and variety of its flowers, and for one day the fields were stripped of their clothing to beautify the city. I have seen great fetes in Europe, got up with lavish expenditure of money, but never anything so simply beautiful. My stroll through the streets before the procession was the most interesting part of the day. All the inhabitants in their best dresses were there. The men standing at the corners, and the women in black mantillas seated in long rows on each side, the flags and curtains in the balconied windows, the green of the streets, the profusion of flowers, the vistas through the arches, and the simplicity of manners which permitted the ladies of the first class to mingle freely in the crowd and sit along the street, formed a picture of beauty that even now relieves the stamp of dullness with which Guatemala is impressed upon my mind. The procession for which all these beautiful preparations were made opened with a single Indian, old, wrinkled, dirty, and ragged, bareheaded, and staggering under the load of an enormous bass drum, which he carried on his back, seeming as old as the conquest, with every cord and the head on one side broken. Another Indian followed in the same ragged costume, with one ponderous drumstick, from time to time striking the old drum. Then came an Indian with a large whistle, corresponding in venerableness of aspect with the drum, on which from time to time he gave a fierce blast, and looked around with a comical air of satisfaction for applause. Next followed a little boy about 10 years old, wearing a cocked hat, boots above his knees, a drawn sword, and the mask of a hideous African. He was marshalling 20 or 30 persons, not inaptly called the devils, all wearing grotesque and hideous masks, and ragged, fantastic dresses, some with reed whistles, some knocking sticks together, and the principal actors were 2 pseudo-women, with broad-brimmed European hats, frocks high in the necks, waists across the breast, large boots, and each with an old guitar, waltzing and dancing an occasional fandango. How it happened that these devils, who of course excited laughter in the crowd, came to form part of a religious procession, I could not learn. The boys followed them just as they do the military with us on a 4th of July, and in fact, with the Guatemala boys, there is no good procession without good devils. Next, and in striking contrast, came 4 beautiful boys, 6 or 8 years old, dressed in white frocks and pantalettes, with white gauze veils over wreaths of roses, perfect emblems of purity. Then 4 young priests, bearing golden candlesticks with wax candles lighted. Then 4 Indians, carrying on their shoulders the figure of an angel larger than life, with expanded wings made of gauze, puffed out like a cloud, and intended to appear to float in air, but dressed more after the fashion of this world, with the frock rather short, and the suspenders of the stockings of pink ribbon. Then, borne as before on the shoulders of Indians, larger than life, the figure of Judith, with a drawn sword in one hand, and in the other the gory head of Holofernes. Then another angel, with a cloud of silk over her head, and then the great object of veneration, La Virgen de la Concepcion, on a low hand-barrow, richly decorated with gold and silver and a profusion of flowers, and protected by a rich silken canopy, upborne on the ends by 4 gilded poles. Priests followed in their costly dresses, one under a silken canopy, holding up the host, before the imaginary splendor of which all fell on their knees. The whole concluded with a worse set of devils than those which led the procession, being about 500 of Carrera's soldiers, dirty and ragged, with fanaticism added to their usual expression of ferocity, and carrying their muskets without any order, the officers dressed in any costume they could command, a few with black hat and silver or gold band, like footmen, carried their heads very high. Many were lame from gunshot wounds, badly cured, and a gentleman who was with me pointed out several who were known to have committed assassinations and murders, for which, in a country that had any government, they would have been hung. The city was at their mercy, and Carrera was the only man living who had any control over them. At the head of the street the procession filed off in the cross streets, and the figure of the Virgin was taken from its place and set up on the altar. The priests kneeled before it and prayed, and the whole crowd fell on their knees. I was at the corner near the altar, which commanded a view of 4 streets, and, rising a little on one knee, saw in all the streets a dense mass of kneeling figures, rich men and beggars, lovely women and stupid-looking Indians, fluttering banners and curtains in balconied windows, and the figures of angels in their light gauze drapery seeming to float in air, while the loud chant of the crowd, swollen by the deep chorus of the soldiers' voices, produced a scene of mingled beauty and deformity, at once captivating and repulsive. This over, all rose. The Virgin was replaced on her throne, and the procession again moved. At the next altar I turned aside and went to the square in front of the Church of San Francisco, the place fixed for the grand finale of the honors to the Virgin, the exhibition of fireworks. At dark the procession entered the foot of a street leading to the square. It approached with a loud chant, and at a distance nothing was visible but a long train of burning candles, making the street light as day. The devils were still at its head, and its arrival in the square was announced by a discharge of rockets. In a few minutes the first piece of fireworks was set off from the balustrade of the church. The figures on the roof were lighted by the glare, and, though not built expressly for that purpose, the church answered exceedingly well for the exhibition. The next piece was on the ground of the square, a national one, and as much a favorite in the exhibition of fireworks as the devils in a religious procession, called the toros, or bull, being a frame covered with pasteboard in the form of a bull, covered on the outside with fireworks. Into this figure a man thrust his head and shoulders, and, with nothing but his legs visible, rushed into the thickest of the crowd, scattering on all sides streams of fire. I was standing with a party of ladies and several members of the Constituent Assembly, the latter of whom were speaking of an invasion of troops from Quezaltenango, and the sally of Carrera to repel them. As the toros came at us, we retreated till we could go no further. The ladies screamed, and we bravely turned our backs, and, holding down our heads, sheltered them from the shower of fire. All said it was dangerous, but it was the custom. There was more cheerfulness and gaiety than I had yet seen in Guatimala, and I felt sorry when the exhibition was over. All day I had felt particularly the influence of the beautiful climate. The mere breathing of the air was a luxury, and the evening was worthy of such a day. The moonbeams were lighting up the facade of the venerable church, and showing in sadness a rent made by an earthquake from top to bottom. As we walked home, the streets were lighted with a brilliancy almost unearthly, and the ladies, proud of their moonlight, almost persuaded me that it was a land to love. Continuing on our way, we passed a guardhouse, where a group of soldiers were lying at full length so as to make everybody pass off the walk and go round them. Perhaps 3,000 or 4,000 people, a large portion ladies, were turned off. All felt the insolence of these fellows, and I have no doubt some felt a strong disposition to kick them out of the way. But though young men enough passed to drive the whole troop out of the city, no complaint was made, and no notice whatever taken of it. In one of the corridors of the plaza another soldier lay on his back crosswise, with his musket by his side, and muttering to everybody that passed, "Tread on me if you dare, and you'll see," and we all took good care not to tread on him. I returned to my house to pass the evening in solitude, and it was melancholy to reflect that, with the elements of so much happiness, Guatimala was made so miserable. Chapter 11. The Provesor. News of the day, how published in Guatimala. Visit to the convent of La Concepcion. The farewell of the nun. Carrera. Sketch of his life. The cholera. Insurrections. Carrera heads the insurgents. His appearance in Guatimala. Capture of the city. Carrera triumphant. Arrival of Morazan. Hostilities. Pursuit of Carrera. His defeat. He is again uppermost. Interview with Carrera. His character. The next 3 or 4 days I passed in receiving and paying visits, and in making myself acquainted with the condition of the country. Among the most interesting visitors was the venerable Provesor, since banishment of the Archbishop, the head of the church, who, by a late bull of the Pope, had been appointed bishop, but, owing to the troubled times, had not yet been ordained. A friend in Baltimore had procured for me a letter from the Archbishop in that city, to whom I here acknowledge my obligations, recommending me to all his brother ecclesiastics in Central America. The venerable Provesor received this letter as from a brother in the church, and upon the strength of it, afterward, when I set out for Palenque, gave me a letter of recommendation to all the curas under his charge. During the day my time passed agreeably enough, but the evenings, in which I was obliged to keep within doors, were long and lonely. My house was so near the plaza that I could hear the sentinel's challenge, and from time to time the report of a musket. These reports, in the stillness of night, were always startling. For some time I did not know the cause, but at length learned that cows and mules straggled about the city, which, heard moving at a distance, and not answering the challenge, were fired upon without ceremony. There was but one paper in Guatimala, and that a weekly, and a mere chronicler of decrees and political movements. City news was passed by word of mouth. Every morning everybody asked his neighbor what was the news. One day it was that an old deaf woman, who could not hear the sentinel's challenge, had been shot. Another, that Asturias, a rich old citizen, had been stabbed. And another morning the report circulated that 33 nuns in the convent of Santa Teresa had been poisoned. This was a subject of excitement for several days, when the nuns all recovered, and it was ascertained that they had suffered from the unsentimental circumstance of eating food that did not agree with them. On Friday, in company with my fair countrywoman, I visited the convent of La Concepcion for the purpose of embracing a nun, or rather the nun, who had taken the black veil. The room adjoining the parlatoria of the convent was crowded, and she was standing in the doorway with the crown on her head and a doll in her hand. It was the last time her friends could see her face, but this puerile exhibition of the doll detracted from the sentiment. It was an occasion that addressed itself particularly to ladies. Some wondered that one so young should abandon a world to them beaming with bright and beautiful prospects. Others, with whom the dreams of life had passed, looked upon her retirement as the part of wisdom. They embraced her and retired to make room for others. Before our turn came, there was an eruption of those objects of my detestation, the eternal soldiers, who, leaving their muskets at the door, forced their way through the crowd, and, presenting themselves, though respectfully, for an embrace, retired. By her side was a black nun, with a veil so thick that not a lineament of her face could be seen, whom my countrywoman had known during her seclusion in the convent, and described as young, of exceeding beauty and loveliness, and around whom she threw a charm which almost awakened a spirit of romance. I would have made some sacrifice for one glimpse of her face. At length our turn came. My fair companion embraced her, and after many farewell words recommended me as her countryman. I never had much practice in embracing nuns. In fact, it was the first time I ever attempted such a thing, but it came as natural as if I had been brought up to it. My right arm encircled her neck, her right arm mine. I rested my head upon her shoulder, and she hers upon mine, but a friend's grandmother never received a more respectful embrace. Stolen joys are always dearest. There were too many looking on. The grating closed, and the face of the nun will never be seen again. That afternoon Carrera returned to the city. I was extremely desirous to know him, and made an arrangement with Mr. Pavon to call upon him the next day. At 10 o'clock the next morning Mr. Pavon called for me. I was advised that this formidable chief was taken by external show, and put on the diplomatic coat, with a great profusion of buttons, which had produced such an effect at Copan, and which, by the way, owing to the abominable state of the country, I never had an opportunity of wearing afterward, and the cost of which was a dead loss. Carrera was living in a small house in a retired street. Sentinels were at the door, and 8 or 10 soldiers, basking in the sun outside, part of a bodyguard, who had been fitted out with red bombazet jackets and tartan-plaid caps, and made a much better appearance than any of the soldiers I had before seen. Along the corridor was a row of muskets, bright and in good order. We entered a small room adjoining the sala, and saw Carrera sitting at a table counting money. Ever since my arrival in the country, this name of terror had been ringing in my ears. Mr. Montgomery, to whom I have before referred, and who arrived in Central America about a year before me, says, "An insurrection, I was told, had taken place among the Indians, who, under the directions of a man called Carrera, were ravaging the country and committing all kinds of excesses. Along the coast and in some of the departments tranquillity had not been disturbed, but in the interior there was no safety for the traveller, and every avenue to the capital was beset by parties of brigands, who showed no mercy to their victims, especially if they were foreigners." And in referring to the posture of affairs at his departure, he adds, "It is probable, however, that while this is being written, the active measures of General Morazan for putting down the insurrection have been successful, and that the career of this rebel hero has been brought to a close." But the career of the rebel hero was not brought to a close. The man called Carrera was now absolute master of Guatimala, and if I am not deceived, he is destined to become more conspicuous than any other leader who has yet risen in the convulsions of Spanish America. He is a native of one of the wards of Guatimala. His friends, in compliment, call him a mulatto. I, for the same reason, call him an Indian, considering that the better blood of the two. In 1829 he was a drummer boy in Colonel Aycinena's regiment. When the Liberal or Democratic party prevailed, and General Morazan entered the city, Carrera broke his drum and retired to the village of Matasquintla. Here he entered into business as a pig driver, and for several years continued in this respectable occupation, probably as free as one of his own pigs from any dreams of future greatness. The excesses of political parties, severe exactions for the support of government, encroachments upon the property of the church, and innovations, particularly the introduction of the Livingston Code, establishing trial by jury and making marriage a civil contract, created discontent throughout the country. The last gave great offense to the clergy, who exercised an unbounded influence over the minds of the Indians. In 1837, the cholera, which in its destructive march over the habitable world had hitherto spared this portion of the American continent, made its terrible appearance, and besides strewing it with dead, proved the immediate cause of political convulsions. The priests persuaded the Indians that the foreigners had poisoned the waters. Galvez, who was at that time the chief of the state, sent medicines into all the villages, which, being ignorantly administered, sometimes produced fatal consequences, and the priests, always opposed to the Liberal party, persuaded the Indians that the government was endeavoring to poison and destroy their race. The Indians became excited all over the country, and in Matasquintla they rose in mass, with Carrera at their head, crying "Viva la religión y muerte a los extranjeros." The first blow was struck by murdering the judges appointed under the Livingston Code. Galvez sent a commission, with detachments of cavalry and a white flag, to hear the complaints, but while conferring with the insurgents they were surrounded and almost all of them cut to pieces. The number of the disaffected increased to more than 1,000, and Galvez sent against them 600 troops, who routed them, plundered and burned their villages, and, among other excesses, the last outrage was perpetrated upon Carrera's wife. Roused to fury by this personal wrong, he joined with several chiefs of villages, vowing never to lay down his arms while an officer of Morazan remained in the state. With a few infuriated followers, he went from village to village, killing the judges and government officers, when pursued, escaping to the mountains, begging tortillas at the haciendas for his men, and sparing and protecting all who assisted him. At this time he could neither read nor write, but urged on and assisted by some priests, particularly one Padre Lobo, a notorious profligate, he issued a proclamation having his name stamped at the foot of it, against strangers and the government for attempting to poison the Indians, demanding the destruction of all foreigners excepting the Spaniards, the abolition of the Livingston Code, a recall of the archbishop and friars, the expulsion of heretics, and a restoration of the privileges of the church and old usages and customs. His fame spread as a highwayman and murderer. The roads about Guatimala were unsafe. All travelling was broken up. The merchants were thrown into consternation by intelligence that the whole of the goods sent to the fair at Esquipulas had fallen into his hands, which, however, proved untrue, and very soon he became so strong that he attacked villages and even towns. The reader will bear in mind that this was in the state of Guatimala. The Liberal party was dominant, but at this critical moment a fatal division took place among its members. Barrundia, a leading member, disappointed of a high office for a profligate relative, deserted the administration and appeared in the Assembly at the head of the opposition. Party distraction and the rising of Carrera stirred up all who were dissatisfied with the government, and the citizens of the Antigua, about 25 miles distant, sent in a petition for a decree of amnesty for political offences, allowing exiles to return, and a redress of other grievances. A deputation of the Assembly was sent to confer with them, which returned unsuccessful, and the Antiguans threatened to march against Guatimala. On Sunday, the 20th of February, 1838, proclamations of the Antiguanos were found strewed in the streets, and there was a general alarm that the Antiguanos were on their march to attack the city. The troops of the general government, less than 500 in number, and the militia were mustered, cannon placed at the corners of the square and sentinels in the streets, and General Prem published a bando calling upon all citizens to take up arms. Galvez, the chief of the state, mounted his horse and rode through the streets, endeavouring to rouse the citizens, and giving out that Morazan was on his march and had defeated 300 of Carrera's gang. On Monday all business was suspended. Galvez, in great perplexity, reinstated some officers who had been dismissed, and appointed Mejia, a Spaniard, lieutenant colonel, which gave such disgust that Prem and all the officers sent in their resignations. Galvez begged and implored them to continue, reconciling himself to each individually, and at length, on his revoking the commission of Mejia, they consented. At 2 o'clock it was rumoured that Carrera had joined the Antiguanos. Prem published a decree that all males from 14 to 60, except priests and persons labouring under physical imbecility, should take up arms. At 9 o'clock at night there was an alarm that a party of Carrera's gang was at the Aicituna. The square was garrisoned, and sentinels and cannons placed at the corners of the streets. To add to the excitement, during the night the Provesor died, and news was received that the Livingston Code had been publicly burned at Chiquimula, and that the town had declared against Galvez. On Wednesday morning, fosses were commenced at the corners of the public square, but on Thursday the Marquis of Aycinena, the leader of the Central Party, by a conference with the divided Liberals, succeeded in inducing a majority of deputies to sign a convention of amnesty, which gave general satisfaction, and the next day the city was perfectly quiet. At midday this calm proved the forerunner of a dreadful storm. the troops of the Federal Government, the only reliable force, revolted, and with bayonets fixed, colors flying, and cannon in front, left the barracks and marched into the plaza. They refused to ratify the convention by which, it was represented to them, Galvez was to be deposed, and Valenzuela, the vice chief and a tool of Barrundia, appointed in his stead. They refused to serve under any of the opposition, and said they could give protection and had no occasion to ask it. Deputies were cited to attend a meeting of the Assembly, but they were afraid to convene. The officers had a conference with the soldiers, and Merino, a sergeant, drew up a document requiring the President Morazan to be sent for, and Galvez to remain chief until his arrival. This was assented to. Deputies were sent requesting Morazan to come to Guatemala, and also to the Antigua, to explain the circumstances of violating the convention, but they were unsuccessful, and the same night the alarm bell announced the approach of 800 men to attack the city. The militia were called to arms, but only 40 appeared. At 5:30 Galvez formed the government troops, and, accompanied by Prem, marched from the plaza to meet the rebels, but before he reached the gate a conspiracy broke out among the troops, and with the cry, "Viva el General Merino y muera el Jefe del Estado, que nos ha vendido, fuego, muchachos!" "Live General Merino, and die the chief of the state who has sold us! Fire, boys!" The infantry fired upon the Etat Major. A ball passed through Prem's hat. Galvez was thrown from his horse, but escaped, and took refuge behind the altar of the Church of La Concepcion. Yanes succeeded in dispersing the troops with his cavalry, and returned to the square, leaving 15 dead in the street. Merino, with about 120 men, took possession of the small field piece of the battalion, and stationed himself in the square of Guadalupe. Parties of the dispersed troops remained out all night, firing their muskets and keeping the city in a state of alarm, but Yanes saved it from plunder by patrolling with his cavalry. In the morning Merino asked permission to march into the plaza. His number had increased by the return of straggling parties, and on forming in the plaza, he and 3 or 4 of the ringleaders were ordered to leave the ranks and sent to prison in the convent of San Domingo, where on Monday afternoon he was tied to a stake in his cell and shot. His grave at the foot of the stake, and blood spattered on the wall, were among the curiosities shown to me in Guatemala. On Sunday morning the bells again sounded the alarm. The rebels were at the old gate, and commissioners were sent out to treat with them. They demanded an evacuation of the plaza by the soldiers, but the soldiers answered indignantly that the rebels might come and take the square. Prem softened this into an answer that they could not surrender to rebels, and at about 12:30 at night the attack commenced. The rebels scattered in the suburbs, wasting powder and bullets, and in the morning Yanes, with 70 cavalry, made a sally, and, routing 300 of them, returned into the plaza with lances reeking with blood. Probably, if he had been seconded by the citizens, he would have driven them all back to the Antigua. On Wednesday, Carrera joined the rebels. He had sent his emissaries to the villages, rousing the Indians and promising them the plunder of Guatemala. And on Thursday, with a tumultuous mass of half-naked savages, men, women, and children, estimated at 10,000 or 12,000, presented himself at the gate of the city. The Antiguanos themselves were struck with consternation, and the citizens of Guatemala were thrown into a state bordering on distraction. Commissioners were again sent out to treat with him, from whom he demanded the deposition of Galvez, the chief of the state, the evacuation of the plaza by the Federal troops, and a free passage into the city. Probably, even at this time, if the Federal troops had been supported by the citizens, they could have resisted the entry. But the consternation and the fear of exasperating the rebellious hordes were so great that nothing was thought of but submission. The Assembly met in terror and distraction, and the result was an assent to all that was demanded. At 5 o'clock the small band of government troops evacuated the plaza. The infantry, amounting to 300, marched out by the Calle Real, or Royal Street. The cavalry, 70 in number, exclusive of officers, on their march through another street, met an aide-de-camp of Carrera, who ordered them to lay down their arms. Yanez answered that he must first see his general, but the dragoons, suspecting some treachery on the part of Valenzuela, became panic-struck and fled. Yanez, with 35 men, galloped through the city and escaped by the road to Mixco. The rest rushed back into the plaza, threw down their lances in disgust, dismounted, and disappeared, when not a single man was left under arms. In the meantime, Carrera's hordes were advancing. The commandant of the Antiguans asked him if he had his masses divided into squares or companies. He answered, "No entiendo nada de eso, todo es uno." "I don't understand anything of that. It is all the same." Among his leaders were Monreal and other known outlaws, criminals, robbers, and murderers. He himself was on horseback, with a green bush in his hat, and hung round with pieces of dirty cotton cloth covered with pictures of the saints. A gentleman who saw them from the roof of his house, and who was familiar with all the scenes of terror which had taken place in that unhappy city, told me that he never felt such consternation and horror as when he saw the entry of this immense mass of barbarians, choking up the streets, all with green bushes in their hats, seeming at a distance like a moving forest, armed with rusty muskets, old pistols, fowling pieces, some with locks and some without, sticks formed into the shape of muskets, with tin plate locks, clubs, machetes, and knives tied to the ends of long poles, and swelling the multitude were 2,000 or 3,000 women, with sacks and alforgas for carrying away the plunder. Many who had never left their villages before looked wild at the sight of the houses and churches and the magnificence of the city. They entered the plaza, vociferating "Viva la religion y muerte a los extranjeros." Carrera himself, amazed at the immense ball he had set in motion, was so embarrassed that he could not guide his horse. He afterwards said that he was frightened at the difficulty of controlling this huge and disorderly mass. The traitor Barundia, the leader of the opposition, the Cataline of this rebellion, rode by his side on his entry into the plaza. End of section 13. Section 14 of Incidents of Travel in Central America, Chiapas, and Yucatan, Volume 1, by John Lloyd Stephens. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Sue Anderson. At sundown, the whole multitude set up the Salve, or hymn to the Virgin. The swell of human voices filled the air, and made the hearts of the inhabitants quake with fear. Carrera entered the cathedral. The Indians, in mute astonishment at its magnificence, thronged in after him, and set up around the beautiful altar the uncouth images of their village saints. Monreal broke into the house of General Prem, and seized a uniform coat, richly embroidered with gold, into which Carrera slipped his arms, still wearing his straw hat with its green bush. A watch was brought him, but he did not know the use of it. Probably since the invasion of Rome by Alaric and the Goths, no civilized city was ever visited by such an inundation of barbarians. And Carrera alone had power to control the wild elements around him. As soon as possible some of the authorities sought him out, and in the most abject terms begged him to state on what conditions he would evacuate the city. He demanded the deposition of Galvez, the chief of the state, all the money and all the arms the government could command. The priests were the only people who had any influence with him, and words cannot convey any idea of the awful state of suspense which the city suffered, dreading every moment to hear the signal given for general pillage and massacre. The inhabitants shut themselves up in their houses, which, being of stone, with iron balconies to the windows, and doors several inches thick, resisted the assaults of straggling parties. But atrocities more than enough were committed, as it seemed, preliminary to a general sacking. The vice president of the republic was murdered, the house of Flores, a deputy, sacked, his mother knocked down by a villain with the butt of a musket, and one of his daughters shot in the arm with 2 balls. The house of Messrs. Klee, Skinner and Company, the principal foreign merchants in Guatimala, which was reported to contain ammunition and arms, was several times attacked with great ferocity. Having strong balconied windows, and the door being secured by bales of merchandise piled up within, it resisted the assaults of an undisciplined mob, armed only with clubs, muskets, knives, and machetes. The priests ran through the streets bearing the crucifix in the name of the Virgin and saints, restraining the lawless Indians, stilling the wildness of passion, and saving the terrified inhabitants. And I cannot help mentioning one whose name was in everybody's mouth, Mr. Charles Savage, at that time United States consul, who, in the midst of the most furious assault upon Mr. Klee's house, rushed down the street under a shower of bullets, knocking up bayonets and machetes, drove the mob back from the door, and branding them as robbers and murderers, with his white hair streaming in the wind, poured out such a torrent of indignation and contempt that the Indians, amazed at his audacity, desisted. After this, with an almost wanton exposure of life, he was seen in the midst of every mob. To the astonishment of everybody, he was not killed, and the foreign residents presented him a unanimous letter of thanks for his fearless and successful exertions in the protection of life and property. Pending the negotiation, Carrera, dressed in Prem's uniform, endeavoured to restrain his tumultuous followers, but several times he said that he could not himself resist the temptation to sack Klee's house and those of the other Ingleses. There was a strange dash of fanaticism in the character of this lawless chieftain. The battle cry of his hordes was "Viva la Religion." The palace of the archbishop had been suffered to be used as a theatre by the Liberals. Carrera demanded the keys, and putting them in his pocket, declared that, to prevent any future pollution, it should not be opened again until the banished archbishop returned to occupy it. At length the terms upon which he consented to withdraw were agreed upon, viz., $11,000 in silver, 10,000 to be distributed among his followers, and 1,000 for his own share, 1,000 muskets, and a commission as lieutenant colonel for himself. The amount of money was small as the price of relief from such imminent danger, but it was an immense sum in the eyes of Carrera and his followers, few of whom were worth more than the rags on their backs and the stolen arms in their hands, and it was not easily raised. The treasury was bankrupt, and the money not very cheerfully contributed by the citizens. The madness of consenting to put in the hands of Carrera 1,000 muskets was only equalled by the absurdity of making him a lieutenant colonel. On the afternoon of the third day the money was paid, the muskets delivered, and Carrera was invested with the command of the province of Mita, a district near Guatimala. The joy of the inhabitants at the prospect of his immediate departure was without bounds, but at the last moment an awful rumour spread that the wild bands had evinced an uncontrollable eagerness before leaving to sack the city. A random discharge of muskets in the plaza confirmed this rumour, and the effect was dreadful. An hour of terrible suspense followed, but at 5 o'clock they filed off in straggling crowds from the plaza. At the Plaza de Toros they halted, and, firing their muskets in the air, created another panic. A rumour was revived that Carrera had demanded $4,000 more, and that unless he received it, he would return and take it by force. Carrera himself did actually return, and demanded a field piece, which was given him, and at length, leaving behind him a document requiring the redress of certain grievances, to the unspeakable joy of all the inhabitants, he left the city. The delight of the citizens at being relieved from the pressure of immediate danger was indeed great, but there was no return of confidence, and, unhappily, no healing of political animosities. Valenzuela was appointed chief of the state. The Assembly renewed its distracted sessions. Barundia, at the head of the now ministerial party, proposed to abolish all the unconstitutional decrees of Galvez. Money was wanted, and recourse had to the old system of forced loans. This exasperated the moneyed men, and in the midst of discord and confusion news was received that Quetzaltenango, one of the departments of Guatimala, had seceded and declared itself a separate state. At this time, too, the government received a letter from Carrera stating that he had been informed, since his arrival at Matasquintla, that people spoke ill of him in the capital, and if they continued to do so, he had 4,000 men and would return and put things right. From time to time he sent a message to the same effect by some straggling Indian who happened to pass through his village. Afterward it was reported that his followers had renounced his authority and commenced operations on their own account, threatening the city with another invasion, determined, according to their proclamations, to exterminate the whites and establish a government of pardos libres, free tigers, and enjoy in their own right the lands which had devolved upon them by their emancipation from the dominion of the whites. To the honour of Guatimala, a single spark of spirit broke forth, and men of all classes took up arms, but it was a single flash, and soon died away. Another intelligence arrived that Carrera himself had sent out his emissaries to summon his hordes for another march upon the city. Several families received private information and advice to seek safety in flight. Hundreds of people did so, and the roads were crowded with processions of mules, horses, and Indians loaded with luggage. On Sunday everybody was going, and early on Monday morning guards were placed at the barriers. Hundreds of passports were applied for and refused. Again a decree was published that all should take up arms. The militia were again mustered. At 10 o'clock on Tuesday night it was said that Carrera was at Palencia, at 11 that he had gone to suppress an insurrection of his own bandits, and on Wednesday night that he was at a place called Canales. On Sunday, the 4th of March, a review took place of about 700 men. The Antigua sent 350 muskets and ammunition, which they did not consider it prudent to keep, as there had been cries of Muera Guatemala y Viva Carrera, and placards bearing the same ominous words had been posted on the walls. At this time a letter was received from Carrera by the government, advising them to disband their troops and assuring them that he was collecting forces only to destroy a party of 400 rebels, headed by one Galvez, the former chief of the state, whom he had deposed, and requesting 2 cannon and more ammunition. At another time, probably supposing that the government must be interested in his fortunes, he sent word that he had narrowly escaped being assassinated. Monreal had taken advantage of an opportunity, seduced his men, tied him to a tree, and was in the very act of having him shot, when his brother Sotero Carrera rushed in and ran Monreal through with his bayonet. The government now conceived the project of inducing his followers, by the influence of the priests, to surrender their arms on paying them $5 apiece. But very soon he was heard of stronger than ever, occupying all the roads, sending in imperious proclamations to the government, and at length the news came that he was actually marching upon the city. At this time, to the unspeakable joy of the inhabitants, General Morazan, the President of the Republic, arrived from San Salvador with 1,500 men. But even yet party spirit was dominant. General Morazan encamped a few leagues from the city, hesitating to enter it or to employ the forces of the general government in putting down a revolution in the state, except with the consent of the state government. The state government was jealous of the federal government, tenacious of prerogatives it had not the courage to defend, and demanded from the president a plan of his campaign, passed a decree offering Carrera and his followers 15 days to lay down their arms, which General Morazan would not permit to be published at his headquarters, 2 days afterward annulled it, and authorized the President of the Republic to act as circumstances might require. During this time, one of Morazan's piquets had been cut off and the officers murdered, which created a great excitement among his soldiers. But, anxious to avoid shedding more blood, he sent into the city for the Canonigo Castillo and Barundia, deputing them as commissioners to persuade the bandits to surrender their arms, even offering to pay $15 a head rather than come to extremities. The commissioners found Carrera at one of his old haunts among the mountains of Matasquintla, surrounded by hordes of Indians living upon tortillas. The traitor Barundia had been received by Morazan's soldiers with groans. His poor jaded horse was tied up at Morazan's camp a day and a half without a blade of grass, and as a further reward of his treason, Carrera refused to meet him under a roof, because, as he said, he did not wish to plunge his new lance, a present from a priest, into Barundia's breast. The meeting took place in the open air, and on the top of a mountain. Carrera refused to lay down his arms unless all his former demands were complied with, and unless also the Indian capitation tax was reduced to 1/3 of its amount. But he softened his asperity against foreigners to the demand that only those not married should be expelled the country, and that thereafter they should be permitted to traffic only, and not to radicate in it. The atrocious priest, Padre Lobo, his constant friend and adviser, was with him. The arguments of the Canonigo Castillo, particularly in regard to the folly of charging the government with an attempt to poison the Indians, were listened to with much attention by them. But Carrera broke up the conference by asserting vehemently that the government had offered him $20 a head for every Indian he poisoned. All hope of compromise was now at an end, and General Morazan marched immediately to Matasquintla, but before he reached it Carrera's bands had disappeared among the mountains. He heard of them in another place, devastating the country, desolating villages and towns, and again, before his troops could reach them, the muskets were concealed, and the Indians either in the mountains or quietly working in the fields. Mr. Hall, the British vice consul, received a letter from 11 British subjects at Salama, a distance of 3 days' journey, stating that they had been seized at night by a party of Carrera's troops, stripped of everything, confined 2 nights and a day without food, and sentenced to be shot, but finally ordered to leave the country, which they were then doing, destitute of everything, and begging their way to the port. A few nights after, at 10 o'clock, the cannon of alarm was sounded in the city, and it was reported that Carrera was again at the gates. All this time party strife was as violent as ever, the Centralists trembling with apprehension, but in their hearts rejoicing at the distraction of the country under the administration of the Liberals, and that one had risen up capable of inspiring them with terror, and the divided Liberals hating each other with a more intense hate even than the Centralists bore to them. But the excitement became so great that all the parties drew up separate petitions to General Morazan, representing the deplorable state of insecurity in the city, and begging him to enter and provide for its safety. Separate sets of deputies hurried to anticipate each other at General Morazan's headquarters, and pay court to him by being the first to ask his protection. General Morazan had become acquainted with the distracted condition of the city, and was in the act of mounting his horse when the deputies arrived. On Sunday he entered with an escort of 200 soldiers, amid the ringing of bells, firing of cannon, and other demonstrations of joy. The same day the merchants, with the Marquis of Aycinena and others of the Central party, presented a petition representing the dreadful state of public feeling, and requesting Morazan to depose the state authorities and assume the reins of government, and to convoke a constituent assembly as the only means of saving Guatimala from utter ruin. In the evening, deputies from the different branches of the Liberal party had long conferences with the president. Morazan answered all that he wished to act legally, would communicate with the Assembly the next day, and be governed by their decisions. The proceedings in the Assembly are too afflicting and disgraceful to dwell upon. So far as I can understand the party strife of that time, after wading through papers and pamphlets emanating from both sides, General Morazan conducted himself with probity and honour. The Centralists made a desperate effort to attach him to them, but he would not accept the offered embrace, nor the sycophantic service of men who had always opposed him, nor would he sustain what he believed to be wrong in his own partisans. In the meantime, Carrera was gaining ground. He had routed several detachments of the Federal troops, massacred men, and increased his stock of ammunition and arms. At length all agreed that something must be done, and at a final meeting of the Assembly, with a feeling of desperation, it was decreed, without debate, 1. That the state government should retire to the Antigua; 2. That the president, in person or by delegate, should govern the district according to Article 176 of the Constitution. Amid these scenes within the city, and rumours of worse from without, On Sunday night a ball was given to Morazan, but the Centralists, displeased at his not acceding to their overtures, did not attend. Galvez, the chief deposed by Carrera, made his first appearance since his deposition, and danced the whole time. Though Morazan was irresolute in the cabinet, he was all energy in the field, and being now invested with full power, sustained his high reputation as a skilful soldier. The bulletin of the army for May and June exhibits the track of Carrera, devastating villages and towns, and the close pursuit of the government troops, beating him whenever they found him, but never able to secure his person. In the meantime, party jealousies continued, and the state government was in a state of anarchy. The Assembly could not meet, because the state party not attending, it was incumbent on the vice chief to retire, and the oldest councillor to take his place. But there was no such person. The term of the council had expired, and no new elections had been held. And while Morazan was dispersing the wild bands of Carrera, and relieving the Guatimalians from the danger which had brought them to their knees before him, the old jealousies revived, and incendiary publications were issued, charging him with exhausting the country in supporting idle soldiers, and keeping the city in subjection by bayonets. About the 1st of July, General Morazan considered Guatimala relieved from all external danger, and returned to San Salvador, leaving troops in different towns under the command of Carvallo, and appointing Carlos Salazar commandant in the city. Carrera was supposed to be completely put down, and to bring things to a close, Carvallo published the following notice: "The person or persons who may deliver the criminal Rafael Carrera, dead or alive, if he does not present himself voluntarily under the last pardon, shall receive a reward of $1,500 and 2 caballerias of land, and pardon for any crime he has committed. The General-in-Chief, J. N. Carvallo, Guatimala, July 20th, 1838. But the criminal Carrera, the proscribed outlaw, was not yet put down. One by one he surprised the detachments of Federal troops, and while the city exhibited the fierceness of party spirit, forced loans, complaints of the expense of maintaining idle soldiers, plans to abolish the state government and form a provisional junta, its actual prostration, and the organizing of a constituent assembly with M. Rivera Paz at the head, Carrera, with still increasing numbers, attacked Amatitan, took the Antigua, and, barely waiting to sack a few houses, stripped it of cannon, muskets, and ammunition, and again marched against Guatimala, proclaiming his intention to raze every house to the ground and murder every white inhabitant. The consternation of the city cannot be conceived. General Morazan was again solicited to come. A line in pencil was received from him by a man who carried it sewed up in the sleeve of his coat, urging the city to defend itself and hold out for a few days. But the danger was too imminent. Salazar, at the head of the Federal troops, the idle soldiers complained of, marched out at 2 o'clock in the morning, and, aided by a thick fog, came upon Carrera suddenly at Villanueva, killed 450 of his men, and completely routed him, Carrera himself being badly wounded in the thigh. The city was saved from destruction, and the day after Morazan entered with 1,000 men. The shock of the immense danger they had escaped was not yet over. On the morrow it might return. Party jealousies were scared away. All looked to General Morazan as the only man who could effectually save them from Carrera, and in turn begged him to accept the office of dictator. About the same time Guzman, the general of Quezaltenango, arrived with 700 men, and General Morazan made formidable arrangements to enclose and crush the Cachurecos. The result was the same as before. Carrera was constantly beaten, but as constantly escaped. His followers were scattered, his best men taken and shot, and he himself was penned up and almost starved on the top of a mountain, with a cordon of soldiers around its base, and only escaped by the remissness of the guard. In 3 months, chased from place to place, his old haunts broken up, and hemmed in on every side, he entered into a treaty with Guzman, by which he agreed to deliver up 1,000 muskets and disband his remaining followers. In executing the treaty, however, he delivered only 400 muskets, and those old and worthless, and this breach of the convention was winked at by Guzman, little dreaming of the terrible fate reserved for himself at Carrera's hands. This over, Morazan deposed Rivera Paz, restored Salazar, and returned to San Salvador, first laying heavy contributions on the city to support the expense of the war, and taking with him all the soldiers of the federal government, belying one of the party cries against him, that he was attempting to retain an influence in the city by bayonets. Guzman returned to Quezaltenango, and the garrison consisted only of 70 men. The contributions and the withdrawal of the troops from the city created great dissatisfaction with Morazan, and at this time the political horizon became cloudy throughout the republic. The Marquis of Aycinena, who had been banished by Morazan and had resided several years in the United States, studying our institutions by a series of articles which were widely circulated, purporting to illustrate our constitution and laws, hurried on the crisis. Honduras and Costa Rica declared their independence of the general government. All this came back upon Guatimala and added fuel to the already flaming fire of dissension. On the 24th of March, 1839, Carrera issued a bulletin from his old quarters in Matasquintla, in which, referring to the Declaration of Independence by the States, he says, "When those laws came to my hands, I read them and returned to them very often, as a loving mother clasps in her arms an only son whom she believed lost, and presses him against her heart. So did I with the pamphlet that contained the declaration, for in it I found the principles that I sustain and the reforms I desire." This was rather figurative, as Carrera could not at that time read, but it must have been quite new to him, and a satisfaction to find out what principles he sustained. Again he threatened to enter the city. All was anarchy and distraction in the councils, and on the 12th of April his hordes appeared before the gates. All were aghast, but there was no rising to repel him. Morazan was beyond the reach of their voice, and they who had been loudest in denouncing him for attempting to control the city by bayonets now denounced him for leaving them to the mercy of Carrera. All who could hid away their treasures and fled. The rest shut themselves up in their houses, barring their doors and windows, and at 2 o'clock in the morning, routing the guard, he entered with 1,500 men. Salazar, the commandant, fled, and Carrera, riding up to the house of Rivera Paz, knocked at the door and reinstalled him chief of the state. His soldiers took up their quarters in the barracks, and Carrera established himself as the guardian of the city. And it is due to him to say that he acknowledged his own incompetency to govern, and placed men at the disposition of the municipality to preserve the peace. The Central party was thus restored to power. Carrera's fanaticism bound him to the Church party. He was flattered by his association and connection with the aristocracy, was made brigadier general, and presented with a handsome uniform, and besides empty honours, he had the city barracks and pay for his men, which was better than Indian huts and foraging expeditions, the last two being a resource for pastime. The League had continued since the April preceding my arrival. The great bond of union was hatred of Morazan and the Liberals. The Centralists had their Constituent Assembly, abolished the laws made by the Liberals, revived old Spanish laws, and old names for the courts of justice and officers of government, and passed any laws they pleased, so that they did not interfere with him. Their great difficulty was to keep him quiet. Unable to remain inactive in the city, he marched towards San Salvador for the ostensible purpose of attacking General Morazan. The Centralists were in a state of great anxiety. Carrera's success or his defeat was alike dangerous to them. If defeated, Morazan might march directly upon the city and take signal vengeance upon them. If successful, he might return with his barbarians so intoxicated by victory as to be utterly uncontrollable. A little circumstance shows the position of things. Carrera's mother, an old woman well known as a huckster on the plaza, died. Formerly it was the custom with the higher classes to bury in vaults constructed within the churches, but from the time of the cholera all burials, without distinction, were forbidden in the churches and even within the city, and a campo santo was established outside the town, in which all the principal families had vaults. Carrera signified his pleasure that his mother should be buried in the cathedral. The government charged itself with the funeral, issued cards of invitation, and all the principal inhabitants followed in the procession. No efforts were spared to conciliate and keep him in good temper, but he was subject to violent bursts of passion, and it was said had cautioned the members of the government at such moments not to attempt to argue with him, but to let him have his own way. Such was Carrera at the time of my visit, more absolute master of Guatimala than any king in Europe of his dominions, and by the fanatic Indians called El Hijo de Dios, the Son of God, and Nuestro Señor, our Lord. When I entered the room, he was sitting at a table counting sixpenny and shilling pieces. Colonel Monte Rosa, a dark mestizo, in a dashing uniform, was sitting by his side, and several other persons were in the room. He was about 5 feet 6 inches in height, with straight black hair, an Indian complexion and expression, without beard, and did not seem to be more than 21 years old. He wore a black bombasset roundabout jacket and pantaloons. He rose as we entered, pushed the money on one side of the table, and, probably out of respect to my coat, received me with courtesy, and gave me a chair at his side. My first remark was an expression of surprise at his extreme youth. He answered that he was but 23 years old. Certainly he was not more than 25, and then, as a man conscious that he was something extraordinary and that I knew it, without waiting for any leading questions, he continued that he had begun, he did not say what, with 13 men armed with old muskets, which they were obliged to fire with cigars, pointed to 8 places in which he had been wounded, and said that he had 3 balls then in his body. At this time he could hardly be recognized as the same man who, less than 2 years before, had entered Guatimala with a horde of wild Indians proclaiming death to strangers. Indeed, in no particular had he changed more than in his opinion of foreigners, a happy illustration of the effect of personal intercourse in breaking down prejudices against individuals or classes. He had become personally acquainted with several, one of whom, an English doctor, had extracted a ball from his side, and his intercourse with all had been so satisfactory that his feelings had undergone an entire revulsion, and he said that they were the only people who never deceived him. He had done, too, what I consider extraordinary. In the intervals of his hurried life he had learned to write his name, and had thrown aside his stamp. End of section 14. Section 15 of Incidents of Travel in Central America, Chiapas, and Yucatan, Volume 1, by John Lloyd Stephens. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Sue Anderson. I never had the fortune to be presented to any legitimate king, nor to any usurper of the prerogatives of royalty, except Mohammed Ali. Old as he was, I gave him some good advice, and it grieves me that the old lion is now shorn of his mane. Considering Carrera a promising young man, I told him that he had a long career before him, and might do much good to his country, and he laid his hand upon his heart, and with a burst of feeling that I did not expect, said he was determined to sacrifice his life for his country. With all his faults and his crimes, none ever accused him of duplicity, or of saying what he did not mean, and perhaps, as many self-deceiving men have done before him, he believes himself a patriot. I considered that he was destined to exercise an important, if not controlling, influence on the affairs of Central America, and trusting that hopes of honorable and extended fame might have some effect upon his character, I told him that his name had already reached my country, and that I had seen in the newspapers an account of his last entry into Guatimala, with praises of his moderation and exertions to prevent atrocities. He expressed himself pleased that his name was known, and such mention made of him among strangers, and said he was not a robber and murderer, as he was called by his enemies. He seemed intelligent and capable of improvement, and I told him that he ought to travel into other countries, and particularly from its contiguity into mine. He had a very indefinite notion as to where my country was. He knew it only as El Norte, or the North, inquired about the distance and facility of getting there, and said that, when the wars were over, he would endeavour to make El Norte a visit. But he could not fix his thoughts upon anything except the wars and Morazan. In fact, he knew of nothing else. He was boyish in his manners and manner of speaking, but very grave. He never smiled, and, conscious of power, was unostentatious in the exhibition of it, though he always spoke in the first person of what he had done and what he intended to do. One of the hangers-on, evidently to pay court to him, looked for a paper bearing his signature to show me as a specimen of his handwriting, but he did not find one. My interview with him was much more interesting than I had expected. So young, so humble in his origin, so destitute of early advantages, with honest impulses, perhaps, but ignorant, fanatic, sanguinary, and the slave of violent passions, wielding absolutely the physical force of the country, and that force entertaining a natural hatred to the whites. At parting he accompanied me to the door, and in the presence of his villainous soldiers made me a free offer of his services. I understood that I had the good fortune to make a favourable impression, and afterward, but unluckily during my absence, he called upon me in full dress and in state, which for him was an unusual thing. At that time, as Don Manuel Pavon told me, he professed to consider himself a brigadier general, subject to the orders of the government. He had no regular allowance for the maintenance of himself and troops. He did not like keeping accounts, and called for money when he wanted it. And with this understanding, in 8 months he had not required more than Morazan did in 2. He really did not want money for himself, and as a matter of policy he paid the Indians but little. This operated powerfully with the aristocracy, upon whom the whole burden of raising money devolved. It may be a satisfaction to some of my friends to know that this lawless chief is under a dominion to which meeker men are loath to submit. His wife accompanies him on horseback in all his expeditions, influenced by a feeling which is said to proceed sometimes from excess of affection, and I have heard that it is no important part of the business of the chief of the state to settle family jars. As we were returning to my house, we met a gentleman who told Mr. Pavon that a party of soldiers was searching for a member of the Assembly who was lying under the displeasure of Carrera, but a personal friend of theirs, and as we passed on we saw a file of soldiers drawn up before his door, while others were inside searching the house. This was done by Carrera's orders, without any knowledge on the part of the government. Chapter 12. Party to Mixco. A scene of pleasure. Procession in honour of the patron saint of Mixco. Fireworks. A bombardment. Smoking cigars. A night brawl. Suffering and sorrow. A cockfight. A walk in the suburbs. Sunday amusements. Return to the city. In consequence of the convulsions and danger of the times, the city was dull, and there was no gaiety in private circles. But an effort had been made by some enterprising ladies to break the monotony, and a party, to which I was invited, was formed for that afternoon to Mixco, an Indian village about 3 leagues distant, at which the festival of its patron saint was to be celebrated the next day with Indian rites. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon I left my door on horseback to call on Don Manuel Pavon. His house was next to that of the proscribed deputy, and a line of soldiers was drawn around the whole block with the purpose of preventing an escape, while every house was searched. I always gave these gentlemen a wide berth when I could, but it was necessary to ride along the whole line, and as I passed the house of the deputy, with the door closed and sentinels before it, I could but think of his distressed family, in agony lest his hiding-place should be discovered. Don Manuel was waiting for me, and we rode to the house of one of the ladies of the party, a young widow whom I had not seen before, and who in her riding dress made a fine appearance. Her horse was ready, and when she had kissed the old people good-bye, we carried her off. The women's servants, with familiarity and affection, followed to the door and continued farewell greetings and cautions to take good care of herself, which the lady answered as long as we were within hearing. We called at 2 or 3 other houses, and then all assembled at the place of rendezvous. The courtyard was full of horses, with every variety of fanciful mountings. Although we were going only 9 miles, and to a large Indian village, it was necessary to carry beds, bedding, and provisions. A A train of servants large enough to carry stores for a small military expedition was sent ahead, and we all started. Outside the gate all the anxieties and perils which slumbered in the city were forgotten. Our road lay over an extensive plain, seeming, as the sun went down behind the volcanoes of Agua and Fuego, a beautiful bowling green, in which our party, preceded by a long file of Indians with loads on their backs, formed a picture. I was surprised to find that the ladies were not good horsewomen. They never ride for pleasure, and, on account of the want of accommodation on the road, seldom travel. It was after dark when we reached the borders of a deep ravine separating the plain from Mixco. We descended, and, rising on the other side, emerged from the darkness of the ravine into an illuminated street, and at 2 or 3 horses' lengths into a plaza blazing with lights and crowded with people, nearly all Indians in holiday costume. In the centre of the plaza was a fine fountain, and at the head of it a gigantic church. We rode up to the house that had been provided for the ladies, and leaving them there, the gentlemen scattered to find lodgings for themselves. The door of every house was open, and the only question asked was whether there was room. Some of the young men did not give themselves this trouble, as they were disposed to make a night of it, and Mr. P. and I, having secured a place, returned to the house occupied by the ladies. In one corner was a tienda about 10 feet square, partitioned off and shelved, which served as a place for their hats and shawls. The rest of the room contained merely a long table and benches. In a few moments the ladies were ready, and we all sallied out for a walk. All the streets and passages were brilliantly illuminated, and across some were arches decorated with evergreens and lighted, and at the corners were altars under arbors of branches adorned with flowers. The spirit of frolic seemed to take possession of our file leaders, who, as the humour prompted them, entered any house, and after a lively chat left it, contriving to come out just as the last of the party were going in. In one house they found a poncho rolled up very carefully, with the end of a guitar sticking out. The proprietor of the house only knew that it belonged to a young man from Guatimala, who had left it as an indication of his intention to pass the night there. One of the young men unrolled the poncho, and some loaves of bread fell out, which he distributed, and, with half a loaf in his mouth, struck up a waltz, which was followed by the quadrille. The good people of the house seemed pleased at this free use of their roof, and shaking hands all around, with many expressions of goodwill on both sides, we left as unceremoniously as we had entered. We made a tour of all the principal streets, and as we returned to the plaza, the procession was coming out of the church. The village procession in honor of its patron saint is the great pride of the Indian, and the touchstone of his religious character. Every Indian contributes his labor and money towards getting it up, and he is most honored who is allowed the most important part in it. This was a rich village, at which all the muleteers of Guatimala lived, and nowhere had I seen an Indian procession so imposing. The church stood on an elevation at the head of the plaza, its whole facade rich in ornaments illuminated by the light of torches, and the large platform and the steps were thronged with women in white. A space was cleared in the middle before the great door, and with a loud chant the procession passed out of the doorway. First came the alcalde and his alguazils, all Indians with rods of office in one hand and lighted wax candles, 6 or 8 feet long, in the other. Then a set of devils, not as playful as the devils of Guatimala, but more hideous, and probably better likenesses, according to the notions of the Indians. Then came, borne aloft by Indians, a large silver cross, richly chased and ornamented, and followed by the curate, with a silken canopy held over his head, on the ends of long poles borne by Indians. As the cross advanced, all fell on their knees, and a stranger would have been thought guilty of an insult upon their holy religion who omitted conforming to this ceremony. Then came figures of saints, larger than life, borne on the shoulders of Indians, and then a figure of the Virgin, gorgeously dressed, her gown glittering with spangles. Then followed a long procession of Indian women, dressed in costume, with a thick red cord twisted in the hair so as to look like a turban, all carrying lighted candles. The procession passed through the illuminated streets, under the arches, and stopping from time to time before the altars, made a tour of the village, and in about an hour, with a loud chant, ascended the steps of the church. Its re-entry was announced by a discharge of rockets, after which all gathered in the plaza for the exhibition of fireworks. It was some time before these were ready, for those who had figured in the procession, particularly the devils, were to be the principal managers. Our party was well known in Mixco, and though the steps of the church were crowded, one of the best places was immediately vacated for us. From their nearness to Guatimala, the people of Mixco knew all the principal families of the former place, and were glad to see so distinguished a party at their fiesta, and the familiar but respectful way in which they were everywhere treated manifested a simplicity of manners and a kindliness of feeling between the rich and the poor, which to me was one of the most interesting parts of the whole fete. The exhibition began with the toros. The man who played the bull gave universal satisfaction. Scattering and putting to flight the crowd in the plaza, he rushed up the steps of the church, and amid laughing and screaming went out. Flying pigeons and other pieces followed, and the whole concluded with the grand national piece of the Castle of San Felipe, which was a representation of the repulse of an English fleet. A tall structure representing the castle, and a little brig perched on the end of a stick like a weathercock, the fleet. The brig fired a broadside, and then by a sudden jerk turned on a pivot and fired another, and long after, until she had riddled herself to pieces, the castle continued pouring on all sides a magnanimous stream of fire. When all was over, we returned to the posada. A cloth was spread over the long table, and in a few minutes, under the direction of the ladies, covered with the picnic materials brought from Guatimala. The benches were drawn up to the table, and as many as could find seats sat down. Before supper was over, there was an irruption of young men from Guatimala, with glazed hats, ponchos, and swords, and presenting a rather disorderly appearance, but they were mostly juveniles, brothers and cousins of the ladies. With their hats on, they seated themselves at the vacated tables, and as soon as they had finished eating, hurried off the plates, piled the tables away in a corner, one on top of the other, and the candles on the top of all. The violins struck up, and gentlemen and ladies, lighting cigars and cigarillos, commenced dancing. I am sorry to say that generally the ladies of Central America, not excepting Guatimala, smoke, married ladies puros or all tobacco, and unmarried cigars or tobacco wrapped in paper or straw. Every gentleman carries in his pocket a silver case with a long string of cotton, steel, and flint, taking up nearly as much space as a handkerchief, and one of the offices of gallantry is to strike a light. By doing it well he may help to kindle a flame in a lady's heart. At all events, to do it bunglingly would be ill-bred. I will not express my sentiments on smoking as a custom for the sex. I have recollections of beauteous lips profaned. Nevertheless, even in this, I have seen a lady show her prettiness and refinement, barely touching the straw to her lips, as it were kissing it gently and taking it away. When a gentleman asks a lady for a light, she always removes the cigar from her lips. Happily, the dangerous proximity which sometimes occurs between gentlemen in the street is not in vogue. The dancing continued till 2 o'clock, and the breaking up was like the separation of a gay family party. The young men dispersed to sleep or to finish the night with merriment elsewhere, and Don Manuel and I retired to the house he had secured for us. We were in our hammocks, talking over the affairs of the night, when we heard a noise in the street, a loud tramping past the door, and a clash of swords. Presently Mr. P.'s servant knocked for admission, and told us that a man had been killed a few doors off by a sword cut across the head. Instead of going out to gratify an idle curiosity, like prudent men we secured the door. The tramping passed up the street, and presently we heard reports of firearms. The whole place seemed to be in an uproar. We had hardly lain down again before there was another knock at the door. Our host, a respectable old man, with his wife, slept in a back room, and, afraid of rioters, they had a consultation about opening it. The former was unwilling to do so, but the latter, with a mother's apprehensions, said that she was afraid some accident had happened to Chico. The knocking continued, and Raphael, a known companion of their son, cried out that Chico was wounded. The old man rose for a light, and, apprehending the worst, the mother and a young sister burst into tears. The old man sternly checked them, said that he had always cautioned Chico against going out at night, and that he deserved to be punished. The sister ran and opened the door, and two young men entered. We could see the glitter of their swords, and that one was supporting the other. And just as the old man procured a light, the wounded man fell on the ground. His face was ghastly pale and spotted with blood, his hat cut through the crown and rim as smoothly as if done with a razor, and his right hand and arm were wound in a pocket handkerchief, which was stained with blood. The old man looked at him with the sternness of a Roman, and told him that he knew this would be the consequence of his running out at night. The mother and sister cried, and the young man, with a feeble voice, begged his father to spare him. His companion carried him into the back room, but before they could lay him on the bed, he fell again and fainted. The father was alarmed, and when he recovered, asked him whether he wished to confess. Chico, with a faint voice, answered, "As you please." The old man told his daughter to go for the padre, but the uproar was so great in the street that she was afraid to venture out. In the meantime we examined his head, which, notwithstanding the cut through his hat, was barely touched, and he said himself that he had received the blow on his hand, and that it was cut off. There was no physician nearer than Guatimala, and not a person who was able to do anything for him. I had had some practice in medicine, but none in surgery. I knew, however, that it was at all events proper to wash and cleanse the wound, and with the assistance of Don Manuel's servant, a young Englishman whom Don Manuel had brought from the United States, laid him on a bed. The servant had had some experience in the brawls of the country, having killed a young man in a quarrel growing out of a love affair, and been confined to the house 7 months by wounds received in the same encounter. With his assistance I unwound the bloody handkerchief. As I proceeded, I found my courage failing me, and as with the last coil a dead hand fell in mine, a shudder and a deep groan ran through the spectators, and I almost let the hand drop. It was cut off through the back above the knuckles, and the 4 fingers hung merely by the fleshy part of the thumb. The skin was drawn back and showed on each side 4 bones, protruding like the teeth of a skeleton. I joined them together, and as he drew up his arm, they jarred like the grating of teeth. I saw that the case was beyond my art. Possibly the hand might have been restored by sewing the skin together, but I believed that the only thing to be done was to cut it off entirely, and this I was not willing to do. Unable to give any further assistance, I wound it up again in the handkerchief. The young man had a mild and pleasing countenance, and as thankful for my ineffectual attempt as if I had really served him, told me not to give myself any more trouble, but return to bed. His mother and sister, with stifled sobs, hung over his head. His father retained the sternness of his manner, but it was easy to see that his heart was bleeding. And to me, a stranger, it was horrible to see a fine young man mutilated for life in a street brawl. As he told the story himself, he was walking with some of his friends when he met one of the Spinosas from Guatemala, also with a party of friends. The latter, who was known as a bully, approached them with an expression in Spanish about equivalent to the English one, "I'll give it to you." Chico answered, "No, you won't," and immediately they drew their swords. Chico, in attempting to ward off a stroke, received it on the edge of his right hand. In passing through all the bones, its force was so much broken that it only cut the crown and rim of his hat. The loss of his hand had no doubt saved his life, for if the whole force of the stroke had fallen on his head, it must have killed him. But the unfortunate young man, instead of being thankful for his escape, swore vengeance against Spinoza. The latter, as I afterward learned, swore that the next time Chico should not escape with the loss of his hand, and in all probability, when they meet again, one of them will be killed. All this time the uproar continued, shifting its location with occasional reports of firearms. An aunt was wringing her hands because her son was out, and we had reason to fear a tragical night. We went to bed, but for a long time the noise in the street, the groans of poor Chico, and the sobbing of his mother and sister kept us from sleeping. We did not wake till nearly 10 o'clock. It was Sunday. The morning was bright and beautiful. The arches and flowers still adorned the streets, and the Indians, in their clean clothes, were going to Sunday mass. None except the immediate parties knew or cared for the events of the night. Crossing the plaza, we met a tall, dashing fellow on horseback, with a long sword by his side, who bowed to Mr. Pavon and rode on past the house of Chico. This was Spinoza. No one attempted to molest him, and no notice whatever was taken of the circumstance by the authorities. The door of the church was so crowded that we could not enter, and passing through the curate's house, we stood in a doorway on one side of the altar. The curate, in his richest vestments, with young Indian assistants in sacerdotal dresses, their long black hair and sluggish features contrasting sharply with their garb and occupations, was officiating at the altar. On the front steps, with their black mantons drawn over their heads, and their eyes bent on the ground, were the dancers of our party the preceding night. Kneeling along the whole floor of the immense church was a dense mass of Indian women, with red headdresses, and leaning against the pillars and standing up in the background were Indians wrapped in black chamars. We waited till mass was over, and then accompanied the ladies to the house and breakfasted. Sunday though it was, the occupations for the day were a cockfight in the morning and bullfight in the afternoon. Our party was increased by the arrival of a distinguished family from Guatimala, and we all set out for the former. It was in the yard of an unoccupied house, which was already crowded, and I noticed, to the honour of the Indians and the shame of the better classes, that they were all mestizos or white men, and always, excepting Carrera's soldiers, I never saw a worse looking or more assassin-like set of men. All along the walls of the yard were cocks tied by one leg, and men running about with other cocks under their arms, putting them on the ground to compare size and weight, regulating bets, and trying to cheat each other. At length a match was made. The ladies of our party had seats in the corridor of the house, and a space was cleared before them. The gaffs were murderous instruments, more than 2 inches long, thick and sharp as needles, and the birds were hardly on the ground before the feathers of the neck were ruffled and they flew at each other. In less time than had been taken to gaff them, one was lying on the ground with its tongue hanging out, and the blood running from its mouth, dead. The eagerness and vehemence, noise and uproar, wrangling, betting, swearing, and scuffling of the crowd exhibited a dark picture of human nature and a sanguinary people. I owe it to the ladies to say that in the city they never are present at such scenes. Here they went for no other reason that I could see than because they were away from home and it was part of the fete. We must make allowances for an education and state of society every way different from our own. They were not wanting in sensibility or refinement, and though they did not turn away with disgust, they seemed to take no interest in the fight, and were not disposed to wait for a second. Leaving the disgusting scene, we walked around the suburbs, one point of which commands a noble view of the plain and city of Guatimala, with the surrounding mountains, and suggests a wonder that, amid objects so grand and glorious, men can grow up with tastes so groveling. Crossing the plaza, we heard music in a large house belonging to a rich muleteer, and entering we found a young harpist and 2 mendicant friars with shaved crowns, dressed in white, with long white mantles and hoods, of an order newly revived in Guatimala, and drinking agua ardiente. Mantas and hats were thrown off, tables and seats placed against the wall, and in a few moments my friends were waltzing. 2 or 3 cotillions followed, and we returned to the posada, where, after fruit of various kinds had been served, all took seats on the back piazza. A horse happened to be loose in the yard, and a young man, putting his hands on the hind quarters, jumped on his back. The rest of the young men followed suit, and then one lifted the horse up by his forelegs. When he dropped him, another took him up, and all followed, very much to the astonishment of the poor animal. Then followed standing on the piazza and jumping over each other's heads. Then one leaped down with his hands resting on the piazza, and another mounted on his back, and the former tried to shake him off without letting go his hands. Other feats followed, all impromptu, and each more absurd than the one before it, and the whole concluded with a bullfight, in which 2 young men mounted on the backs of other 2 as matadors, and one, with his head between his shoulders, ran at them like a bull. Though these amusements were not very elegant, all were so intimate with each other, and there was such a perfect abandonment, that the whole went off with shouts of laughter. This over, the young men brought out the ladies' mantas, and again we sallied for a walk. But reaching the plaza, the young men changed their minds, and seating the ladies, to whom I attached myself, in the shade, commenced prisoner's base. All who passed stopped, and the villagers seemed delighted with the gaiety of our party. The players tumbled each other in the dust, to the great amusement of the lookers-on, and this continued till we saw trays coming across the plaza, which was a sign of dinner. This over, and thinking that I had seen enough for one Sunday, I determined to forego the bullfight, and in company with Don Manuel and another prominent member of the Assembly and his family, I set out on my return to the city. Their mode of travelling was primitive. All were on horseback, he himself with a little son behind him, his daughter alone, his wife on a pillion with a servant to support her, a servant maid with a child in her arms, and a servant on top of the luggage. It was a beautiful afternoon, and the plain of Guatimala, with its green grass and dark mountains, was a lovely scene. As we entered the city, we encountered a religious procession, with priests and monks all bearing lighted candles, and preceded by men throwing rockets. We avoided the plaza on account of the soldiers, and in a few minutes I was in my house alone. Section 16 of Incidents of Travel in Central America, Chiapas, and Yucatan, Volume 1, by John Lloyd Stephens. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Sue Anderson. Chapter 13. Excursion to La Antigua and the Pacific Ocean. San Pablo. Mountain Scenery. El Rio Pensativo. La Antigua. Account of its destruction. An octogenarian. The Cathedral. San Juan Obispo. Santa Maria. Volcano de Agua. Ascent of the mountain. The crater. A lofty meeting place. The descent. Return to La Antigua. Cultivation of cochineal. Classic ground. Ciudad Vieja. Its fountain. Visit from Indians. Departure from Ciudad Vieja. First sight of the Pacific. Alontenango. Volcan del Fuego. Escuintla. Sunset scene. Masagua. Port of Istapa. Arrival at the Pacific. On Tuesday, the 17th of December, I set out on an excursion to La Antigua, Guatemala, and the Pacific Ocean. I was accompanied by a young man who lived opposite, and wished to ascend the Volcano de Agua. I had discharged Augustin, and with great difficulty had procured a man who knew the route. Romaldi had but one fault: he was married. Like some other married men, he had a fancy for roving, but his wife set her face against this propensity. She said that I was going to El Mar, the sea, and might carry him off, and she would never see him again, and the affectionate woman wept at the bare idea. But upon my paying the money into her hands before going, she consented. My only luggage was a hammock and a pair of sheets, which Romaldi carried on his mule, and each had a pair of alforgas. At the gate we met Don Jose Vidaury, whom I had first seen in the president's chair of the Constituent Assembly, and who was going to visit his hacienda at the Antigua. Though it was only 5 or 6 hours distant, Senor Vidaury, being a very heavy man, had 2 led horses, one of which he insisted on my mounting, and when I expressed my admiration of the animal, he told me, in the usual phrase of Spanish courtesy, that the horse was mine. It was done in the same spirit in which a Frenchman, who had been entertained hospitably in a country house in England, offered himself to 7 of the daughters, merely for the compliment. And my worthy friend would have been very much astonished if I had accepted his offer. The road to Mixco I have already described. In the village I stopped to see Chico. His hand had been cut off, and he was doing well. Leaving the village, we ascended a steep mountain, from the top of which we had a fine view of the village at its foot, the plain and city of Guatemala, and the lake of Amatitan, enclosed by a belt of mountains. Descending by a wild and rugged road, we reached a plain, and saw on the left the village of San Pablo, and on the right, at some distance, another village. We then entered a piece of woodland, and first ascending, then again descending by the precipitous side of a mountain, with a magnificent ravine on our right, to a beautiful stream. At this place mountains rose all around us, but the banks of the stream were covered with delicate flowers, and parrots with gay plumage were perched on the trees and flying over our heads, making, in the midst of gigantic scenery, a fairy spot. The stream passed between 2 ranges of mountains, so close together that there was barely room for a single horse path by its side. As we continued, the mountains turned to the left, and on the other side of the stream were a few openings cultivated with cochineal into the very hollow of the base. Again the road turned, and then ran straight, making a vista of more than a mile between the mountains, at the end of which was the Antigua, standing in a delightful valley, shut in by mountains and hills that always retain their verdure, watered by two rivers that supply numerous fountains, with a climate in which heat or cold never predominates. Yet this city, surrounded by more natural beauty than any location I ever saw, has perhaps undergone more calamities than any city that was ever built. We passed the gate and rode through the suburbs, in the opening of the valley, on one side of which was a new house that reminded me of an Italian villa, with a large cochineal plantation extending to the base of the mountain. We crossed a stream bearing the poetical name of El Rio Pensativo. On the other side was a fine fountain, and at the corner of the street was the ruined church of San Domingo, a monument of the dreadful earthquakes which had prostrated the old capital, and driven the inhabitants from their home. On each side were the ruins of churches, convents, and private residences, large and costly, some lying in masses, some with fronts still standing, richly ornamented with stucco, cracked and yawning, roofless, without doors or windows, and trees growing inside above the walls. Many of the houses have been repaired, and the city is repeopled, and presents a strange appearance of ruin and recovery. The inhabitants, like the dwellers over the buried Herculaneum, seemed to entertain no fears of renewed disaster. I rode up to the house of Don Miguel Manrique, which was occupied by his family at the time of the destruction of the city, and after receiving a kind welcome, in company with Senor Vidaury, walked to the plaza. The print opposite will give an idea, which I cannot, of the beauty of this scene. The great volcanoes of Agua and Fuego look down upon it. In the centre is a noble stone fountain, and the buildings which face it, especially the palace of the captain general, displaying on its front the armorial bearings granted by the Emperor Charles V to the loyal and noble city, and surmounted by the Apostle St. James on horseback, armed and brandishing a sword, and the majestic but roofless and ruined cathedral, 300 feet long, 120 broad, nearly 70 high, and lighted by 50 windows, show at this day that La Antigua was once one of the finest cities of the New World, deserving the proud name which Alvarado gave it, the city of St. James of Gentlemen. This was the second capital of Guatimala, founded in 1542 on account of the destruction of the first by a water volcano. Its history is one of uninterrupted disasters. In 1558, an epidemic disorder, attended with a violent bleeding at the nose, swept away great numbers of people, nor could the faculty devise any method to arrest the progress of the distemper. Many severe shocks of earthquake were felt at different periods. The one in 1565 seriously damaged many of the principal buildings. Those of 1575, 76, and 77 were not less ruinous. On the 27th of December, 1581, the population was again alarmed by the volcano, which began to emit fire, and so great was the quantity of ashes thrown out and spread in the air that the sun was entirely obscured, and artificial light was necessary in the city at midday." The years 1585 and 6 were dreadful in the extreme. On January 16th of the former, earthquakes were felt, and they continued through that and the following year so frequently that not an interval of 8 days elapsed during the whole period without a shock more or less violent. Fire issued incessantly for months together from the mountain, and greatly increased the general consternation. The greatest damage of this series took place on the 23rd of December, 1586, when the major part of the city again became a heap of ruins, burying under them many of the unfortunate inhabitants. The earth shook with such violence that the tops of the high ridges were torn off, and deep chasms formed in various parts of the level ground. In 1601, a pestilential distemper carried off great numbers. It raged with so much malignity that 3 days generally terminated the existence of such as were affected by it. On the 18th of February, 1651, about 1 o'clock afternoon, a most extraordinary subterranean noise was heard, and immediately followed by 3 violent shocks, at very short intervals from each other, which threw down many buildings and damaged others. The tiles from the roofs of the houses were dispersed in all directions, like light straws by a gust of wind. The bells of the churches were rung by the vibrations. Masses of rock were detached from the mountains, and even the wild beasts were so terrified that, losing their natural instinct, they quitted their retreats and sought shelter from the habitations of men." The year 1686 brought with it another dreadful epidemic, which in 3 months swept away a 10th part of the inhabitants. From the capital the pestilence spread to the neighbouring villages, and thence to the more remote ones, causing dreadful havoc, particularly among the most robust of the inhabitants." The year 1717 was memorable. On the night of August 27th the mountain began to emit flames, attended by a continued subterranean rumbling noise. On the night of the 28th the eruption increased to great violence, and very much alarmed the inhabitants. The images of saints were carried in procession, public prayers were put up day after day, but the terrifying eruption still continued, and was followed by frequent shocks at intervals for more than 4 months. At last, on the night of September 29th, the fate of Guatemala appeared to be decided, and inevitable destruction seemed at hand. Great was the ruin among the public edifices. Many of the houses were thrown down, and nearly all that remained were dreadfully injured, but the greatest devastation was seen in the churches." The year 1773 was the most melancholy epoch in the annals of the metropolis. It was then destroyed, and as the capital rose no more from its ruins. About 4 o'clock on the afternoon of July 29th, a tremendous vibration was felt, and shortly after began the dreadful convulsion that decided the fate of the unfortunate city. On the 7th September there was another, which threw down most of the buildings that were damaged on the 29th of July, and on the 13th December one still more violent terminated the work of destruction. The people had not well recovered from the consternation inflicted by the events of the fatal 29th of July, when a meeting was convoked for the purpose of collecting the sense of the inhabitants on the subject of the removal. In this meeting it was determined all the public authorities should remove provisionally to the little village of La Ermita, until the valleys of Jalapa and Las Vacas could be surveyed, and until the king's pleasure should be ascertained on the subject. On the 6th of September the governor and all the tribunals withdrew to La Ermita. The surveys of the last mentioned places being completed, the inhabitants were again convoked to decide upon the transfer. The congress was held in the temporary capital, and lasted from the 12th to the 16th of January, 1774. The report of the commissioners was read, and by a plurality of votes it was resolved to make a formal translation of the city of Guatimala to the valley of Las Vacas. The king gave his assent to this resolution on the 21st of July, 1775, and by a decree of the 21st of September following, approved most of the plans that were proposed for carrying the determination into effect, granting very liberally the whole revenue arising from the customs for the space of 10 years toward the charges of building, etc. In virtue of this decree, the ayuntamiento was in due form established in the new situation on the 1st of January, 1776, and on the 29th of July, 1777, a proclamation was issued in Old Guatimala, commanding the population to remove to the new city within 1 year, and totally abandon the remains of the old one." Such is the account given by the historian of Guatimala concerning the destruction of this city, besides which I saw on the spot Padre Antonio Croques, an octogenarian and the oldest canonigo in Guatimala, who was living in the city during the earthquake which completed its destruction. He was still vigorous in frame and intellect, wrote his name with a free hand in my memorandum book, and had vivid recollections of the splendour of the city in his boyhood, when, as he said, carriages rolled through it as in the streets of Madrid. On the fatal day he was in the church of San Francisco with 2 padres, one of whom, at the moment of the shock, took him by the hand and hurried him into the patio. The other was buried under the ruins of the church. He remembered that the tiles flew from the roofs of the houses in every direction, the clouds of dust were suffocating, and the people ran to the fountains to quench their thirst. The fountains were broken, and one man snatched off his hat to dip for water. The archbishop slept that night in his carriage in the plaza. He described to me the ruins of individual buildings, the dead who were dug from under them, and the confusion and terror of the inhabitants; and though his recollections were only those of a boy, he had material enough for hours of conversation. In company with the cura we visited the interior of the cathedral. The gigantic walls were standing, but roofless. The interior was occupied as a burying ground, and the graves were shaded by a forest of dahlias, and trees 70 or 80 feet high rising above the walls. The grand altar stood under a cupola supported by 16 columns faced with tortoise shell, and adorned with bronze medallions of exquisite workmanship. On the cornice were once placed statues of the Virgin and the 12 apostles in ivory, but all these are gone; and more interesting than the recollections of its ancient splendour or its mournful ruins was the empty vault where once reposed the ashes of Alvarado the Conqueror. Toward evening my young companion joined me, and we set out for Santa Maria, an Indian village at 2 leagues' distance, situated on the side of the Volcano de Agua, with the intention of ascending the next day to the summit. As we entered the valley, the scene was so beautiful, I did not wonder that even earthquakes could not make it desolate. At the distance of a league we reached the village of San Juan Obispo, the church and convent of which are conspicuous from below, and command a magnificent view of the valley and city of the Antigua. At dark we reached the village of Santa Maria, perched at a height of 2,000 feet above the Antigua and 7,000 feet above the level of the Pacific. The church stands in a noble court with several gates, and before it is a gigantic white cross. We rode up to the convent, which is under the charge of the cura of San Juan Obispo, but it was unoccupied, and there was no one to receive us except a little talkative old man, who had only arrived that morning. Very soon there was an eruption of Indians, with the alcalde and his alguazils, who came to offer their services as guides up the mountain. They were the first Indians I had met who did not speak Spanish, and their eagerness and clamour reminded me of my old friends, the Arabs. They represented the ascent as very steep, with dangerous precipices, and the path extremely difficult to find, and said it was necessary for each of us to have 16 men with ropes to haul us up, and to pay $12 for each man. They seemed a little astonished when I told them that we wanted 2 men each, and would give them half $1 apiece, but fell immediately to 8 men for each and $1 apiece, and after a noisy wrangling we picked out 6 from 40, and they all retired. In a few minutes we heard a violin out of doors, which we thought was in honour of us, but it was for the little old man, who was a titerero or puppet player, and intended giving an exhibition that night. The music entered the room, and a man stationed himself at the door to admit visitors. The price of admission was 3 cents, and there were frequent wranglings to have 1 cent taken off, or 2 admitted for 3 cents. The high price prevented the entrance of common people. The company was very select, and all sat on the floor. The receipts, as I learned from the doorkeeper, were upward of 5 shillings. Romaldi, who was a skilful amateur, led the orchestra, that is, the other fiddler. The puppet was in an adjoining room, and when the door opened it disclosed a black chamar hanging as a curtain, the rising of which discovered the puppet player sitting at a table with his little figures before him. The sports of the puppets were carried on with ventriloquial conversations, in the midst of which I fell asleep. We did not get off till 7 o'clock the next morning. The day was very unpromising, and the whole mountain was covered with clouds. As yet the side of the volcano was cultivated. In half an hour the road became so steep and slippery that we dismounted and commenced the ascent on foot. The Indians went on before, carrying water and provisions, and each of us was equipped with a strong staff. At 8:15 we entered the middle region, which is covered with a broad belt of thick forest. The path was steep and muddy, and every 3 or 4 minutes we were obliged to stop and rest. At 9:15 we reached a clearing in which stood a large wooden cross. This was the first resting place, and we sat down at the foot of the cross and lunched. A drizzling rain had commenced, but in the hope of a change, at 9:30 we resumed our ascent. The path became steeper and muddier, the trees so thickly crowded together that the sun never found its way through them, and their branches and trunks covered with green excrescences. The path was made and kept open by Indians, who go up in the winter time to procure snow and ice for Guatimala. The labour of toiling up this muddy acclivity was excessive, and very soon my young companion became fatigued, and was unable to continue without help. The Indians were provided with ropes, one of which was tied around his waist, and 2 Indians went before with the rope over the shoulders. At 10:30 we were above the region of forest, and came out upon the open side of the volcano. There were still scattering trees, long grass, and a great variety of curious plants and flowers, furnishing rich materials for the botanist. Among them was a plant with a red flower called the arbol de las manitas, or hand plant, but more like a monkey's paw, growing to the height of 30 or 40 feet, the inside a light vermilion colour, and outside vermilion with stripes of yellow. My companion, tired with the toil of ascending, even with the aid of the rope, at length mounted on an Indian's shoulders. I was obliged to stop every 2 or 3 minutes, and my rests were about equal to the actual time of walking. The great difficulty was on account of the wet and mud, which in ascending made us lose part of every step. It was so slippery that even with the staff and the assistance of branches of trees and bushes, it was difficult to keep from falling. About half an hour before reaching the top, and perhaps 1,000 or 1,500 feet from it, the trees became scarce and seemed blasted by lightning or withered by cold. The clouds gathered thicker than before, and I lost all hope of a clear day. At half an hour before 12 we reached the top and descended into the crater. A whirlwind of cloud and vapor was sweeping around it. We were in a perspiration, our clothes were saturated with rain and mud, and in a few moments the cold penetrated our very bones. We attempted to build a fire, but the sticks and leaves were wet and would not burn. For a few moments we raised a feeble flame, and all crouched around it, but a sprinkling of rain came down, just enough to put it out. We could see nothing, and the shivering Indians begged me to return. On rocks near us were inscriptions, one of which bore date in 1548, and on a cut stone were the words Alejandro Idvert de San Petersburgo, Edvardo Le Page de Inglaterra, Jose Krosky de Philadelphia, Fyladelfye, vivimos aquí unas botellas de champaña el día 26 de agosto de 1834, August 26, 1834. It seems strange that three men from such distant and different parts of the world, St. Petersburg, England, and Philadelphia, had met to drink champagne on the top of this volcano. While I was blowing my fingers and copying the inscription, the vapor cleared away a little, and gave me a view of the interior of the crater. It was a large oval basin, the area level and covered with grass. The sides were sloping, about 100 or 150 feet high, and all around were masses of rock piled up in magnificent confusion and rising to inaccessible peaks. There is no tradition of this mountain having ever emitted fire, and there is no calcined matter or other mark of volcanic eruption anywhere in its vicinity. The historical account is that in 1541 an immense torrent, not of fire, but of water and stones, was vomited from the crater by which the old city was destroyed. Father Remesal relates that on this occasion the crown of the mountain fell down. The height of this detached part was 1 league, and from the remaining summit to the plain was a distance of 3 leagues, which he affirms he measured in 1615. The area by my measurement is 83 paces long and 60 wide. According to Torquemada, and such is the tradition according to Padre Alcantra of Ciudad Vieja, this immense basin, probably the crater of an extinct volcano, with sides much higher than they are now, became filled with water by accumulations of snow and rain. There never was any eruption of water, but one of the sides gave way, and the immense body of fluid rushed out with horrific force, carrying with it rocks and trees, inundating and destroying all that opposed its progress. The immense barranca or ravine by which it descended was still fearfully visible on the side of the mountain. The height of this mountain has been ascertained by barometrical observation to be 14,450 feet above the level of the sea. The edge of the crater commands a beautiful view of the old city of Guatemala, 32 surrounding villages, and the Pacific Ocean, at least so I am told, but I saw nothing of it. Nevertheless, I did not regret my labour, and though drenched with rain and plastered with mud, I promised myself, in the month of February, when the weather is fine, to ascend again, prepared for the purpose, and pass 2 or 3 days in the crater. At 1 o'clock we began our descent. It was rapid and sometimes dangerous, from the excessive steepness and slipperiness, and the chance of pitching head foremost against the trunk of a tree. At 2 o'clock we reached the cross, and I mention as a hint for others that, from the pressure of heavy waterproof boots upon the doigt du pied, I was obliged to stop frequently, and after changing the pressure by descending sideways and backward, catching at the branches of trees, I was obliged to pull off my boots and go down barefooted, ankle deep in mud. My feet were severely bruised by the stones, and I could hardly walk at all, when I met one of the Indians pulling my horse up the mountain to meet me. At 4 o'clock we reached Santa Maria, at 5 the Antigua, and at 1/4 past I was in bed. The next morning I was still asleep when Senor Vidaury rode into the courtyard to escort me on my journey. Leaving Romaldi to follow, I was soon mounted, and, emerging from the city, we entered the open plain, shut in by mountains and cultivated to their base with cochineal. At about a mile's distance we turned into the hacienda of Senor Vidaury. In the yard were 4 oxen grinding sugarcane, and behind was his nopal, or cochineal plantation, one of the largest in the Antigua. The plant is a species of cactus, set out in rows like Indian corn, and at the time I speak of it was about 4 feet high. On every leaf was pinned with a thorn a piece of cane, in the hollow of which were 30 or 40 insects. These insects cannot move but breed, and the young crawl out and fasten upon the leaf. When they have once fixed they never move. A light film gathers over them, and as they feed the leaves become mildewed and white. At the end of the dry season some of the leaves are cut off and hung up in a storehouse for seed. The insects are brushed off from the rest and dried, and are then sent abroad to minister to the luxuries and elegances of civilized life, and enliven with their bright colours the salons of London, Paris, and St. Louis in Missouri. The crop is valuable but uncertain, as an early rain may destroy it, and sometimes all the workmen of a hacienda are taken away for soldiers at the moment when they are most needed for its culture. The situation was ravishingly beautiful at the base and under the shade of the Volcano de Agua, and the view was bounded on all sides by mountains of perpetual green. The morning air was soft and balmy, but pure and refreshing. With good government and laws, and one's friends around, I never saw a more beautiful spot on which man could desire to pass his allotted time on earth. Resuming our ride, we came out upon a rich plain covered with grass, on which cattle and horses were pasturing, between the bases of the 2 great volcanoes. And on the left, at a distance, on the side of the Volcano de Agua, saw the church of Ciudad Vieja, the first capital of Guatimala, founded by Alvarado the Conqueror. I was now on classic ground. The fame of Cortez and his exploits in Mexico spread among the Indian tribes to the south, and the Kachiquel kings sent an embassy offering to acknowledge themselves vassals of Spain. Cortez received the ambassadors with distinction, and sent Pedro de Alvarado, an officer distinguished in the conquest of New Spain, to receive the submission of the native kings and take possession of Guatimala. On the 13th of November, 1523, Alvarado left the city of Mexico with 300 Spaniards and a large body of Tlascaltecas, Cholotecas, Chinampas, and other auxiliary Mexican Indians, fought his way through the populous provinces of Soconusco and Tonala, and on the 14th of May, by a decisive victory over the Quiche Indians, he arrived at the capital of the Kachiquel kingdom, now known as the village of Tecpan, Guatimala. After remaining a few days to recover from their fatigues, the conquering army continued their route by the villages on the coast, overcoming all that disputed their progress, and on the 24th of July, 1524, arrived at a place called by the Indians Almalonga, meaning in their language a spring of water, or the mountain from which water flows, situated at the base of the Volcano de Agua. The situation, says Remesal, pleased them so much by its fine climate, the beauty of the meadows, delightfully watered by running streams, and particularly from its lying between two lofty mountains, from one of which descended runs of water in every direction, and from the summit of the other issued volumes of smoke and fire, that they determined to build a city which should be the capital of Guatimala. On the 25th of July, the festival of St. James, the patron of Spain, the soldiers, with martial music, splendid armor, waving plumes, horses superbly caparisoned in trappings glittering with jewels and plates of gold, proceeded to the humble church which had been constructed for that purpose, where Juan Godinez, the chaplain to the army, said mass. The whole body invoked the protection of the apostle, and called by his name the city they had founded. On the same day Alvarado appointed alcaldes, regidors, and the chief alguazil. The appearance of the country harmonized with the romantic scenes of which it had been the theatre, and as I rode over the plain I could almost imagine the sides of the mountains covered with Indians, and Alvarado and his small band of daring Spaniards, soldiers, and priests, with martial pride and religious humility, unfurling the banners of Spain and setting up the standard of the cross. End of section 16. Section 17 of Incidents of Travel in Central America, Chiapas, and Yucatan, Volume 1, by John Lloyd Stephens. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Sue Anderson. As we approached the town, its situation appeared more beautiful, but very early in its history dreadful calamities befell it. In 1532, the vicinity of the city was ravaged, and the inhabitants thrown into consternation by a lion of uncommon magnitude and ferocity, that descended from the forests on the mountain called the Volcan de Agua, and committed great devastation among the herds of cattle. A reward of 25 gold dollars, or 100 bushels of wheat, was offered by the town council to any person that could kill it, but the animal escaped, even from a general hunting party of the whole city, with Alvarado at the head of it. After 5 or 6 months' continual depredations, he was killed on the 30th of July by a herdsman, who received the promised reward. The next great disaster was a fire that happened in February 1536, and caused great injury, as the houses were at that time nearly all thatched with straw. A large portion of them was destroyed before it could be extinguished. The accident originated in a blacksmith shop, and to prevent similar misfortunes in future, the council prohibited the employment of forges within the city. The most dreadful calamity that had as yet afflicted this unfortunate place occurred on the morning of September 11th, 1541. It had rained incessantly, and with great violence, on the 3 preceding days, particularly on the night of the 10th, when the water descended more like the torrent of a cataract than rain. The fury of the wind, the incessant appalling lightning, and the dreadful thunder were indescribable. At 2 o'clock on the morning of the 11th, the vibrations of the earth were so violent that the people were unable to stand. The shocks were accompanied by a terrible subterranean noise, which spread universal dismay. Shortly afterward an immense torrent of water rushed down from the summit of the mountain, forcing away with it enormous fragments of rocks and large trees, which, descending upon the ill-fated town, overwhelmed and destroyed almost all the houses, and buried a great number of the inhabitants under the ruins. Among the many, Dona Beatriz de la Cueva, the widow of Pedro Alvarado, lost her life. All the way down the side of the volcano we saw the seams and gullies made by the torrents of water which had inundated the city. Again we crossed the beautiful stream of El Rio Pensativo, and rode up to the convent. It stands adjoining the gigantic and venerable church of the Virgin. In front was a high stone wall. A large gate opened into a courtyard, at the extremity and along the side of which were the spacious corridors of the convent, and on the left the gigantic wall of the church, with a door of entry from one end of the corridor. The patio was sunk about 4 feet below the level of the corridor, and divided into parterres with beds of flowers, and in the centre was a large white circular fountain, with goldfish swimming in it, and rising out of it, above a jet d'eau, an angel with a trumpet and flag. Senor Vidaury had advised Padre Alcantra of my intended visit, and he was waiting to receive us. He was about 33, intelligent, educated, and energetic, with a passion for flowers, as was shown by the beautiful arrangements of the courtyard. He had been banished by Morazan, and only returned to his curacy about a year before. On a visit to him was his friend and neighbour, Don Pepe Astegueta, the proprietor of a cochineal hacienda, and a man of the same stamp and character. They were among the few whom I met who took any interest in the romantic events connected with the early history of the country. After a brief rest in the convent, with a feeling more highly wrought than any that had been awakened in me except by the ruins of Copan, we visited a tree standing before the church and extending wide its branches, under whose shade, tradition says, Alvarado and his soldiers first encamped. The fountain of Almalonga, or, in the Indian language, the mountain from which water flows, which first induced him to select this spot as the site for the capital, and the ruined cathedral on the spot where Juan Godinez first said mass. The fountain is a large natural basin of clear and beautiful water, shaded by trees, under which 30 or 40 Indian women were washing. The walls of the cathedral were standing, and in one corner was a chamber filled with the skulls and bones of those destroyed by the inundation from the volcano. After breakfast we visited the church, which was very large and more than 200 years old. Its altar is rich in ornaments of gold and silver, among which is a magnificent crown of gold, studded with diamonds and emeralds, presented by one of the Philips to the Virgin, to whom the church was consecrated. Returning to the house, I found that Padre Alcantra had prepared for me a visit from a deputation of Indians, consisting of the principal chiefs and women, descendants of caciques of the Mexican auxiliaries of Alvarado, calling themselves, like the Spaniards, conquistadores, or conquerors. They entered wearing the same costumes which their ancestors had worn in the time of Cortez, and bearing on a salver covered with velvet a precious book bound in red velvet with silver corners and clasp, containing the written evidence of their rank and rights. It was written on parchment, dated in 1639, and contained the order of Philip I, acknowledging them as conquerors, and exempting them as such from the tribute paid by the native Indians. This exemption continued until the Revolution of 1825, and even yet they call themselves descendants of the conquerors and the head of the Indian aristocracy. The interest which I felt in these memorials of the conquerors was increased in no small degree by the beauty and comfort of the convent, and Padre Alcantra's kindness. In the afternoon we walked down to the bridge across the Rio Pensativo. The plain on which the Spanish soldiers had glittered in armour was shaded by the high volcanoes, and the spirit of romance rested upon it. The day which I passed in the old city is one of those upon which I look back with pleasure. Senor Vidaury and Don Pepe remained with us all day. Afterward, when Padre Alcantra had again been obliged to fly from the convent at the approach of an invading army, and we had all passed through the crash of the Revolution, on leaving Guatimala to return home, I diverged from my road to pay them a visit, and they were the last friends to whom I said farewell. In the morning, with great regret, I left Ciudad Vieja. Padre Alcantra and Don Pepe accompanied me, and to help me on my journey, the latter lent me a noble mule, and the padre an excellent servant. The exit from this mountain-girt valley was between the two great volcanoes of Agua and Fuego, rising on each side nearly 15,000 feet high, and from between the two, so unexpectedly to me as almost to induce a burst of enthusiasm, we overlooked an immense plain and saw the Pacific Ocean. At a league's distance we reached the village of Alontenango, where among Indian huts stood another gigantic church, roofless and ruined by an earthquake, and where, with the hope, in which I was not disappointed, of seeing them again, I took the leave of the cura and Don Pepe. The road between the two volcanoes was singularly interesting, one with its base cultivated, girt by a belt of thick forests and verdant to the very summit, the other with three bare and rugged peaks, covered with dried lava and ashes, shaken by the strife of the elements within, the working of internal fires, and emitting constantly a pale blue smoke. The road bears marks of the violent convulsions to which it has been subject. In one place the horse path lies through an immense chasm, rent asunder by a natural convulsion over which huge stones, hurled in every direction, lay in the wildest confusion. In another it crosses a deep bed of ashes and cinders and scorified lava, and a little further on strata of decomposed vegetable matter cover the volcanic substances, and high shrubs and bushes have grown up, forming a thick shady arbour, fragrant as the fields of Araby the Blessed. At every step there was a strange contrast of the horrible and beautiful. The last eruption of the Volcan del Fuego took place about 12 years ago, when flames issued from the crater and ascended to a great height. Immense quantities of stones and ashes were cast out, and the race of monkeys inhabiting the neighbouring woods was almost extirpated. But it can never burst forth again. Its crater is no longer el boca del infierno, or the mouth of the infernal regions, for, as a very respectable individual told me, it has been blessed by a priest. After a beautiful ride under a hot sun, but shaded nearly all the way, at 3 o'clock we reached Escuintla, where another magnificent church, roofless, and again with its rich facade cracked by an earthquake. Before it were two venerable ceiba trees, and the platform commanded a splendid panoramic view of the volcanoes and mountains of the Antigua. In the streets were soldiers and drunken Indians. I rode to the house of the corregidor, Don Juan Dios de Guerra, and with Romaldi for a guide I walked down to the banks of a beautiful stream, which makes Escuintla, in the summer months of January and February, the great watering place of Guatimala. The bank was high and beautifully shaded, and descending to the river through a narrow passage between perpendicular rocks, in a romantic spot where many a Guatimala lover has been hurried, by the charming influences around, into a premature outpouring of his hopes and fears, I sat down on a stone and washed my feet. Returning, I stopped at the church. The front was cracked from top to bottom by an earthquake, and the divided portion stood apart, but the towers were entire. I ascended to the top and looked down into the roofless area. On the east the dark line of forest was broken by the curling smoke of a few scattered huts, and backed by verdant mountains, by the cones of volcanoes with their tops buried in the clouds, and by the rock of Mirandilla, an immense block of bare granite held up among the mountain tops, riven and blasted by lightning. On the west the setting sun illuminated a forest of 60 miles, and beyond shed its dying glories over the whole Pacific Ocean. At 2 o'clock, under a brilliant moonlight, and with a single guide, we started for the Pacific. The road was level and wooded. We passed a trapiche, or sugar mill, worked by oxen, and before daylight reached the village of Masagua, 4 leagues distant, built in a clearing cut out of the woods, at the entrance of which we stopped under a grove of orange trees, and by the light of the moon filled our pockets and alforgas with the shining fruit. Daylight broke upon us in a forest of gigantic trees, from 75 to 100 feet high, and from 20 to 25 feet in circumference, with creepers winding around their trunks and hanging from the branches. The road was merely a path through the forest, formed by cutting away shrubs and branches. The freshness of the morning was delightful. We had descended from the table of land called the Tierras Templadas, and were now in the Tierras Calientes. But at 9 o'clock the glare and heat of the sun did not penetrate the thick shade of the woods. In some places the branches of the trees, trimmed by the machete of a passing muleteer, and hung with a drapery of vines and creepers, bearing red and purple flowers, formed for a long distance natural arches more beautiful than any ever fashioned by man. And there were parrots and other birds of beautiful plumage flying among the trees, among them guacamayas, or great macaws, large, clothed in red, yellow, and green, and when on the wing, displaying a splendid plumage. But there were also vultures and scorpions, and running across the road and up the trees, innumerable iguanas or lizards from an inch to 3 feet long. The road was a mere track among the trees, perfectly desolate, though twice we met muleteers bringing up goods from the port. At the distance of 12 miles we reached the hacienda of Narango, occupied by a major domo, who looked after the cattle of the proprietor, roaming wild in the woods. The house stood alone in the midst of a clearing built of poles, with a cattle yard in front, and I spied a cow with a calf, which was a sign of milk. But you must catch a cow before you can milk her. The major domo went out with a lasso, and playing upon the chord of nature, caught the calf first, and then the cow, and hauled her up by the horns to a post. The hut had but one wacal, or drinking shell, made of a gourd, and it was so small that we sat down by the cow so as not to lose much time. We had bread, chocolate, and sausages, and after a ride of 24 miles made a glorious breakfast. But we exhausted the poor cow, and I was ashamed to look the calf in the face. Resuming our journey, at a distance of 9 miles, we reached the solitary hacienda of Overo. The whole of this great plain was densely wooded and entirely uncultivated, but the soil was rich and capable of maintaining, with very little labour, thousands of people. Beyond Overo the country was open in places, and the sun beat down with scorching force. At 1 o'clock we crossed a rustic bridge, and through the opening in the trees saw the river Michatoya. We followed along its bank, and very soon heard breaking on the shore the waves of the great Southern Ocean. The sound was grand and solemn, giving a strong impression of the immensity of those waters, which had been rolling from the creation for more than 5,000 years, unknown to civilized man. I was loath to disturb the impression, and rode slowly through the woods, listening in profound silence to the grandest music that ever fell upon my ear. The road terminated on the bank of the river, and I had crossed the continent of America. On the opposite side was a long sandbar, with a flagstaff, 2 huts built of poles and thatched with leaves, and 3 sheds of the same rude construction, and over the bar were seen the masts of a ship riding on the Pacific. This was the port of Istapa. We shouted above the roar of the waves, and a man came down to the bank, and loosing a canoe, came over for us. In the meantime, the interest of the scene was somewhat broken by a severe assault of mosquitoes and sandflies. The mules suffered as much as we, but I could not take them across, and was obliged to tie them under the trees. Neither Romaldi nor my guide could be prevailed upon to remain and watch them. They said it would be death to sleep there. The river is the outlet of the Lake of Amatitan, and is said to be navigable from the falls of San Pedro Martyr, 70 miles from its mouth, but there are no boats upon it, and its banks are in the wildness of primeval nature. The crossing place was at the old mouth of the river. The sandbar extends about a mile further, and has been formed since the conquest. Landing, I walked across the sand to the house or hut of the captain of the port, and a few steps beyond saw the object of my journey, the boundless waters of the Pacific. When Nunez de Balboa, after crossing swamps and rivers, mountains and woods, which had never been passed but by straggling Indians, came down upon the shores of this newly discovered sea, he rushed up to the middle in the waves with his buckler and sword, and took possession of it in the name of the king his master, vowing to defend it in arms against all his enemies. But Nunez had the assurance that beyond the sea "he would find immense stores of gold, out of which people did eat and drink." I had only to go back again. I had ridden nearly 60 miles. The sun was intensely hot, the sand burning, and very soon I entered the hut and threw myself into a hammock. The hut was built of poles set up in the sand, thatched with the branches of trees, furnished with a wooden table, a bench, and some boxes of merchandise, and swarming with mosquitoes. The captain of the port, as he brushed them away, complained of the desolation and dreariness of the place, its isolation and separation from the world, its unhealthiness, and the misery of a man doomed to live there. And yet he feared the result of the war, a change of administration, and being turned out of office. Toward evening, rested and refreshed, I walked out upon the shore. The port is an open roadstead, without bay, headland, rock, or reef, or anything whatever to distinguish it from the line of the coast. There is no light at night, and vessels at sea take their bearings from the great volcanoes of the Antigua, more than 60 miles inland. A buoy was anchored outside of the breakers, with a cable attached, and under the sheds were 3 large launches for embarking and disembarking cargoes. The ship, which was from Bordeaux, lay off more than a mile from the shore. Her boat had landed the supercargo and passengers, since which she had had no communication with the land, and seemed proudly independent of so desolate a place. Behind the sandbar were a few Indian huts, and Indians nearly naked were sitting by me on the shore. Yet this desolate place was once the focus of ambitious hopes, high aspirations, lust of power and gold, and romantic adventure. Here Alvarado fitted out his armament, and embarked with his followers to dispute with Pizarro the riches of Peru. The sun was sinking, and the red globe touched the ocean. Clouds were visible on its face, and when it disappeared, ocean and land were illuminated with a ruddy haze. I returned to the hut and threw myself into my hammock. Could it be that I was again so far from home, and that these were the waves of the great Southern Ocean breaking on my ears? Chapter 14. The Return. Hunt for a Mule. Overo. Masagua. Escuintla. Falls of San Pedro Martyr. Michetoya River. Village of San Pedro. A Major Domo. San Cristoval. Amatitan. A Roving American. Entry into Guatemala. Letter from Mr. Catherwood. Christmas Eve. Arrival of Mr. Catherwood. Plaza de Toros. A bullfight. The theatre. Official business. The aristocracy of Guatemala. State of the country. New Year's Day. Ferocity of party. At 3 o'clock Romaldi woke me to set out on my return. The moonbeams were glancing over the water, and the canoe was ready. I bade farewell to my host as he lay in his hammock, and crossed the river. Here I found an unexpected difficulty. My spare mule had broken her halter and was nowhere to be seen. We beat about the woods till daylight, and, concluding that she must have taken the only path open, and set out for home on her own account, we saddled and rode on to Overo, a distance of 20 miles, but no stray mule had passed the hacienda, and I stopped and sent Romaldi back to the port. Very soon I became tired of waiting at the miserable hacienda, saddled my mule, and started alone. The road was so shaded that I did not stop for the noonday heat. For 21 miles further the road was perfectly desolate, the only sound being occasionally the crash of a falling tree. At the village of Masagua I rode up to a house at which I saw a woman under the shed, and, unsaddling my mule, got her to send a man out to cut zacate and to make me some chocolate. I was so pleased with my independence that I almost resolved to travel altogether by myself, without servant or change of apparel. In half an hour I resumed my journey. Toward sundown I met drunken Indians coming out from Escuintla, and looking back over the great plain, saw the sun fast sinking into the Pacific. Some time after dark I rode up to the house of the corregidor, having performed in the 2 days 110 miles. Unfortunately, there was no zacate for my mule. This article is brought into the towns by the Indians daily, and every person buys just enough for the night and no more. There was not a spare lock of grass in the place. With a servant of the corregidor's I made an exploring expedition through the town, and by an affecting appeal to an old woman, enforced by treble price, bought from under their very noses the portion of 2 mules, and left them supperless. I waited till 2 o'clock the next day for Romaldi and the mule, and after a vain endeavour to procure a guide to the falls of San Pedro Martyr, set out alone direct for Guatimala. At the distance of 2 leagues, ascending a steep hill, I passed a trapiche or sugar mill in a magnificent situation, commanding a full view of the plain I had crossed and the ocean beyond. 2 oxen were grinding sugar cane, and under a shed was a large boiling cauldron for making pandela, a brown sugar, in lumps of about 2 pounds each, an enormous quantity of which is consumed in the country. Here the humour seized me to make some inquiries about the falls of San Pedro Martyr. a man out at elbows and every other mentionable and unmentionable part of his body, glad to get rid of regular work, offered to conduct me. I had passed a league back the place where I ought to have turned off, and proceeding onward to the village of San Pedro, he turned off to the right, and went back almost in the same direction by a narrow path, descending through thick woods choked with bushes, and in a ravine reached the Michatoya River, which I had crossed at Istapa. It was narrow and rapid, breaking wildly over a stony bed, with a high mountain on the opposite side. Following it, we reached the cataract, consisting of four streams separated by granite rock, partly concealed by bushes, and precipitated from a height of about 200 feet, forming with the wild scenery around a striking and romantic view. A little below it were a sugar mill worked by water, and an uncommonly fine hacienda, which commanded a view of the falls, and at which I was very much disposed to pass the night. The major domo, a black man, was somewhat surprised at my visit, but when he learned that I did not come to see the mill, but only the falls, he seemed to suspect that I was no better than I should be, and when I asked him if I could reach San Cristoval before dark, he answered that I could if I started immediately. This was not exactly an invitation to stay, and I left him. It shows the want of curiosity and indolence of the people, that, though these falls are but a pleasant afternoon's ride from Escuintla, which for 2 months is thronged with visitors from Guatimala, nobody ever visits them. Hurrying back by the same wild path, we reached the main road, and as it was late, I hired my guide to go on with me to San Cristoval. We passed through the village of San Pedro, which was a collection of miserable huts, with an estanco, or place for the sale of agua ardiente, and thronged with half-intoxicated Indians. As we advanced, clouds began to gather around the mountains, and there was every appearance of heavy rain. I had no cloak or greatcoat, and being particularly apprehensive of fevers and rheumatisms, after riding about a mile, I returned to San Pedro. The most respectable citizens of the place were reeling around the estanco, and urged me to stop, but my guide said they were a bad set, and advised me to return and pass the night at the sugar mill. Presuming that he knew the people of whom he spoke better than I did, I was no way inclined to disregard his caution. It was after dark when we reached the trapiche. Some of the workmen were sitting around a fire smoking, others were lying asleep under a shed, and I had but to look around and choose my ground and take my rest. I inquired for the major domo, and was escorted to a mud house, where in the dark I heard a harsh voice, and presently, by the light of a pine stick, saw an old and forbidding face corresponding, and by its side that of a young woman, so soft and sweet that it seemed to appear expressly for the sake of contrast, and these two were one. I was disposed to pity her, but the old major domo was a noble fellow in heart, and she managed him so beautifully that he never suspected it. He was about going to bed, but sent men out to cut zacate, and both he and his wife were pleased that accident had brought me to their hut. The workmen sympathized in their humour, and we sat for 2 hours around a large table under the shed, with 2 candles sticking up in their own tallow. They could not comprehend that I had been to the top of the Volcano de Agua, and then ridden down to the coast merely to see the Pacific. A fine, open-faced young man had a great desire to travel, only he did not like to go away from home. I offered to take him with me and give him good wages. The subject was discussed aloud. It was an awful thing to go away from home, and among strangers, where no one would care for him. His house was the outside of the major domo's hut, but his home was in the hearts of his friends, and perhaps some of them would be dead before he returned. The The wife of the major domo seemed a good spirit in tempering the hearts and conduct of these wild and half-naked men. I promised to give him money to pay his expenses home when he should wish to return, and he agreed to go with me. At 3 o'clock the old major domo was shouting in my ears. I was not familiar with my own name with the don prefixed, and thought he had waked up the wrong passenger. The courage of the young man who wished to travel failed him, and he did not make his appearance. In the expectation of his going, my guide did not come, and I set out alone. Before daylight I passed for the third time through the village of San Pedro, and a little beyond overtook a bundle on horseback, which proved to be a boy and a woman, with one poncho over both. The river Michetoya was foaming and breaking in a long succession of rapids on our right, and we rode on together to San Cristoval. I rode up to the convent, pounced upon the cura at the witching hour of breakfast, mounted again, and rode around the base of the Volcano de Agua, with its cultivated fields and belt of forest and verdure to the top. Opposite was another volcano, its sides covered with immense forests. Between the two I passed a single trapiche belonging to a convent of Dominican friars, entered a large and beautiful valley, passed hot springs, smoking for more than a mile along the road, and entered among the nopals or cochineal plantations of Amatitan. On both sides were high clay fences, and the nopals were more extensive than those of the Antigua, and more valuable, as though, only 25 miles from it, the climate is so different that they produce 2 crops in each season. Approaching the town, I remembered that Mr. Handy, who had traveled from the United States through Texas and Mexico with a caravan of wild animals, had told me in New York of an American in his employ who had left him at this place to take charge of a cochineal plantation, and I was curious to see how he looked and flourished in such employment. I had forgotten his name, but inquiring on the road for an American del Norte, was directed to the nopal of which he had charge. It was one of the largest in the place, and contained 4,000 plants. I rode up to a small building in the middle of the plantation, which looked like a summer house, and was surrounded by workmen, one of whom announced me as a Spaniard, as the Indians generally call foreigners. Dismounting and giving my mule to an Indian, I entered and found Don Enriquez sitting at a table with an account book before him, settling accounts with the workmen. He was dressed in the coton or jacket of the country, and had a very long beard, but I should have recognized him anywhere as an American. I addressed him in English, and he stared at me as if startled by a familiar sound, and answered in Spanish. By degrees he comprehended the matter. He was under 30, from Rhinebeck Landing on the Hudson River, where his father keeps a store, and his name was Henry Pawling, had been a clerk in New York and then in Mexico. Induced by a large offer and a strong disposition to ramble and see the country, he accepted a proposal from Mr. Handy. His business was to go before the caravan, hire a place, give notice, and make preparations for the exhibition of the animals. In this capacity he had travelled all over Mexico, and from thence to Guatimala. It was 7 years since he left home, and since parting with Mr. Handy he had not spoken a word of his own language, and as he spoke it now, it was more than half Spanish. I need not say that he was glad to see me. He conducted me over the plantation, and explained the details of the curious process of making cochineal. He was somewhat disappointed in his expectations, and spoke with great feeling of home, but when I offered to forward letters, said he had resolved never to write to his parents again, nor to inform them of his existence, until he retrieved his fortunes and saw a prospect of returning rich. He accompanied me into the town of Amatitan, and as it was late, and I expected to return to that place, I did not visit the lake, but continued direct for Guatemala. Section 18. Of Incidents of Travel in Central America, Chiapas, and Yucatan, Volume 1, by John Lloyd Stephens. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Sue Anderson. The road lay across a plain with a high, precipitous, and verdant wall on the left. At a distance of a league we ascended a steep hill to the tableland of Guatemala. I regret that I cannot communicate to the reader the highest pleasure of my journey in Central America, that derived from the extraordinary beauty of scenery constantly changing. At the time, I thought this the most delightful ride I had had in the country. On the way I overtook a man and his wife on horseback, he with a gamecock under his arm, and she with a guitar. A little boy was hidden away among bedding on a luggage mule, and 4 lads were with them on foot, each with a gamecock wrapped in matting, with the head and tail only visible. They were going to Guatemala to pass the Christmas holidays, and with this respectable party I entered the gate of the city on the 8th day after my departure. I found a letter from Mr. Catherwood, dated at Esquipulas, advising me that he had been robbed by his servant, taken ill, had left the ruins, gone to Don Gregorio's, and was then on his journey to Guatemala. My messenger had passed through Copan, and gone on he did not know where. I was in great distress, and resolved, after a day's rest, to set off in search of him. I dressed myself and went to a party at Senor Zebador's, formerly minister to England, where I surprised the Guatemaltecos by the tour I had made, and particularly by having come alone from Istapa. Here I met Mr. Chatfield, Her Britannic Majesty's Consul General, and Mr. Skinner, who had arrived during my absence. It was Christmas Eve, the night of El Nacimiento, or birth of Christ. At one end of the sala was a raised platform with a green floor and decorated with branches of pine and cypress, having birds sitting upon them, and looking-glass and sandpaper, and figures of men and animals representing a rural scene, with an arbor and a wax doll in a cradle. In short, the grotto of Bethlehem and the infant Saviour. Always at this season of the year every house in Guatemala has its nacimiento, according to the wealth and taste of the proprietor. And in time of peace the figure of the Saviour is adorned with family jewels, pearls, and precious stones, and at night every house is open, and the citizens, without acquaintance or invitation, or distinction of rank or persons, go from house to house visiting. And the week of El Nacimiento is the gayest in the year, but unfortunately at this time it was observed only in form. The state of the city was too uncertain to permit general opening of houses and running in the streets at night. Carrera's soldiers might enter. The party was small, but consisted of the elite of Guatemala, and commenced with supper, after which followed dancing, and, I am obliged to add, smoking. The room was badly lighted, and the company, from the precarious state of the country, not gay, but the dancing was kept up till 12 o'clock, when the ladies put on their mantas, and we all went to the cathedral, where were to be performed the imposing ceremonies of the Christmas Eve. The floor of the church was crowded with citizens, and a large concourse from the villages around. Mr. Savage accompanied me home, and we did not get to bed till 3 o'clock in the morning. The bells had done ringing, and Christmas Mass had been said in all the churches before I awoke. In the afternoon was the first bullfight of the season. My friend Vidaury had called for me, and I was in the act of going to the Plaza de Toros when there was a loud knock at the porte cochere, and in rode Mr. Catherwood, armed to the teeth, pale and thin, most happy at reaching Guatimala, but not half so happy as I was to see him. He was in advance of his luggage, but I dressed him up and carried him immediately to the Plaza de Toros. It stands near the church of El Calvario, at the end of the Calle Real, in shape and form like the Roman amphitheatre, about 350 feet long and 250 broad, capable of containing, as we supposed, about 8,000 people, at least 1/4 of the population of Guatimala, and was then crowded with spectators of both sexes and all classes, the best and the vilest in the city, sitting together indiscriminately, and among them were conspicuous the broad-brimmed, turned-up, and sharp-pointed hat and black gown of the priest. The seats commenced about 10 feet above the arena, with a corridor and open wood fence in front to protect the spectators, astride which sat Carrera's disorderly soldiers to keep order. At one end, underneath the corridor, was a large door through which the bull was to be let in. At the other end, separated by a partition from the part occupied by the rest of the spectators, was a large box, empty, formerly intended for the captain general and other principal officers of government, and now reserved for Carrera. Underneath was a military band, composed mostly of Indians. Notwithstanding the collection of people and the expectation of an animating sport, there was no clapping or stamping or other expression of impatience and anxiety for the performance to begin. At length Carrera entered the captain general's box, dressed in a badly fitting blue military frock coat, embroidered with gold, and attended by Monte Rosa and other officers richly dressed, the alcalde and members of the municipality. All eyes were turned toward him, as when a king or emperor enters his box at the theatre in Europe. A year before he was hunted among the mountains under a reward for his body, dead or alive, and 9/10 of those who now looked upon him would have shut the city against him as a robber, murderer, and outcast. Soon the matadores entered, 8 in number, mounted and each carrying a lance and a red poncho. They galloped around the area and stopped with their lances opposite the door at which the bull was to enter. The door was pulled open by a padre, a great cattle proprietor, who owned the bulls of the day, and the animal rushed out into the area, kicking up his heels as if in play, but at the sight of the line of horsemen and lances turned about and ran back quicker than he entered. The padre's bull was an ox, and, like a sensible beast, would rather run than fight. But the door was closed upon him, and perforce he ran around the area, looking up to the spectators for mercy, and below for an outlet of escape. The horsemen followed, prodding him with their lances, and all around the area men and boys on the fence threw barbed darts with ignited fireworks attached, which, sticking to his flesh and exploding on every part of his body, irritated him, and sometimes made him turn on his pursuers. The matadores led him on by flaring ponchos before him, and as he pressed them, the skill of the matador consisted in throwing the poncho over his horns so as to blind him, and then fixing in his neck, just below his jaw, a sort of balloon of fireworks. When this was done successfully, it created shouts of applause. The government, in an excess of humanity, had forbidden the killing of bulls, and restricted the fight to worrying and torturing. Consequently, it was entirely different from the bullfight in Spain, and wanted even the exciting interest of a fierce struggle for life, and the chance of the matador being gored to death or tossed over among the spectators. But watching the earnest gaze of thousands, it was easy to imagine the intense excitement in a martial age, when gladiators fought in the arena before the nobility and beauty of Rome. Our poor ox, after being tired out, was allowed to withdraw. Others followed and went through the same round. All the padres' bulls were oxen. Sometimes a matador on foot was chased to the fence under a general laugh of the spectators. After the last ox had run his rounds, the matadors withdrew, and men and boys jumped over into the arena in such numbers that they fairly hustled the ox. The noise and confusion, the flaring of colored ponchos, the running and tumbling, attacking and retreating, and clouds of dust, made this the most stirring scene of any. But altogether it was a puerile exhibition, and the better classes, among whom was my fair countrywoman, regarded it merely as an occasion for meeting acquaintances. In the evening we went to the theatre, which opened for the first time. A large building had been commenced in the city, but in one of the revolutions it had been demolished, and the work was abandoned. The performance was in the courtyard of a house. The stage was erected across one of the corners. The patio was the pit, and the corridor was divided by temporary partitions into boxes. The audience sent beforehand, or servants brought with them, their own seats. We had invitations to the box of Senor Vidaury. Carrera was there, sitting on a bench a little elevated against the wall of the house, and at the right hand of Rivera Paz, the chief of the state. Some of his officers were with him in their showy uniforms, but he had laid his aside, and had on his black bombazet jacket and pantaloons, and was very unpretending in his deportment. I considered him the greatest man in Guatimala, and made it a point to shake hands with him in passing. The first piece was Saige, a tragedy. The company consisted entirely of Guatimaltecos, and their performance was very good. There was no change of scenery. When the curtain fell, all lighted cigars, ladies included, and fortunately there was an open courtyard for the escape of the smoke. When the performance was over, the boxes waited till the pit was emptied. Special care had been taken in placing sentinels, and all went home quietly. During the week there was an attempt at gaiety, but all was more or less blended with religious solemnities. One was that of the novena, or term of 9 days praying to the Virgin. One lady, who was distinguished for the observance of this term, had an altar built across the whole end of the sala, with 3 steps decorated with flowers, and a platform adorned with looking-glasses, pictures, and figures, in the centre of which was an image of the Virgin richly dressed, the whole ornamented in a way impossible for me to describe, but that may be imagined in a place where natural flowers are in the greatest profusion, and artificial ones made more perfect than in Europe, and where the ladies have extraordinary taste in the disposition of them. When I entered, the gentlemen were in an anteroom, with hats, canes, and small swords, and in the sala the ladies, with female servants cleanly dressed, were on their knees praying. In front of the fairy altar was one who seemed a fairy herself, and while her lips moved, her bright eye was roving, and she looked more worthy of being kneeled to than the pretty image before her, and as if she thought so too. In regard to my official business, I was perfectly at a loss what to do. In Guatemala all were on one side. All said that there was no federal government, and Mr. Chatfield, the British consul general, whose opinion I respected more, concurred, and had published a circular denying its existence. But the federal government claimed to be in existence, and the bare suggestion of General Morazan's marching against Guatemala excited consternation. Several times there were rumors to that effect, and one that he had actually determined to do so, that not a single priest would be spared, and that the streets would run with blood. The boldest partisans trembled for their lives. Morazan had never been beaten. Carrera had always run before him. They had no faith in his being able to defend them, and could not defend themselves. At all events, I had as yet heard only one side, and did not consider myself justified in assuming that there was no government. I was bound to make diligent search, and then I might return in legal phrase, saepi corpus, or non est inventus, according to circumstances. For this purpose I determined to go to San Salvador, which was formerly, and still claimed to be, the capital of the Confederation, and the seat of the federal government, or rather to Cojutepeque, to which place the government had been then lately transferred on account of earthquakes at San Salvador. The project was not without its difficulties. One Rascon, with an insurgent and predatory band, occupied an intervening district of the country, acknowledging neither party, and fighting under his own flag. Mr. Chatfield and Mr. Skinner had come by sea, a circuitous route, to avoid him, and Captain de Nouvelle, master of a French ship lying at the port of San Salvador, arrived in Guatimala almost on a run, having ridden 60 miles the last day over a mountainous country, who reported horrible atrocities, and 3 men murdered near San Vicente, on their way to the fair at Esquipulas, and their faces so disfigured that they could not be recognized. Immediately on his arrival he sent a courier to order his ship up to Istapa, merely to take him back and save him from returning by land. I had signified my intention to the state government, which was dissatisfied with my going to San Salvador at all, but offered me an escort of soldiers, suggesting, however, that if we met any of Morazan's there would certainly be a fight. This was not at all pleasant. I was loath to travel a third time the road to Istapa, but under the circumstances accepted Captain de Nouvelle's invitation to take a passage in his ship. Meanwhile I passed my time in social visiting. In our own city the aristocracy is called by the diplomatic corps at Washington the aristocracy of streets. In Guatimala it is the aristocracy of houses, as certain families live in the houses built by their fathers at the foundation of the city, and they are really aristocratic old mansions. These families, by reason of certain monopolies of importation, acquired under the Spanish dominion immense wealth and rank as merchant princes. Still, they were excluded from all offices and all part in the government. At the time of the Revolution, one of these families was noble, with the rank of marquisate, and its head tore off the insignia of his rank and joined the revolutionary party. Next in position to the officers of the crown, they thought that, emancipated from the yoke of Spain, they would have the government in their own hands. And so they had, but it was only for a short time. The principles of equal rights began to be understood, and they were put aside. For 10 years they had been in obscurity, but accidentally they were again in power, and at the time of my visit ruled in social as well as political life. I do not wish to speak harshly of them, for they were the only people who constituted society. My intercourse was almost exclusively with them. My fair countrywoman was one of them. I am indebted to them for much kindness, and besides they are personally amiable. But I speak of them as public men. I did not sympathize with them in politics. To me the position of the country seemed most critical, and from a cause which in all Spanish America had never operated before. At the time of the first invasion, a few hundred Spaniards, by superior bravery and skill, and with more formidable arms, had conquered the whole Indian population. Naturally peaceable and kept without arms, the conquered people had remained quiet and submissive during the 3 centuries of Spanish dominion. In the civil wars following the independence they had borne but a subordinate part, and down to the time of Carrera's rising they were entirely ignorant of their own physical strength. But this fearful discovery had now been made. The Indians constituted 3/4 of the inhabitants of Guatimala, were the hereditary owners of the soil, for the first time since they fell under the dominion of the whites, were organized and armed under a chief of their own, who chose for the moment to sustain the central party. I did not sympathize with that party, for I believed that in their hatred of the Liberals they were courting a third power that might destroy them both, consorting with a wild animal which might at any moment turn and rend them in pieces. I believed that they were playing upon the ignorance and prejudices of the Indians, and through the priests upon their religious fanaticism, amusing them with fetes and church ceremonies, persuading them that the Liberals aimed at a demolition of churches, destruction of the priests, and hurrying back the country into darkness. And in the general heaving of the elements, there was not a man of nerve enough among them, with the influence of name and station, to rally round him the strong and honest men of the country, reorganize the shattered republic, and save them from the disgrace and danger of truckling to an ignorant, uneducated Indian boy. Such were my sentiments. Of course I avoided expressing them, but because I did not denounce their opponents, some looked coldly upon me. With them political differences severed all ties. Our worst party abuse is moderate and mild compared with the terms in which they speak of each other. We seldom do more than call men ignorant, incompetent, dishonest, dishonorable, false, corrupt, subverters of the Constitution, and bought with British gold. There a political opponent is a robber, an assassin. It is praise to admit that he is not a bloodthirsty cutthroat. We complain that our ears are constantly offended and our passions roused by angry political discussions. There it would have been delightful to hear a good, honest, hot and angry political dispute. I traveled in every state, and I never heard one, for I never met 2 men together who differed in political opinions. Defeated partisans are shot, banished, run away, or get a moral lockjaw, and never dare express their opinions before one of the dominant party. We have just passed through a violent political struggle. 20 millions of people have been divided against man to man, friend against friend, neighbor against neighbor, brother against brother, and son against father. Besides, honest differences of opinion, ambition, want, and lust of power and office have roused passions sometimes to fierceness. 2 millions of men, highly excited, have spoken out their thoughts and sentiments fearlessly and openly. They have all been counted, and the first rule in arithmetic has decided between them, and the defeated party are still permitted to live in the country. Their wives and children are spared; nay, more, they may grumble in the streets, and hang out their banners of defiance, of continued and determined opposition, and, more than all, the pillars of the republic are not shaken. Among a million of disappointed men, never, with all the infirmities of human passion, has one breathed resistance to the Constitution and laws. The world has never presented such a spectacle, such a proof of the capacity of the people for self-government. Long may it continue. May the tongue wither that dares preach resistance to the ballot boxes, and may the moral influence of our example reach our distracted sister republics, staying the sword of persecution in the hands of victors, and crushing the spirit of revolution in a defeated party. January 1st, 1840. This day, so full of home associations, snow and red noses and blue lips out of doors, and blazing fires and beauteous faces within, opened in Guatemala like a morning in spring. The sun seemed rejoicing in the beauty of the land it shone upon. The flowers were blooming in the courtyards, and the mountains visible above the tops of the houses were smiling in verdure. The bells of 38 churches and convents proclaimed the coming of another year. The shops were shut as on a Sunday. There was no market in the plaza. Gentlemen well dressed and ladies in black mantas were crossing it to attend grand mass in the cathedral. Mozart's music swelled through the aisles. A priest in a strange tongue proclaimed morality, religion, and love of country. The floor of the church was thronged with whites, mestizos, and Indians. On a high bench opposite the pulpit sat the chief of the state, and by his side Carrera, again dressed in his rich uniform. I leaned against a pillar opposite and watched his face, and if I read him right, he had forgotten war and the stains of blood upon his hands, and his very soul was filled with fanatic enthusiasm, exactly as the priests would have him. I did verily believe that he was honest in his impulses, and would do right if he knew how. They who undertake to guide him have a fearful responsibility. The service ended, a way was cleared through the crowd. Carrera, accompanied by the priests and the chief of the state, awkward in his movements, with his eyes fixed on the ground, or with furtive glances as if ill at ease in being an object of so much attention, walked down the aisle. 1,000 ferocious-looking soldiers were drawn up before the door. A wild burst of music greeted him, and the faces of the men glowed with devotion to their chief. A broad banner was unfurled with stripes of black and red, a device of a death's head and legs in the center, and on one side the words "Viva la Religion," and on the other "Paz o muerte a los liberales." Carrera placed himself at their head, and with Rivera Paz by his side, and the fearful banner floating in the air, and wild and thrilling music, and the stillness of death around, they escorted the chief of state to his house. How different from New Year's Day at home! Fanatic as I knew the people to be in religion, and violent in political animosities, I did not believe that such an outrage would be countenanced as flaunting in the plaza of the capital a banner linking together the support of religion and the death or submission of the Liberal party. Afterward, in a conversation with the chief of the state, I referred to this banner. He had not noticed it, but thought that the last clause was "Paz o muerte a los que no lo quieren," to those who do not wish it. This does not alter its atrocious character, and only adds to fanaticism what it takes from party spirit. I think, however, that I am right, for on the return of the soldiers to the plaza, Mr. C. and I followed it, till, as we thought, the standard-bearer contracted its folds expressly to hide it, and some of the officers looked at us so suspiciously that we withdrew. For the sake of home associations, I called on my fair countrywoman, dined at Mr. Hall's, and in the afternoon went to the cockpit, a large circular building handsomely proportioned, with a high seat for the judges, who rang a bell as a signal for the fight, when commenced a clamour, "I offer $5," "I offer 20," etc. And I am happy to say that in this crowded den I saw but one man whom I had ever seen before. From there I went to the bullfight, and then to the theatre. The reader will admit that I made a brilliant beginning to the year 1840. Section 19. Section 19 of Incidents of Travel in Central America, Chiapas, and Yucatan, Volume 1, by John Lloyd Stephens. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Sue Anderson. Chapter 15. Hunt for a Government, Diplomatic Difficulties, Departure from Guatemala, Lake of Amatitan, Attack of Fever and Ague, Overo, Iztapa, a French merchant ship, Port of Acajutla, Illness, Zonzonate, the Government found, Visit to the Volcano of Izalco, Course of the Eruptions, Descent from the Volcano. On Sunday, the 5th of January, I rose to set out in search of a government. Don Manuel Pavon, with his usual kindness, brought me a packet of letters of introduction to his friends in San Salvador. Mr. Catherwood intended to accompany me to the Pacific. We had not packed up, the muleteer had not made his appearance, and my passport had not been sent. Captain de Nouvelle waited till 9 o'clock, and then went on in advance. In the midst of my confusion, I received a visit from a distinguished canonigo. The reverend prelate was surprised at my setting out that day. I was about pleading my necessities as an excuse for travelling on the Sabbath, but he relieved me by adding that there was to be a dinner party, a bullfight, and a play, and he wondered that I could resist such temptations. At 11 o'clock the muleteer came, with his mules, his wife, and a ragged little son, and Mr. Savage, who was always my help through the little vexations attendant upon doing anything in that country, as well as in more important matters, returned from the government house with word that my passport had been sent to me. I knew that the government was displeased with my purpose of going to the capital. The night before it had been currently reported that I intended to present my credentials at San Salvador and recognize the existence of the federal government. Newspapers received the same night by the courier from Mexico were burdened with accounts of an invasion of that country by the Texans. I had before received a piece of information that was new to me, and of which it was considered diplomatic that I should profess ignorance, that is, that, though not so avowed, the Texans were supported and urged on by the government of the United States. We were considered as bent upon the conquest of Mexico, and of course Guatemala would come next. The odium of our ambitious pretensions increased the feeling of coldness and distrust toward me, arising from my not having attached myself to the dominant party. In general, I was considered as the successor of Mr. DeWitt. It was known among politicians that proceedings were pending for the renewal of a treaty, and that our government had a claim for the destruction of property of our citizens in one of the revolutions of the country. but some imagined that the special object of my mission was very deep, and in favour of the party at San Salvador. When Mr. Savage returned without any passport, suspecting that there was an intention to embarrass me and make me lose the opportunity of going by sea, I went immediately to the Government House, where I received the same answer that had been given to Mr. Savage. I requested another, but the Secretary of State objected on the ground that none could be made out that day. There were several clerks in the office, and I urged my pressing necessity, the actual departure of Captain de Novelle, my seasonable application, and the promise that it should be sent to my house. After an unpleasant parley, one was given me, but without assigning me any official character. I pointed out the omission, and the secretary said that I had not presented my credentials. I answered that my credentials were to the general government, and not to the state of Guatimala, which alone he represented. But he persisted that it was not the custom of his government to recognize an official character unless he presented his credentials. His government had been in existence about 6 months, and during that time no person claiming to be official had been near the country. I put into his hands my passport from my own government, reminded him that I had been arrested and imprisoned once, assured him that I should at all events set out for San Salvador, and wished to know definitively whether he would give me such a passport as I had a right to ask for. After much hesitation, and with a very bad grace, he interlined before the official title the words con el caracter. I make great allowance for party feeling in a country where political divisions are matters of life and death, more particularly for Don Joaquin Durand, whose brother, a priest, was shot a short time before by the Morazan party. But this attempt to embarrass my movements by depriving me of the benefit of official character excited a feeling of indignation which I did not attempt to conceal. To refuse accepting the passport altogether, or to wait a day for remonstrance, would cause me to lose my passage by sea, and make it necessary to undertake a dangerous journey by land, or abandon going to the capital, which I believe was precisely what was wished. I was resolved not to be prevented by any indirect means. I only needed a passport to the port. The best they could give I did not value very highly. In San Salvador it would be utterly worthless, and with the uncourteous paper thus ungraciously bestowed, I returned to the house, and at 2 o'clock we started. It was the hottest hour of the day, and when we passed the gate the sun was scorching. Late as it was, our muleteer had not finished his leave-taking. His wife and little son accompanied him, and at some distance outside we were obliged to stop in the hot sun and wait till they came up. We were extremely glad when they exchanged their last embraces, and the wife and son turned off for their home in Mixco. Notwithstanding the lateness of the hour, we diverged from the regular road for the purpose of passing by the lake of Amatitan, but it was dark when we reached the top of the high range of mountains which bounds that beautiful water. Looking down, it seemed like a gathering of fog in the bottom of a deep valley. The descent was by a rough zigzag path on the side of the mountain, very steep, and in the extreme darkness difficult and dangerous. We felt happy when we reached the bank of the lake, though still a little above it. The mountains rose round it like a wall, and cast over it a gloom deeper than the shade of night. We rode for some distance with the lake on our left,
and a high and perpendicular mountainside on our right. A cold wind had succeeded the intense heat of the day, and when we reached Amatitan I was perfectly chilled. We found the captain in the house he had indicated. It was 9 o'clock, and not having touched anything since 7 in the morning, we were prepared to do justice to the supper he had provided for us. To avoid the steep descent to the lake with the cargo mules, our muleteer had picked up a guide for us on the road, and gone on himself direct, but to our surprise he had not yet arrived. While at supper we heard an uproar in the street, and a man ran in to tell us that a mob was murdering our muleteer. The captain, a frequent visitor to the country, said it was probably a general machete fight, and cautioned us against going out. While in the corridor, hesitating, the uproar was hurrying toward us, the gate burst open, and a crowd rushed in, dragging with them our muleteer, that respectable husband and father, with his machete drawn, and so tipsy that he could hardly stand, but wanted to fight all the world. With difficulty we got him entangled among some saddle gear, where he dropped down, and after vain efforts to rise, fell asleep. I woke the next morning with violent headache and pain in all my bones. Nevertheless, we started at daylight and rode till 5 o'clock. The sun and heat increased the pain in my head, and for 3 hours before reaching Escuintla I was in great suffering. I avoided going to the corregidor's, for I knew that his sleeping apartment was open to all who came, and I wanted quiet, but I made a great mistake in stopping at the house of the captain's friend. He was the proprietor of an estanco, or distillery for making agua ardiente, and gave us a large room directly back of a store, and separated from it by a low board partition, open over the top, and this store was constantly filled with noisy, wrangling, and drinking men and women. My bed was next to the partition, and we had 8 or 10 men in our room. All night I had a violent fever, and in the morning I was unable to move. Captain de Nouvelle regretted it, but he could not wait, as his ship was ready to lie off and on without coming to anchor. Mr. Catherwood had me removed to a storeroom filled with casks and demijohns, where, except from occasional entries to draw off liquor, I was quiet, but the odor was sickening. In the afternoon the fever left me, and we rode to Masaya, a level and shady road of 4 leagues, and to our surprise and great satisfaction found the captain at the house at which I had stopped on my return from Istapa. He had advanced 2 leagues beyond, when he heard of a band of robbers at some distance further on, and returned to wait for company, sending in the meantime to Escuintla for a guard of soldiers. We afterwards learned that they were a body of exiles who had been expelled from Guatimala, and were crossing from Quetzaltenango to San Salvador, but being in desperate circumstances, they were dangerous persons to meet on the road. The hut at which we stopped was hardly large enough for the family that occupied it, and our luggage, with 2 hammocks and a cartaret, drove them into a very small space. Crying children are said to be healthy. If so, the good woman of the house was blessed. Besides this, a hen was hatching a brood of chickens under my head. During the night a party of soldiers entered the village, in pursuance of the captain's requisition, and passed on to clear the road. We started before daylight, but as the sun rose my fever returned, and at 11 o'clock, when we reached Overo, I could go no further. I have before remarked that this hacienda is a great stopping place from Istapa and the salt works, and unfortunately for me several parties of muleteers, in apprehension of the robbers, had joined together
and starting at midnight had already finished their day's labor. In the afternoon a wild boar was hunted, which our muleteer, with my gun, killed. There was a great feast in cooking and eating him, and the noise racked my brain. Night brought no relief. Quiet was all I wanted, but that seemed impossible to have, besides which the rancho was more than usually abundant in fleas. All night I had violent fever. Mr. Catherwood, who, from not killing any one at Copan, had conceived a great opinion of his medical skill, gave me a powerful dose of medicine, and toward morning I fell asleep. At daylight we started, and arrived at Istapa at 9 o'clock. Captain de Nouvelle had not yet gone on board. Two French ships were then lying off the port, the Belle Poule and the Melanie, both from Bordeaux, the latter being the vessel of Captain de Nouvelle. He had accounts to arrange with the captain of the Belle Poule, and we started first for his vessel. I have before remarked that Istapa is an open roadstead, without bay, headland, rock, reef, or any protection whatever from the open sea. Generally the sea is, as its name imports, Pacific, and the waves roll calmly to the shore. But in the smoothest times there is a breaker, and to pass this, as a part of the fixtures of the port, an anchor is dropped outside, with a buoy attached, and a long cable passing from the buoy is secured on shore. The longboat of the Melanie lay hard ashore, stern first, with a cable run through a groove in the bows, and passing through the sculling hole in the stern. She was filled with goods, and among them we took our seats. The mate sat in the stern, and taking advantage of a wave that raised the bows, gave the order to haul. The wet rope whizzed past, and the boat moved, till, with the receding wave, it struck heavily on the sand. Another wave and another haul, and she swung clear of the bottom, and meeting the coming and hauling fast on the receding wave, in a few minutes we passed the breakers. The rope was thrown out of the groove, and the sailors took to their oars. It was one of the most beautiful of those beautiful days on the Pacific. The great ocean was as calm as a lake. The freshness of the morning still rested upon the water, and already I felt revived. In a few minutes we reached the Belle Poule, one of the most beautiful ships that ever floated, and considered a model in the French commercial marine. The whole deck was covered with an awning, having a border trimmed with scarlet and fluttering in the wind. The quarter-deck was raised, protected by a fanciful awning, furnished with settees, couches, and chairs, and on a brass railing in front sat two beautiful Peruvian parrots. The door of the cabin was high enough to admit a tall man without stooping. On each side were 4 staterooms, and the stern was divided into 2 chambers for the captain and supercargo, each with a window in it, and furnished with a bed, not a berth, a sofa, books, drawers, writing-desk, everything necessary for luxurious living on shipboard, just the comforts with which one would like to circumnavigate the world. She was on a trading voyage from Bordeaux, with an assorted cargo of French goods, had touched at the ports in Peru, Chili, Panama, and Central America, and left at each place merchandise to be sold and the proceeds to be invested in the products of the country, and was then bound to Mazatlan on the coast of Mexico, whence she would return and pick up her cargo, and in 2 years return to Bordeaux. We had a déjeuner à la fourchette, abounding in Paris luxuries, with wines and café as in Paris, to which, fortunately for the ship's stores, I did not bring my accustomed vigor. And there was style in everything, even to the name of the steward, who is called the maître d'hôtel. At 2 o'clock we went on board the Melanie. She was about the same size, and if we had not seen the Belle Poule first, we should have been delighted with her. The comfort and luxury of these homes on the sea were in striking contrast with the poverty and misery of the desolate shore. The captain of the Belle Poule came on board to dine. It was a pleasure to us to see the delight with which these two Bordeaux men and their crews met on this distant shore. Cape Horn, Peru, and Chili were the subjects of conversation, and we found on board a file of papers which gave us the latest news from our friends in the Sandwich Islands. Mr. C. and the captain of the Belle Poule remained on board till we got under way. We bade them good-bye over the railing. The evening breeze filled our sails. For a few moments we saw them, a dark spot on the water. The waves sank, and we lost sight of them entirely. I remained on deck but a short time. I was the only passenger, and the maitre d'hotel made me a bed with settees directly under the stern windows, but I could not sleep. Even with windows and doors wide open, the cabin was excessively warm. The air was heated, and it was full of mosquitoes. The captain and mates slept on deck. I was advised not to do so, but at 12 o'clock I went out. It was bright starlight. The sails were flapping against the mast. The ocean was like a sheet of glass, and the coast dark and irregular, gloomy and portentous with volcanoes. The Great Bear was almost upon me. The North Star was lower than I had ever seen it before, and, like myself, seemed waning. A young sailor of the watch on deck spoke to me of the deceitfulness of the sea, of shipwrecks, of the wreck of an American vessel which he had fallen in with on his first cruise in the Pacific, and of his beautiful and beloved France. The freshness of the air was grateful, and while he was entertaining me, I stretched myself on a settee and fell asleep. The next day I had a recurrence of fever, which continued upon me all day, and the captain put me under ship's discipline. In the morning the maitre d'hotel stood by me with cup and spoon, Monsieur un vomitif, and in the afternoon, Monsieur un purge. When we arrived at Acajutla, I was unable to go ashore. As soon as we cast anchor, the captain landed, and before leaving for Zonzonate, engaged mules and men for me. The port of Acajutla is not quite so open as that of Istapa, having on the south a slight projecting headland of rock. In the offing were a Golet brig for a port in Peru, a Danish schooner for Guayaquil, and an English brig from London. All the afternoon I sat on the upper deck. Some of the sailors were asleep and others playing cards. In sight were 6 volcanoes, one constantly emitting smoke and another flames. At night the volcano of Izalco seemed a steady ball of fire. The next morning the mate took me ashore in the launch. The process was the same as at Istapa, and we were detained some time by the boat of the English vessel occupying the cable. As soon as we struck, a crowd of Indians, naked except a band of cotton cloth around the loins and passing between the legs, backed up against the side of the boat. I mounted the shoulders of one of them. As the wave receded he carried me several paces onward, then stopped and braced himself against the coming wave. I clung to his neck, but was fast sliding down his slippery sides when he deposited me on the shore of San Salvador, called by the Indians Cuscatlan, or the Land of Riches. Alvarado, on his voyage to Peru, was the first Spaniard who ever set foot upon this shore, and as I took special care to keep my feet from getting wet, I could but think of the hardy frames as well as iron nerves of the conquerors of America. The mate and sailors took leave of me and returned to the ship. I walked along the shore and up a steep hill. It was only 8 o'clock and already excessively hot. On the bank fronting the sea were the ruins of large warehouses, occupied as receptacles for merchandise under the Spanish dominion, when all the ports of America were closed against foreign vessels. In one corner of the ruined building was a sort of guard room, where a few soldiers were eating tortillas, and one was cleaning his musket. Another apartment was occupied by the captain of the port, who told me that the mules engaged for me had got loose, and the muleteers were looking for them. Here I had the pleasure to meet Dr. Driven, a gentleman from the island of St. Lucia, who had a large sugar hacienda a few leagues distant, and was at the port to superintend the disembarkation of machinery for a mill from the English brig. While waiting for the mules, he conducted me to a hut where he had two Guayaquil hammocks hung, and feeling already the effect of my exertions, I took possession of one of them. The woman of the rancho was a sort of ship's husband, and there being 3 vessels in port, the rancho was encumbered with vegetables, fruit, eggs, fowls, and ship's stores. It was close and hot, but very soon I required all the covering I could get. I had a violent ague, followed by a fever, in comparison with which all I had suffered before was nothing. I called for water till the old woman was tired of giving it to me, and went out and left me alone. I became lightheaded, wild with pain, and wandered among the miserable huts with only the consciousness that my brain was scorching. I have an indistinct recollection of speaking English to some Indian women, begging them to get me a horse to ride to Zonzonate, of some laughing, others looking at me with pity, and others leading me out of the sun and making me lie down under the shade of a tree. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon the mate came ashore again. I had changed my position, and he found me lying on my face asleep and almost withered by the sun. He wanted to take me back on board the ship, but I begged him to procure mules and take me to Zonzonate, within the reach of medical assistance. It is hard to feel worse than I did when I mounted. I passed 3 hours of agony, scorched by the intense heat, and a little before dark arrived at Zonzonate, fortunate, as Dr. Driven afterward told me, in not having suffered a stroke of the sun. Before entering the town and crossing the bridge over the Rio Grande, I met a gentleman well mounted, having a scarlet Peruvian pillion over his saddle, with whose appearance I was struck, and we exchanged low bows. This gentleman, as I afterward learned, was the government I was looking after. I rode to the house of Captain de Nouvelle's brother, one of the largest in the place, where I had that comfort seldom known in Central America, a room to myself and everything else necessary. For several days I remained within doors. The first afternoon I went out, I called upon Don Manuel de Aguila, formerly chief of the state of Costa Rica, but about a year before driven out by a revolution and banished for life. At his house I met Don Diego Vigil, the vice president of the Republic, the same gentleman whom I had met on the bridge, and the only existing officer of the federal government. From observation and experience in my own country, I had learned never to take the character of a public man from his political enemy, and I will not soil this page with the foul aspersions which men of veracity, but blinded by party prejudice, threw upon the character of Senor Vigil. He was about 45, 6 feet high, thin, and suffering from a paralytic affection which almost deprived him of the use of both legs. In dress, conversation, and manners, eminently a gentleman. He had travelled more extensively in his own country than most of his countrymen, and knew all the objects of interest, and with a politeness which I appreciated, made no reference to my position or my official character. His business at Zonzonate showed the wretched state of the country. He had come expressly to treat with Rascon, the head of the band which had prevented my coming from Guatimala by land. Chico Rascon, as he was familiarly called in Zonzonate, was of an old and respectable family, who had spent a large fortune in dissipation in Paris, and returning in desperate circumstances had turned patriot. About 6 months before he had made a descent upon Zonzonate, killed the garrison to a man, robbed the custom house, and retreated to his hacienda. He was then on a visit in the town, publicly by appointment with Senor Vigil, and demanded as the price of disbanding his troops a colonel's commission for himself, other commissions for some of his followers, and $4,000 in money. Vigil assented to all except the $4,000 in money, but offered instead the credit of the state of San Salvador, which Rascon agreed to accept. Papers were drawn up, and that afternoon was appointed for their execution. But while Vigil was waiting for him, Rascon and his friends, without a word of notice, mounted their horses and rode out of town. The place was thrown into great excitement, and in the evening I saw the garrison busily engaged in barricading the plaza, in apprehension of another attack. The next day I made a formal call upon Senor Vigil. I was in a rather awkward position. When I left Guatimala in search of a government, I did not expect to meet it on the road. In that state I had heard but one side. I was just beginning to hear the other. If there was any government, I had treed it. Was it the real thing, or was it not? In Guatimala they said it was not. Here they said it was. It was a knotty question. I was in no great favour in Guatimala, and in endeavouring to play a safe game, I ran the risk of being hustled by all parties. In Guatimala they had no right to ask for my credentials, and took offence because I did not present them. Here, if I refused, they had a right to consider it an insult. In this predicament I opened my business with the vice president, and told him that I was on my way to the capital with credentials from the United States, but that, in the state of anarchy in which I found the country, was at a loss what to do. I was desirous to avoid making a false step, and anxious to know whether the federal government really existed, or whether the republic was dissolved. Our interview was long and interesting, and the purport of his answer was that the government did exist de facto and de jure. He himself was legally elected vice president. The act of the 4 states in declaring themselves independent was unconstitutional and rebellious. The Union could not be dissolved except by a convention of deputies from all the states. The government had the actual control in 3 states. One had been reduced to subjection by arms, and very soon the federal party would have the ascendancy in the others. He was familiar with the case of South Carolina, and said that our Congress had sustained the right of the general government to coerce states into subjection, and they were in the same position. I referred to the shattered condition of the government, its absolute impotence in other states, the non-existence of Senate and other coordinate branches, or even of a Secretary of State, the officer to whom my credentials were addressed. And he answered that he had in his suite an acting Secretary of State, confirming what had been told me before, that the "government" would, at a moment's notice, make any officer I wanted. But I owe it to Senor Vigil to say that after going over fully the whole ground of the unhappy contest, and although at that critical juncture the recognition of the Federal Government by that of the United States would have been of moment to his party, and not to recognize it was disrespectful and favored the cause of the rebellious or independent states, he did not ask me to present my credentials. The convention, which was expected to compose the difficulties of the republic, was then about assembling in Honduras. The deputies from San Salvador had gone to take their seats, and it was understood that I should await the decision of this body. The result of my interview with the vice president was much more agreeable than I expected. I am sure that I left him without the least feeling of ill will on his part, but my great perplexity whether I had any government was not yet brought to a close. In the meantime, while the political repairs were going on, I remained in Zonzonate recruiting. The town is situated on the banks of the Rio Grande, which is formed by almost innumerable springs, and in the Indian language its name means 400 springs of water. It stands in one of the richest districts of the rich state of San Salvador, and has its plaza, with streets at right angles, with white houses of one story, some of them very large, but it has borne its share of the calamities which have visited the unfortunate republic. The best houses are deserted, and their owners in exile. There were 7 costly churches and but one cura. I was unable to take any journey by land, and feeling the enervating effect of the climate, swung all day in a hammock. Fortunately, the proprietors of the brig which I had seen at Acajutla, bound for Peru, changed her destination and determined to send her to Costa Rica, the southernmost state of the Confederacy. At the same time, a man offered as a servant, very highly recommended, and whose appearance I liked, and I resolved to have the benefit of the sea voyage, and in returning by land explore the canal route between the Atlantic and Pacific by the Lake of Nicaragua, a thing which I had desired much, but despaired of being able to accomplish. End of section 19. Section 20 of Incidents of Travel in Central America, Chiapas and Yucatan, Volume 1, by John Lloyd Stephens. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Sue Anderson. Before leaving, I roused myself for an excursion. The window of my room opened upon the volcano of Izalco. All day I heard, at short intervals, the eruptions of the burning mountain, and at night saw the column of flame bursting from the crater, and streams of fire rolling down its side. Fortunately, Mr. Blackburn, a Scotch merchant, for many years resident in Peru, arrived and agreed to accompany me. The next morning before 5 o'clock we were in the saddle. At the distance of a mile we forded the Rio Grande, here a wild river, and riding through a rich country, in half an hour reached the Indian village of Naguisal, a lovely spot, and literally a forest of fruits and flowers. Large trees were perfectly covered with red, and at every step we could pluck fruit. Interspersed among these beautiful trees were the miserable huts of Indians, and lying on the ground or at some lazy work were the miserable Indians themselves. Continuing another league through the same rich country, we rose upon a table of land, from which, looking back, we saw an immense plain, wooded and extending to the shore, and beyond, the boundless waters of the Pacific. Before us, at the extreme end of a long street, was the church of Izalco, standing out in strong relief against the base of the volcano, which at that moment, with a loud report like the rolling of thunder, threw in the air a column of black smoke and ashes, lighted by a single flash of flame. With difficulty we obtained a guide, but he was so tipsy that he could scarcely guide himself along a straight street, and he would not go till the next day, as he said it was so late that we should be caught on the mountain at night, and that it was full of tigers. In the meantime the daughter of our host found another, and stowing 4 green cocoanuts in his alforgas, we set out. Soon we came out upon an open plain, and without a bush to obstruct the view, saw on our left the whole volcano from its base to its top. It rose from near the foot of a mountain to a height perhaps of 3,000 feet, its sides brown and barren, and all around for miles the earth was covered with lava. Being in a state of eruption, it was impossible to ascend it, but behind it is a higher mountain, which commands a view of the burning crater. The whole volcano was in full sight, spouting into the air a column of black smoke and an immense body of stones, while the earth shook under our feet. Crossing the plain, we commenced ascending the mountain. At 11 o'clock we sat down by the bank of a beautiful stream to breakfast. My companion had made abundant provision, and for the first time since I left Guatimala I felt the keenness of returning appetite. In half an hour we mounted, and soon after 12 o'clock entered the woods, having a very steep ascent by a faint path, which we soon lost altogether. Our guide changed his direction several times, and at length got lost, tied his horse, and left us to wait while he searched the way. We knew that we were near the volcano, for the explosions sounded like the deep mutterings of dreadful thunder. Shut up as we were in the woods, these reports were awful. Our horses snorted with terror, and the mountain quaked beneath our feet. Our guide returned, and in a few minutes we came out suddenly upon an open point higher than the top of the volcano, commanding a view of the interior of the crater, and so near it that we saw the huge stones as they separated in the air and fell pattering around the sides of the volcano. In a few minutes our clothes were white with ashes, which fell around us with a noise like the sprinkling of rain. The crater had 3 orifices, one of which was inactive. Another emitted constantly a rich blue smoke, and after a report, deep in the huge throat of the third appeared a light blue vapor, and then a mass of thick black smoke, whirling and struggling out in enormous wreaths, and rising in a dark majestic column, lighted for a moment by a sheet of flame. And when the smoke dispersed, the atmosphere was darkened by a shower of stones and ashes. This over, a moment of stillness followed, and then another report and eruption, and these continued regularly at intervals, as our guide said, of exactly 5 minutes, and really he was not much out of the way. The sight was fearfully grand. We refreshed ourselves with a draught of cocoanut milk, thought how this grandeur would be heightened when the stillness and darkness of night were interrupted by the noise and flame, and forthwith resolved to sleep upon the mountain. The cura of Zonzonate, still in the vigor of life, told me that he remembered when the ground on which this volcano stands had nothing to distinguish it from any other spot around. In 1798 a small orifice was discovered, puffing out small quantities of dust and pebbles. He was then living at Izalco, and as a boy was in the habit of going to look at it, and he had watched it and marked its increase from year to year until it had grown into what it is now. Captain de Nouvelle told me he could observe from the sea that it had grown greatly within the last 2 years. 2 years before, its light could not be seen at night on the other side of the mountain on which I stood. Night and day it forces up stones from the bowels of the earth, spouts them into the air, and receives them upon its sides. Every day it is increasing, and probably it will continue to do so until the inward fires die, or by some violent convulsion the whole is rent to atoms. Old travelers are not precluded occasional bursts of enthusiasm, but they cannot keep it up long. In about an hour we began to be critical and even captious. Some eruptions were better than others, and some were comparatively small affairs. In this frame of mind we summed up our want of comforts for passing the night on the mountain, and determined to return. Mr. Blackburn and I thought that we could avoid the circuit of the mountain by descending directly to the base of the volcano, and crossing it, reach the Camino Real, but our guide said it was a tempting of Providence, and refused to accompany us. We had a very steep descent on foot, and in some places our horses slid down on their haunches. An immense bed of lava, stopped in its rolling course by the side of the mountain, filled up the wide space between us and the base of the volcano. We stepped directly upon this black and frightful bed, but we had great difficulty in making our horses follow. The lava lay in rolls as irregular as the waves of the sea, sharp, rough, and with huge chasms, difficult for us and dangerous for the horses. With great labor we dragged them to the base and around the side of the volcano. Massive stones hurled into the air fell and rolled down the sides, so near that we dared not venture further. We were afraid of breaking our horses' legs in the holes into which they were constantly falling, and turned back. On the lofty point from which we had looked down into the crater of the volcano sat our guide, gazing, and, as we could imagine, laughing at us. We toiled back across the bed of lava and up the side of the mountain, and when we reached the top, both my horse and I were almost exhausted. Fortunately, the road home was downhill. It was long after dark when we passed the foot of the mountain and came out upon the plain. Every burst of the volcano sent forth a pillar of fire. In 4 places were steady fires, and in one a stream of fire was rolling down its side. At 11 o'clock we reached Zonzonate. Besides toiling around the base of the volcano, having ridden upward of 50 miles, and such had been the interest of the day's work, that, though my first effort, I never suffered from it. The arrangements for my voyage down the Pacific were soon made. The servant to whom I referred was a native of Costa Rica, then on his way home, after a long absence, with a cargo of merchandise belonging to himself. He was a tall, good-looking fellow, dressed in a Guatemala jacket or coton, a pair of Mexican leather trousers with buttons down the sides, and a steeple-crowned, broad-brimmed, drab wool hat, altogether far superior to any servant I saw in the country, and I think if it had not been for him I should not have undertaken the journey. The reader will, perhaps, be shocked to hear that his name was Jesus, pronounced in Spanish Jesus, Hezos, by which latter appellation, to avoid what might be considered profanity, I shall hereafter call him. Chapter 16. Sickness and mutiny. Illness of Captain J. Critical situation. Rough nursing. A countryman in trouble. Dolphins. Succession of volcanoes. Gulf of Nicoya. Harbor of Caldera. Another countryman. Another patient. Hacienda of San Felipe. Mountain of Aguacate. Zillenthal patent self-acting cold amalgamation machine. Gold mines. View from the mountain top. On Monday, the 22nd of January, 2 hours before daylight, we started for the port. Jesus led the way, carrying before him all my luggage, rolled up in a baquette, being simply a cowhide, after the fashion of the country. At daylight we heard behind us the clattering of horses' hoofs, and Don Manuel de Aguila with his 2 sons overtook us.
Before the freshness of the morning was past we reached the port, and rode up to the old hut which I had hoped never to see again. The hammock was swinging in the same place. The miserable rancho seemed destined to be the abode of sickness. In one corner lay Senor de Iriarte, my captain, exhausted by a night of fever and unable to sail that day. Dr. Driven was again at the port. He had not yet disembarked his machinery. In fact, the work was suspended by a mutiny on board the English brig, the ringleader of which, as the doctor complained to me, was an American. I passed the day on the seashore. In one place, a little above high water mark, almost washed by the waves, were rude wooden crosses, marking the graves of unhappy sailors who had died far from their homes.
Returning, I found at the hut Captain J of the English brig, who also complained to me of the American sailor. The captain was a young man, making his first voyage as master. His wife, whom he had married a week before sailing, accompanied him. He had had a disastrous voyage of 8 months from London. In doubling Cape Horn his crew were all frostbitten and his spars carried away. With only one man on deck he had worked up to Guayaquil, where he incurred great loss of time and money in making repairs, and shipped an entirely new crew. At Acajutla he found that his boats were not sufficient to land the doctor's machinery, and was obliged to wait until a raft could be constructed. In the meantime his crew mutinied, and part of them refused to work. His wife was then at the doctor's hacienda, and I noticed that, while writing her a note with pencil, his sunburned face was pale, and large drops of perspiration stood on his forehead. Soon after he threw himself into the hammock, and, as I thought, fell asleep. But in a few minutes I saw the hammock shake, and remembering my own shaking there, thought it was at its old tricks of giving people the fever and ague. But very soon I saw that the poor captain was in convulsions. Excepting Captain d'Yriarte, who was lying against the wall perfectly helpless, I was the only man in the hut, and as there was danger of his throwing himself out of the hammock, I endeavoured to hold him in, but with one convulsive effort he threw me to the other side of the hut, and hung over the side of the hammock, with one hand entangled in the cords, and his head almost touching the ground. The old woman said that the devil had taken possession of him, and ran out of doors screaming. Fortunately, this brought in a man whom I had not seen before, Mr. Warburton, an engineer who had come out to set up the machinery, and who was himself a machine of many horsepower, having a pair of shoulders that seemed constructed expressly for holding men in convulsions. At first he was so shocked that he did not know what to do. I told him that the captain was to be held, whereupon, opening his powerful arms, he closed them around the captain's with the force of a hydraulic press, turning the legs over to me. These legs were a pair of the sturdiest that ever supported a human body, and I verily believe that if the feet had once touched my ribs, they would have sent me through the wall of the hut. Watching my opportunity, I wound the hammock around his legs, and my arms around the hammock. In the meantime he broke loose from Mr. Warburton's hug, who, taking the hint from me, doubled his part in with the folds of the hammock, and gave his clinch from the outside. The captain struggled, and worming like a gigantic snake, slipped his head out of the top of the hammock and twisted the cords around his neck, so that we were afraid of his strangling himself. We were in utter despair, when 2 of his sailors rushed in, who, being at home with ropes, extricated his head, shoved him back into the hammock, wrapped it around him as before, and I withdrew completely exhausted. The 2 recruits were Tom, a regular tar of about 40, and the cook, a black man and particular friend of Tom, who called him Darky. Tom undertook the whole direction of securing the captain, and though Dr. Driven and several Indians came in, Tom's voice was the only one heard, and addressed only to Darky. "Stand by his legs, Darky. Hold fast, Darky. Steady, Darky," but altogether could not hold him. Turning on his face and doubling himself inside, he braced his back and drove both legs through the hammock, striking his feet violently against the ground. His whole body passed through. His struggles were dreadful. Suddenly the mass of bodies on the floor rolled against Captain D'Yriarte's bed, which broke down with a crash, and with a fever upon him he was obliged to scramble out of the way. In the interval of one of the most violent struggles we heard a strange idiotic noise, which seemed like an attempt to crow. The Indians who crowded the hut laughed, and Dr. Driven was so indignant at their heartlessness that he seized a club and drove them all out of doors. An old naked African, who had been a slave at Belize and had lost his language without acquiring much of any other, returned with a bunch of feathers, which he wished to stick in the captain's nose and set fire to, saying it was the remedy of his country, but the doctor showed him his stick, and he retreated. The convulsions continued for 3 hours, during which time the doctor considered the captain's situation very critical. The old woman persisted that the devil was in him and would not give him up, and that he must die, and I could not but think of his young wife, who was sleeping a few miles off, unconscious of the calamity that threatened her. The fit was brought on, as the doctor said, by anxiety and distress of mind occasioned by his unfortunate voyage, and particularly by the mutiny of his crew. At 11 o'clock he fell asleep, and now we learned the cause of the strange noise which had affected us so unpleasantly. Tom was just preparing to go on board the vessel when the African ran down to the shore and told him that the captain was at the hut, drunk. Tom, being himself in that state, felt it was his duty to look after the captain, but he had just bought a parrot, for which he had paid $1, and, afraid to trust him in other hands, hauled his baggy shirt a foot more out of his trousers, and thrust the parrot into his bosom, almost smothering it with his neckcloth. The parrot, indignant at this confinement, was driving his beak constantly into Tom's breast, which was scarified and covered with blood, and once, when Tom thought it was going too far, he put his hand inside and pinched it, which produced the extraordinary sounds we had heard. In a little while Tom and Darky got the Indians to relieve them, and went out to drink the captain's health. On their return they took their places on the ground, one on each side of their commander. I threw myself into the broken hammock, and Dr. Driven, charging them, if the captain awoke, not to say anything that could agitate him, went off to another hut. It was not long before the captain, raising his head, called out, "What the devil are you doing with my legs?" which was answered by Tom's steady cry, "Hold on, Darky." Darky and an Indian were holding the captain's legs, 2 Indians his arms, and Tom was spread over his body. The captain looked perfectly sensible and utterly amazed at being pinned to the ground. "Where am I?" said he. Tom and Darky had agreed not to tell him what had happened, but after the most extraordinary lying on the part of Tom, while the captain was looking at him and us in utter amazement, the poor fellow became so entangled that, swearing the doctor might stay and tell his own stories, he began where he and Darky came in, and found the captain kicking in the hammock, and the captain was given to understand that if it had not been for him and Darky, he would have kicked his own brains out. I relieved Tom's story from some obscurity, and a general and noisy conversation followed, which was cut short by poor Captain D'Yriarte, who had not had a wink of sleep all night, and begged us to give him a chance. In the morning, while I was taking chocolate with Dr. Driven, the mate came to the hut with the mutinous American sailor in the custody of 4 soldiers to make a complaint to me. The sailor was a young man of 28, short, well made, and very good looking, and his name was Jemmy. He too complained to me, wanted to leave the brig, and said that he would stop on a barren rock in the midst of the ocean rather than remain on board. I told him I was sorry to find an American sailor a ringleader in mutiny, and represented to him the distress and danger in which it had placed the captain. Dr. Driven had had some sharp passages with him on board the brig, and after a few words started up and struck him. Jemmy fell back in time to avoid the full blow, and as if by no means unused to such things, continued to fall back and ward off. But when pressed too hard, he broke loose from the soldiers and tore off his jacket for a regular fight. I had no idea of favoring a mutinous sailor, but still less of suffering an American to be maltreated by odds, and hauled off the soldiers. In a moment the doctor's passion was over, and he discontinued his attack, whereupon Jemmy surrendered himself to the soldiers, who carried him, as I supposed, to the guardhouse. I waited a little while, and going down saw Jemmy sitting on the ground in front of the cuartel, with both legs in the stocks above the knees. He was keenly alive to the disgrace of his situation, and my blood boiled. I hurried to the captain of the port, and complained warmly of his conduct as high-handed and insufferable, and insisted that Jemmy must be released, or I would ride to San Salvador on the instant and make a complaint against him. Dr. Driven joined me, and Jemmy was released from the stocks, but put under guard in the cuartel. This will probably never reach the eyes of any of his friends, but I will not mention his name. He was from the little town of Esopus on the Hudson. In 1834 he sailed from New York in the sloop of war Peacock for the Pacific station, was transferred to the North Carolina, and regularly discharged at Valparaiso, entered the Chilean naval service, and after plenty of fighting and no prize money, shipped on board this brig. I represented that he was liable to be tried for mutiny, and had only escaped the stocks by my happening to be at the port, that I could do nothing more for him, and he might be kept on shore till the vessel sailed, and carried on board in irons. It was a critical moment in the young man's life, and as one destitute of early opportunities, and whom necessity had probably doomed to a wayward life, and moreover as a countryman, I was anxious to save him from the effects of headstrong passion. The captain said he was the best sailor on board, and as he was short of hands, I procured from him a promise that, if Jemmy would return to his duty, he would take no notice of what had passed, and would give him his discharge at the first port where he could procure a substitute. Fortunately, in the afternoon, Captain d'Iriarte was sufficiently recovered to sail, and before going on board my vessel, I took Jemmy to his. She was the dirtiest vessel I ever saw, and her crew a fair sample of the villainous sailors picked up in the ports of the Pacific. Among them, and as bad as any in appearance, was another countryman, Jemmy's American accomplice. I did not wonder that Jemmy was discontented. I left him on board in a bad condition, but unfortunately I afterward heard of him in a worse. A few strokes of the oar brought me on board our vessel, and as before, with the evening breeze, we got under way. The vessel in which I embarked was called La Cosmopolita. She was a Golet brig, and the only vessel that bore on the Pacific the Central American flag. She was built in England for a collier, and called the Britannia. By some accident she reached the Pacific Ocean, was bought by the state of San Salvador when at war with Guatemala, and called by that state's Indian name of Cuscatlan. Afterward she was sold to an Englishman, who called her Eugenia, and by him to Captain d'Yriarte, who called her La Cosmopolita. My first night on board was not particularly agreeable. I was the only cabin passenger, but besides the bugs that always infest an old vessel, I had in my berth mosquitoes, spiders, ants, and cockroaches. Yet there was no part of my tour upon which I look back with so much quiet satisfaction as this voyage on the Pacific. I had on board Gil Blas and Don Quixote in the original, and all day I sat under an awning, my attention divided between them and the great range of gigantic volcanoes which stud the coast. Before this became tedious, we reached the Gulf of Papagayo, the only outlet by which the winds of the Atlantic pass over to the Pacific. The dolphin, the most beautiful fish that swims, played under our bows and stern, and accompanied us slowly alongside. But the sailors had no respect for his golden back. The mate, a murderous young Frenchman, stood for hours with a harpoon in his hand, drove it into several, and at length brought one on board. The king of the sea seemed conscious of his fallen state. His beautiful colors faded, and he became spotted, and at last heavy and lusterless, like any other dead fish. We passed in regular succession the volcanoes of San Salvador, San Vicente, San Miguel, Telega, Momotombo, Managua, Nindiri, Nasaya, and Nicaragua, each one a noble spectacle, and all together forming a chain with which no other in the world can be compared. Indeed, this coast has well been described as bristling with volcanic cones. For 2 days we lay with sails flapping in sight of Cape Blanco, the upper headland of the Gulf of Nicoya. On the afternoon of the 31st we reached the Gulf. On a line with the point of the cape was an island of rock, with high, bare, and precipitous sides, and the top covered with verdure. It was about sunset. For nearly an hour the sky and sea seemed blazing with the reflection of the departing luminary, and the island of rocks seemed like a fortress with turrets. It was a glorious farewell view. I had passed my last night on the Pacific, and the highlands of the Gulf of Nicoya closed around us. Early in the morning we had the tide in our favor, and very soon, leaving the main body of the Gulf, turned off to the right and entered a beautiful little cove, forming the harbor of Caldera. In front was the range of mountains of Aguacata, on the left the old port of Point Arenas, and on the right the volcano of San Pablo. On the shore was a long, low house set on piles, with a tile roof, and near it were 3 or 4 thatched huts and 2 canoes. We anchored in front of the houses, and apparently without exciting the attention of a soul on shore. All the ports of Central America on the Pacific are unhealthy, but this was considered deadly. I had entered without apprehension cities where the plague was raging, but here, as I looked ashore, there was a death-like stillness that was startling. To spare me the necessity of sleeping at the port, the captain sent the boat ashore with my servant to procure mules with which I could proceed immediately to a hacienda 2 leagues beyond. Our boat had hardly started before we saw 3 men coming down to the shore, who presently put off in a canoe, met our boat, turned her back, and boarded us themselves. They were 2 paddles and a soldier, the latter of whom informed the captain that by a late decree no passenger was permitted to land without the special permission of the government, for which it was necessary to send an application to the capital and wait on board for an answer. He added that the last vessel was full of passengers who were obliged to remain 12 days before the permission was received. I was used to vexations in travelling, but I could not bear this quietly. The captain made a bold attempt in my favour by saying that he had no passengers, that he had on board the Minister of the United States, who was making the tour of Central America, and who had been treated with courtesy in Guatemala and San Salvador, and that it would be an indignity for the government of Costa Rica not to permit his landing. He wrote to the same effect to the captain of the port, who on the return of the soldier came off himself. I was almost sick with vexation, and the captain of the port finished 2 glasses of wine before I had the courage to introduce the subject. He answered with great courtesy, regretting that the law was imperative and that he had no discretion. I replied that the law was intended to prevent the entrance of seditious persons, emigres, and expulsados from other states, who might disturb the peace of Costa Rica, but that it could not contemplate a case like mine, at the same time laying great stress upon my official character. Fortunately for me, he had a high sense of the respect due to that character, and though holding a petty office, had a feeling of pride that his state should not be considered wanting in courtesy to an accredited stranger. For a long time he was at a loss what to do, but finally, after much deliberation, he requested me to wait till morning, when he could dispatch a courier to advise the government of the circumstances, and would take upon himself the responsibility of permitting me to land. Fearful of some accident or some change of purpose, and anxious to get my feet on shore, I suggested that in order to avoid travelling in the heat of the day, it would be better to sleep on shore, to be ready for an early start, to which he assented. In the afternoon the captain took me ashore. At the first house we saw 2 candles lighted to burn at the body of a dead man. All whom we saw were ill, and all complained that the place was fatal to human life. In fact, it was almost deserted, and notwithstanding its advantages as a port, government a few days afterward issued an order for breaking it up and removing back to the old port of Point Arenas. The captain was still suffering from fever and ague, and would not on any account remain after dark. I was so rejoiced to find myself on shore that if I had met a death's head at every step, it would hardly have turned me back. The last stranger at the port was a distinguished American. His name was Handy. I had first heard of him at the Cape of Good Hope hunting giraffes, afterward met him in New York, and regretted exceedingly to miss him here. He had traveled from the United States through Texas, Mexico, and Central America, with an elephant and 2 dromedaries as his file leaders. The elephant was the first ever seen in Central America, and I often heard of him in the pueblos under the name of El Demonio. 6 days before, Mr. Handy, with his interesting family, had embarked for Peru, and perhaps he is at this moment crossing the Pampas to Brazil. End of section 20.